This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another round of the 24-hour series esports here on Raceport TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. Round number 5, 6 hours of Monza about to get itself underway. I am Connery Maddock, and I'm joined by Justin Prince and Lorenzo Bonda for this particular broadcast. You see the TCR qualifying out there on circuit for you right now. Apologies for getting into this session just that tad little bit later, but Justin, we still got a lot of qualifying and a lot of racing to go.
Absolutely, and this is a race many drivers have anticipated. A very difficult track in which you have to balance the mixture of the speed along with the technical corners, but as well, something that can be considered a real-world preview as the 24-hour series makes their way to Monza in 2020 in March. So it's going to be an interesting round, absolutely, that fans and officials alike will be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, track information up on screen. You can see 31 degrees in the air, 38 degrees Celsius on the track temperature. Winds moderate as well. Pretty low humidity as well here in this one. You can see those TCR machines working their way through at this moment in time. And we can pull those guys up on the left-hand side of your screen right there. SimRC leading this particular qualifying session right now, Lorenzo. But Core Sim Racing hot on their heels. It doesn't show on our graphics, but they're about 3,000ths of a second behind.
Yeah, so far the qualification is close to all teams. The difference from first to basically 11th, the only exception being Team Adam Polsmith, who's driving right now, is just 7/10 of a second, so it's not that much. One mistake you can do in one of those corners, because this is the cathedral of speed, will actually impact a whole lot your whole lap. So it isn't just going to be close for the TCRs. I expect to be close in all categories as well, because that's the nature of the track. You just have to be able to carry a lot of speed and be able to do good laps.
Absolutely. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, though, they're currently the best of the runners in qualifying now. And it's Dominic Olivier behind the wheel of that one. They're actually taking the tow back to pit lane, so it seems like their qualifying session is pretty much done at this point. There's your second place team, though. That's SimRC working its way through at the moment. And right now, looks like Claudius Feeds, well, didn't quite see the entirety of the first sector, so unsure how he's going on this particular lap. But of course, as always here in the 24 Hours Esports Series open qualifying session, we have the TCRs out there first, and then we have the next couple of classes on your way through as you get the Cup class and, of course, the GT3 class qualifying here in just a couple of moments. But SimRC, this is basically going to be one of the last laps they'll get to have, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the very last ones. And one team that's kind of underperforming in qualify is Craig Setup Shop, which is basically the dominant team in the TCR class. They basically won all races, and Jack Sedgwick so far, I'm just taking a quick look over here. He's in 9th place. He's just six. It's just six. When I talk 6/10 of a second behind Alpine, even though it is quite of a small margin. I believe this is not the place they want to get, especially from the championship perspective. So if I'm not mistaken, with a good result, they can clinch the championship on this round.
You can see SimRC heading their way through Curva Parabolica right now as they look to try and get themselves to that start-finish line. 40 minutes will just take over there. And Claudius feed across the line. Also, lap time does he set. It looks like not quite going to be good enough on this particular lap. It's actually a 2:06.9 that he set on that previous lap. So certainly nowhere near getting himself into provisional pole position for the moment. You have Core Sim Racing out there as well. They did their way through the first sector. Looks like they're good to get themselves their qualifying lap in here as well. So for Thomas Gibson, it's an interesting sort of qualifying procedure here, especially in these TCR cars and later on we'll get to have the Porsche Cup cars as well, where they're on the new tire model, so their tires take a good couple of laps to come up to temperature. It's not like you can take the tow back to the pit lane and try and get another fast lap in.
Absolutely, and that means really it takes that little bit to get into a comfortability level. And you can't just immediately push the tires in the first lap and immediately pop out the fastest lap. It takes a couple laps to get together. With this track as well, if you're on your own in the qualifying session, that could play a key role in where you start in terms of qualifying, mind you, as well, regardless of the tire model. So those are, again, a couple things to keep an eye on with these drivers, especially since that draft can definitely be a factor for a lot of the lap times. Core Sim Racing hasn't had the draft, for example, on this lap time.
Yeah, he hasn't. So it looks like for Thomas Gibson, looks like he's not quite going to come across the line. No, he's just taking the routes down on towards pit lane, so he's not going to be able to finish his lap time at all in this one. There's a couple of other cars out there on circuit. There's the Craig Setup Shop car here, Lorenzo, who's always been a big challenger in this 24 Hours Esports series, but P5 in qualifying at the moment, it doesn't seem like they're in any rush to get themselves to the start-finish line, so they'll have to dive down on towards pit lane as well. So this is basically going to be your grid set here. Everyone's slowing up. Apex Racing team, they bring it to the pit lane. So I suppose right now, Lorenzo, that this is going to be TCR grid set.
Yeah, this is our TCR grid set. The warning has been given from our race control, so who hasn't finished up the lap, they have to finish and bring it up back to the pits. So it's pretty much that set with Alpine with a really good lap with that 2 minutes and 93 hundredths of a second.
And you can see now some of the Porsches are now starting to line themselves up on pit exit. There we go. We can get a good view of those guys. But I wonder if we can grab ourselves what is going to be the qualifying results for your TCR class. You can pull those up on screen for you now. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, SimRC, you got Core Sim Racing, Team Carrera Craig Setup Shop in 5th place here today, which is not where they're usually sat, but we'll have to hope for their sakes that they can make some further progress up the field as Satellite Racing in P6, Altus Esports, Apex Racing Team, MSI Esports, Talk Freak Racing will round out your top 10 on the starting grid for TCR, and Williams Esports and Team Mad will start on that final row of the grid. So what do you make of the TCR qualifying there, Justin?
Well, in terms of the qualifying, the lap time's very close, especially in the top half of the field, like just about a couple tenths of a second. And again, it comes down to being able to get to the right lines. And it was talked about a little bit by some of the drivers before the start of today's event, where it was important to carry maximum momentum with the lower horsepower TCRs to get to the corners quickly as a priority. The drivers who did so while doing it cleanly without overshooting the corners, they're the ones up at the top of the board as well with the help of some of the draft. If they didn't take the corners well or get a good amount of draft on their best laps, then they're the ones in the second half of the grid. Should be an interesting rest of qualifying, though, to see how the rest of the classes work ways out.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the call for pit lane to be open so that your Cup class can get themselves out there in their particular qualifying session. But while we're waiting for them to do so, we can just take a quick look at the standings here. And of course, right now, you're currently in GT3, have Williams Esports leading that one. You have in your cup class, the MSI Esports, 100 points for them, so maximum. You've also got Craig Setup Shop as well, doing very, very well indeed in TCR. But like I said, Lorenzo, Craig Setup Shop, they hadn't had a good time here in qualifying, so this might be one of the blips they'll have this season if their race pace is similar.
Yeah, this might be the very first big challenge for Craig Setup Shop to have a really good performance. They're starting midway in the field. Well, P5 is still a good, respectable position, of course, but you have to be mindful. It is a long race, and if you really want to get a good result, there are two things that you have to be concerned around here, which is, well, of course, momentum and fuel savings, because this track is very famous for fuel saving, especially under draft. So they need to be mindful about this. Of course, space is important. And talking about that, we have the 911 Cup qualifying underway over here.
Yep, we do. So those cup cars are rolling themselves off of pit lane. And you can see there's the Burst Esports car working its way through at the moment. Quickly followed by a couple of others. You got SRN Motorsports getting themselves out there early as well. Important to do so in these cars in the new tyre model, because you do have to get those tyres up to temperature. So the first couple of laps here won't really be your representative, Justin. It's sort of around about 3, 4, even 5 laps into a stint where these tyres really do start to activate.
Yep, indeed, with these drivers, and for a lot of them, and I'm not surprised they're taking them with anger either. Some of these drivers already, normally you see, say if it was a lone qualifying, drivers take their time, warm up their tires, like slowly going through the top gear around the racetrack. Many of these drivers are saying to themselves, I've got to make sure I keep inside the draft of the driver in front. If I lose them by trying to be cautious on the warm-up laps or even the first couple laps, that might be the difference between P number 1 and P number 10 on the starting grid. Already some of the drivers trying to figure out where they want to be and get themselves behind a car rather than be in front of a car in qualifying.
Let's take a lap on board with Anders Dahl then, shall we? Burst Esports heading their way through the Retifilia chicane right at the very start of the lap. Pretty clean through there for Anders Dahl, as now he has to contend with Curva Grande. Of course, 100% flat in pretty much any car you can throw at it. Just keep yourself towards that right-hand line on the right-hand side, and then search for your braking zone into the De La Roja chicane as he gets it slowed down quite admirably, hopping over each of those curbs. Careful not to play with the dirt too much on the exit of that corner. Now you have to contend with the Lesmos. And Burst Esports getting themselves through there relatively okay, taking as much track exit as you dare coming out of here. Careful with the off tracks, as I guess over the last couple of months they have been altered there. And now you look to try and head down the hill into the compression under the bridge and then back up the gradient again into the Ascari chicane. Anders Dahl slamming on the anchors. Important to get a good line through here. Just be as smooth as you can. Ride those Sleeping Policemen a little bit on the inside, coming through the middle of that chicane. And now you just have one more corner to go, and that is the Curva Parabolica. Most drivers prefer to take a very early apex here and then just track out all the way to try and gain all that speed coming down to that start-finish line. And it looks like that's the strategy Anders Dahl is going to do, is track out as much as you dare, keep 2 tires within track limits, and then across the line. And Anders Dahl currently provisionally going to be P number 1 as we pull up the rest of those times up on screen for you now. You see the front of the TCR class getting themselves cycled down here, Lorenzo, as those lap times from the Porsches come through.
Yeah, the laps are coming in right now. Burst is still retaining the pole position so far, about a 6.5 second gap. I was going to say 0.65 second gap to Huber Racing Esports Cup. But Anders Dahl said importantly over here, and I got to thank Justin for bringing this up to us, that Monza is one of the tracks that are very few actual corners, but each of them are much more important because of the huge amount of streets following them. So it is just like we said. If you get if you nail one of those corners, you can gain so much time because of the momentum you're trying to carry over the turns. But you said it perfectly as well, Connery. The off tracks over here have changed for the season and onwards, that you can use as much as you could use the green AstroTurf. So you can't abuse them anymore. You have to be more careful with your approach. Make sure you do not get that off track.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. It's not as strict as at things like Spa, for example, but it's certainly something the drivers do have to be aware of. Well, your Porsche is now on their second flying lap, and we'll see how that shakes up the order here in their particular qualifying session. But these won't be the fastest laps that these guys will get to do. Comes a couple of laps later once those tires are up to temperature here. So there's basically a decent chunk of time in this session just waiting for those tires to activate here, Justin, which it can be pretty awkward for some of those drivers, because if you make a single mistake, if you have a bit of contact, have a bit of a spin or something like that, then that's going to be a lot of wasted time, and then you have to go through the entire process of getting the tires up to temperature again.
Yeah, and that puts a lot of pressure to make sure you don't make those types of mistakes. Right now, it could get a bit interesting, say, if your Vol's right here, because multiple drivers coming out of the pit lane. You cannot afford to lose too much time. Compare that to iRacing. You are in the great position of being behind somebody to try and get within that arrow in that draft. The downside, though, is you still have to deal with the arrow push. So a lot of this starting to come together. These drivers only have maybe a few more minutes or so to get themselves a good time. If they have that mistake, they might not have enough time to get the lap in, Connor.
Yeah, that's the thing, is we see DV1 Triton Racing right now, second place in your Cup class, but over pretty much the entirety of this season, there's no ifs or buts about it, Lorenzo. It's been that MSI Esports car all the way in this Cup class, but Monza, it is the great equalizer in series like this, since it's not very technical of a circuit and it's more of a strategic mind that you have to take to this race when it comes to the drafting zone. So do you think that MSI Esports, their unbeaten streak might be at risk at this point?
I would say a little bit. It's not too much, to be very honest with you, Connery. The strategy over here actually differs quite a lot when we were talking about the Porsche Esports Super Cup, where we see like drivers like Alejandro Sanchez taking the course, that when we talk about the sprint races over here is 6-hour races, so it changes a little bit how you approach the track. And it's quite fun. I'm watching Alejandro Sanchez burning out his tires quite aggressively to build up the heat of those tires. Like I said, it is different for the Porsche and how build up heat compared to the GT3 cars and the TCRs and themselves. So it's the strategy over here for you to get a good lap time differs quite a lot.
Yeah, because see Sanchez just trying to get those tires to work. Well, if you look at the times they're working right now, since he is provisional pole position, locks up trying to build heat, he does every strategy in the book to try and get some sort of temperature into those tires. That's what Sanchez is taking right now, but still, he only holds a 1/10 of a second advantage over Triton Racing at the moment, so he's going to have maybe a final flourish in their session to try and extend that advantage. But meanwhile, big mover just over the last couple of moments, F4H Racing, so Ashley Finch behind the wheel of that Porsche. They moved their way up into 4th place, so that's a good performance from them so far in this qualifying session. But as always, Justin, things can and will very much change here in the dying moments.
And we had just had HM Engineering just spin out right behind that car we were following along with, lost it in the exit of turn number 1, and they had just come for the pit lane. And we talked about cold tires. One of the main things that can happen when you're on colder tires as well, you're going to be very likely looser, because you're essentially nearly on the rims, it's described by some of the drivers. It's also a track today where if you hit the curbs too hard, you can also go around just like that.
Yeah, so a bit of a mistake on the outlap for Norbert Leitner, but he'll be off and away, and hopefully no problems for him from this point forward. With 25 minutes left in qualifying in general. Of course, we still have GT3 qualifying to include in that time. qualifying for your Porsche fields, or your Cup class, as it's called here in the 24 Hours Esports series. Well, that will end when the clock strikes 20 minutes, as far as I'm looking at this. So it's going to be a little while before we get ourselves the end of this session, but you can see MSI Esports, they haven't really been challenged at the head of the field right now. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see as the session draws to the close for the Cup class here, Lorenzo, a change. And just as I mention it, TV1 Triton Racing, they do decide to make a change at the very front, and now they hold provisional pole position.
A good lap by David Nowalski. Actually, again, if we butcher names, we apologize because we butcher some names. But a really good lap from the entire Triton. Basically now 6/10 of a second faster than the MSI. But you said it perfectly. The fast laps will be coming out. It will be going more aggressively on the curbs and everything else. So we expect some changes being made in the next few minutes.
Absolutely. So basically 4 minutes left of the Cup qualifying here. So time is of the essence for a lot of drivers out there, especially those a lot further down the field right now, because you see a lot of teams 1 second or more off of your provisional pole position sitter. So they really do need to get a move on. I'm expecting a mega lap at some point towards the end of this session, Justin, from MSI Esports, because Alejandro Sanchez, he's been winding up for this over the last couple of laps. If it's not this one, then it might be the next one where he starts to stamp his authority.
Yeah, he was just getting off draft this time but for the Williams Gym Esports machine in the backdrop. Let's see if the time is better. 1:51.20. That is their best, but it isn't as quick. So they got themselves a drafting partner. They just didn't get enough built up, and now they spin.
And that's basically going to be it. Sanchez will have to take the tow back to pit lane, and there's simply not enough time left in the session to get that car back into its sort of qualifying mode. So MSI Esports likely won't start pole position here. Currently it is held by Triton Racing. You see F4H Racing head their way across the line now, a 1:52.1 for them, and that won't improve their position. They still remain in P number 4, but for everyone else right now, I'm looking at the likes of Williams Gym Esports. Well, they're still on the pit lane, so they won't be coming out anytime soon. Inertia Sim Racing, they are still out there and on the lap as well, so Danny Corpy trying to get those Blue Foxes at least vaguely inside that top 3. That would be a fantastic result in qualifying for them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, especially for Inertia, their drivers, and in the standings conversation. It's kind of funny that we don't see them being in the top 3. I often see Inertia as a top 3 team in these endurance events. We saw how good they were when they had the SCO GT, but they still have capable drivers having good results, and here they come over the Curva Parabolica, just clipping that inside curve, and they're gonna maximize the exit, going all the way down to that green part, nearly actually right in the green part, but let's see if their lap is going to be quite improved, but it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, heading their way across the line. Just having a look, 1:51.9, so not going to be improving there for the Inertia Sim Racing team. MSI Esports, they're going to do a couple of burnouts here off the exit of the second Lesmos there, just desperately trying to get those tires up to temperature to try and go chasing for that pole position, and it's going to have to be done in this one lap here for MSI Esports, because we are dangerously close to getting towards that sort of last lap stage now, Justin. So Sanchez, it's a do or die moment as far as him starting on pole position here, but second place, you know, you still got to take that as well.
Yeah, it's still good track position, and they're trying it again. They're trying the burnout once again. They don't have a car, mind you, they can draft off of. They might be able to work off the GRT white machine now passing by. At this point, they're trying every trick in the book to warm up the tires and get somebody to work with in terms of draft potentially here. They don't have much time to get a lap in. Only about 30 seconds or so to try and get themselves to the line to at least complete a final lap.
30 seconds remaining, plenty to get to the line. It's going to be this one lap that has to do it for MSI Esports. They are currently sitting 1.1, well, you got 1.1 tenths of a second, or rather 114 thousandths of a second, no matter what way you want to phrase it. That's the margin between Triton Racing and MSI Esports in this qualifying session. Alejandro Sanchez then into the first chicane. Very cleanly over those curbs. There wasn't a hint of over or understeer coming through there. So Sanchez, that's at least one chicane in the books, but there's so many here at this Monza circuit. Through Curva Grande now. That 975 team has been so good throughout this season, but at a track where things are made very equal between teams and drivers, can they still come away with pole position, Lorenzo?
They can, but they need to be closer to that GRT car ahead of them, because from my looks over here, they're kind of far. They're about a second and a half, so the draft to toe itself doesn't help you to get a lot of speed if you are actually closer. So for now, they just need to get every corner perfect. They need to do a starting perfectly. I mean, perfectly for them to actually think about getting pole position.
Yeah, if they're feeling any draft at all, it's the very tail end of it. It's not really going to affect all that much at this distance. As wow, wide over the Ascari chicane as that car slows up right in the middle of the racing circuit. That happened all rather quickly. Now MSI Esports have to just deal with the final corner. The obstacle has been avoided. Sanchez, 1 minute and 40 seconds as he heads his way through Curva Parabolica, 1 minute 49.887 to beat. He's not quite going to make it. It's a 150.2 instead, so maybe an extra lap or two of heat in the tires would have done it. But Alejandro Sanchez, MSI Esports, will not start on pole position. That will go to DV1 Triton Racing. In fact, he was the final car in the entire session to come across the line there for your Porsches. And now the GT3s look to try and get themselves to the exit of pit lane to get themselves to start their particular qualifying session. But with the Cup class in the books, we'll get to show their results here in qualifying. DV1 Triton Racing with David Nowakowski behind the wheel. Take pole position by 2.5 tenths of a second. Williams Gem Esports, they start on the second row of the grid. FRH Racing with a good qualifying session. They start in 4th. Inertia Sim Racing in 5th, HM Engineering in 6th, SRN Motorsport 7th, Go Team Racing in 8th, Burst Esports, Chartwell Racing will round out your top 10 in this qualifying session. IRDK Endurance will start in 11th, Williams Gem Esports the 908 will start 12th, Uber Racing Esports in 13th, TNT Racing 14th, and Gold Racing Team will start in 15th place for your Cup class. So, 2 classes have gotten themselves qualifying done, and now we have the fastest one left to go. It's the GT3s that are currently lining themselves up outside of the pit lane. And you can just see right at the back of shot there that they're just waiting eagerly to get the call from the race administrators to enter the circuit. But, you know, for these guys, it's basically going to be relatively similar in terms of trying to have a drafting partner on their laps here. But in another way, it's going to be different for them, Lorenzo, since they are basically the fastest they'll be throughout the session as soon as they come out of the pits.
Yeah, as soon as they come out of the pits, it's basically going to be a recap of F1. Who's going to give the toe and who's going to get advantage of that toe and who's going to come out on top. And this is actually it is the more interesting category if we're to talk about standings, because it still hasn't been decided. There isn't a dominant team. The most dominant team is Williams Esports. They had the better results, basically of win in Coda and also Imola, but they underperform in Spa. Well, underperform, air quotes around it, in Spa, and then actual underperform in Silverstone, and they are followed by Biella. So one of those teams are probably looking forward to get the pole and then get a good result. But then again, it's Monza. We know how Monza it is, how infamous it is in terms of traffic handling and all the kind of stuff. So a good pole here should actually propel you to get a good result.
Absolutely. We're just around about 35 seconds away from getting this qualifying session started here for the GT3 class, Lorenzo. What are your expectations coming into this one? Because it's been your most competitive class throughout this entire season, and there are multiple teams out there that could grab themselves pole at the end of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that we can talk about. Williams, we can talk about MSI, we can talk about Huber, Sorg, RSL. Every team over here is kind of like top-notch in terms of driving GT3 cars, so I wouldn't be surprised if like either one of those teams come so close, just like we saw in TCR as we got the green flag, so they're coming out of the pits to be close to one another. So it's going to be a very, very interesting 15 minutes-ish over here in terms of qualifying for the GT3 cars.
Yeah, they're all heading away between those green cones, so we have GT3 qualifying started here as they all head their way into the Red Philly chicane for the first time here on their outlap. 15 minutes to set the grid here in GT3s, and it's going to be well, there's the car of Ronin Simsports that currently is at the, well, it's getting towards the very front. You see a leading pack of 3 cars, but look at all this jostling for position here, Justin. Even on the outlap here, trying to find their own space to run in, but of course, you don't want to be all on your own because you want that slipstream.
Yeah, already a lot of bit of strategy taking place. Let's call it that at this point, to get into the right position at this point. Movano, in fact, backed out and ended up cutting through the Rogia and going through the escape route to make sure they didn't get clean air, and ended up getting inside the draft. A lot of these cars don't want to be the first driver, and that's just the nature of the circuit.
Yeah, that's the thing, because if you're at the very front of a group, you're not getting any slipstream at all. It reminds me of the Monza qualifying for the Formula 1. It's like no one wanted to be at the very front of the train because they didn't get the tow, and then therefore everyone backed each other up, and in the end none of them got a lap. Hopefully nothing like that happens here today.
Yeah, it's kind of like, no, you give the draft. No, you give the draft. No, but the only guy who actually don't mind giving the draft is Moreno Sirica, because he just opened up the lap, and Attila Hook actually is his back bumper on the Audi R8 GT3 LMS on the Williams Esports. So Sirica just playing a good teammate, try to get a good lap and give his teammate, which is the leader of the championship, a good tow and get a good result.
So Williams Jim helping Williams. Of course, not the same team, but they do have relations, which is why their liveries and name are so similar, backed by the real-life Williams racing team. So in their way through, of course, in the Mercedes and the Audi in this particular instance. So presumably, once one car has gotten the fast lap here, Justin, that they'll do the old swapperoo and give the other car the draft as well.
I think it's a possibility, actually, because, mind you, the Williams Gym Esports machine is also inside the top 3 of the point standing. So, at this point, I think it's, I'll help you with one lap, then we'll swap in, you help me with the next, and so forth, or vice versa at this point, the way it's lining out. I think this is actually working out perfectly for them, too, in terms of pulling that off, because as long as that BL Racing Team machine doesn't reel them in, they can do it efficiently. That BL Racing Team machine does say hello to them, well, it makes it a bit more trickier to do that swap without them trying to become the middle car.
Yeah, you can see that BL Racing Team Euronics car. They're currently trying to basically third party on this Williams drafting pair right now, but I don't think they're quite in range just yet, so they're currently running on their own, which is not really what you want here in the Monza qualifying session, but as those guys now head their way across the line, we'll get ourselves at least an idea of where things stack up right now. It's currently Altus Esports with provisional pole position here in this one, with Virtual Motorsports and Leo Racing Team. But just as I say that, S2V Esports get themselves to the pointy end of the field, a 7,000th of a second ahead of Ronin Simsports here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's close to one another. Basically, all cars are just driving the back bumper of one another. Well, exception being the Bila number 1, the 45 car, which now just got a little bit closer to the Williams Audi. But you can see all times are closer. It's to be quite expected for at least, I would say, 3 laps. This one, the initial one, this one, and then the last one, for them to be within the toe of one another. Then I believe everything might break apart, and then they have to kind of like make agreements and see who give the toe to one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, S2V Esports, 7,000ths of a second. They currently lead this qualifying session by, as currently, you know, it's going to be basically just in what I'm saying here in this GT3 session. It's just going to be a flurry of qualifying laps after qualifying laps after qualifying laps, and absolutely no waiting around except for just that single out lap that they can do. So still, things can very much change here in this one. You see those 2 Williams Esports cars, though, down in 10th and 11th at the moment. They, I guess they haven't exactly gotten the draft train together right now. There's their TCR effort, excuse me, on the pit lane right now. There are the GT3s out there on circuit. And, well, that Williams Gym Esports holds themselves up into 3rd place on the starting grid. And now, well, I guess we'll get the favor returned for the actual main Williams Esports car, who's just taken a bit of pit stop service, and they'll be off and away in a couple of moments.
Yes, indeed, off and away they go, and they actually get a little bit of help here. MSI Esports also comes out with them as well, so a 3-car train that can help them in terms of their speeds to try and keep up with the drivers up at the top of the pylon. The difference between them, 0.3 of a second from 2nd to 3rd position. Pretty substantial so far in this qualifying. And MSI Esports, they don't want to be the lead car either, so they end up tucking into the back of the line.
Yeah, you can see that they really just want to let that Williams Esports car go through, and they do. So MSI are going to end up, if they're lucky, going to be getting the double toe here, Lorenzo, which would be beneficial for them. And those Williams Esports cars are no slouches as well, so this might end up being doubly good for the MSI Esports car. It's one thing to have a drafting partner who you can basically sit behind and just get a good lap time out of, but if that drafting partner is also quick as well and tends to qualify near the front of the field, then you're going to be sitting pretty happy.
Yeah, they're going. And now you can see both Williams are being stopped by one of the cars. I think that's the SRC car. Yeah, that's the SRC Squadron Corsa black car, just getting out of the way for those Williams and MSI, but allows everybody else, SUV and one else, to get closer. So it is just like we mentioned. It is an F1 Redux, and now everybody just settling on the parabolic. Oh boy! After
you, Team Huizenveld go through. MSI Esports wondering what is going on here as he swerves out. Just to have a look maybe on that AMG Mercedes, but as these guys wind up for their actual qualifying laps in, they get the spacing required, so no stacking up shenanigans this time as they start their flying laps. So yeah, we almost had our own F1 moment there, Justin.
Yeah, to say the very least. My goodness, that's again just been the nature of the racetrack here, and at this point that actually hurts some of the drivers a little bit because they lost the effect of the potential double toe, or in some cases now triple toe, with all of that shuffling. So it's been an interesting qualifying session. Let's just say that here for Monza, one of the more interesting ones I think we've seen in recent memory here on iRacing Esports Network.
6.5 minutes. Oh, go on.
I think it's because we are in the closing round. Oh, Turla Who just going over the second part of the Della Roja and had to back away, so a lap over for Turla Hook, and he's gone back to the pits. As you guys can see on the replay, he just goes over Cooper Grandi, just getting on the backdraft of Moreno Sirica, and he's going to attack quite aggressively the first curve, but the second one, it is a very infamous problem for the Audi, as you guys are going to see right now. It upsets the car if he goes over a bump quite heavily, and he just managed to save the car in the very last second, but then has to yield away and say, well, this is not my lap, so I'm going to have to stay back a little bit.
And the interesting thing to add on to that, Lorenzo, is we've seen that on their warm-up lap, actually, that they wanted to attack the curb, both the Williams and Williams Gym Esports machines, That time, it was a little bit too aggressive, as you said.
A little bit too aggressive. As Ronin Simsport, they're looking to start their lap here, since that was only a 1 minute 54, whereas they are capable of 1 minute 46, but they need to just get that slightly lower here to be able to pip S2V Esports to the post as far as qualifying here is concerned. A 1 minute 46.375 to beat for Ronin Simsport. You can also count SRC Squadra Corsa involved in this battle as well, because they are only 93 thousandths of a second off your race leader here, Lorenzo. So the Mercedes really being the sort of the best manufacturer here in this particular class right now. It seems like it does really like to stretch its legs here on the long straights of Monza, which is why you're seeing the Audis just struggling a little.
I think you, Connery, and of course Justin can correct me, but I think this might be the first pole to the Mercedes in the whole championship, because if I recall correctly, Spa was done by MSI, then Coda was done by Williams, and the other cars were also Superstar and Imola were actually also Audi cars. So I read one funny text here in the iRacing Esports Network chat that the Mercs are working in conjecture. You know, they're working closely to end the Audi domination.
Ronin Simsport shoot the gap between a couple of other GT3 cars. And with 4 minutes left remaining in the session, they are going to get at least 1 or 2 more laps in after this one. Certainly going to cut it close. 1 minute 40 seconds as they exit Curva Parabolica. Drive to the line then for Filip Matrevsky. It's a 146.773. Not good enough to beat the 146.375 required. So he'll have to, right now, he's currently just staying out there and seeing if he can do anything on this particular lap. But it's still S2V Esports at the very front of the field. And Justin, that was set at the very start of the session as Ronin Simsport. They turn it deliberately hard into the barriers, and they'll have to take the tow back to pit lane. But they will be able to get out there and get another lap in at least. But this is a decent performance so far for S2V Esports. Like I said, they set that time early on in the session, which is usually the time to set a banker lap for open qualifying sessions like this, but it seems like no one's been able to beat them in the 15 minutes, or rather almost 15 minutes that we've had.
I think they've just played it the smartest out of them. Again, got a good draft to start off the qualifying session, put up that blistering time off the back of a Ronin Simsport machine. They've been able to stick it since then. Fun fact though, Connery, as well, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment for Mercedes at the moment in terms of that manufacturer. The first Audi is the BL Racing Team Euronics machine in 5th position. Then it's another Williams. Then it's Williams Gym Esports and another Mercedes. It's just been that type of a qualifying session for Mercedes as well today.
BL Racing Team, you mentioned them. They're winding up for a fast lap here, so across the line to start it. As they're not too far off for those 4 leading Mercedes actually here in qualifying. There's a little bit of separation between them and SRC Squadra Corsa, but not really all that much. It must have been an absolutely mega lap for BL Racing Team Euronics with basically slipstream the entire way. So Sven Hasse, does he have anyone ahead of him right now that he's able to slipstream off of? Not right now, so it doesn't look like he's going to get any help on this particular lap, so we're not expecting it to be any faster than the P5 that he's been able to grab so far here, Lorenzo. So a lot of drivers and a lot of teams out there still searching for drafting partners at the moment, and Biela is certainly not one of them.
Yeah, Biela is not one of them. He could have gotten the Altus, which was just as you saw just on the rear, but it's kind of like far. But if they can make improvements on this lap, there is small room for improvement. If you can get the corners right, even though underdraft, if you can get like last mile 1 and 2 properly and get a good exit out of it, you don't need a lot of draft to get better result. If you just can carry the speed out of the last mile 1 and 2, that would have been a great result, and because the rest of the lap is basically autopilot.
Yeah, SRC Squadra Corsa Black don't have a drafting partner, neither do Movano, it looks like, here. So unsure if we'll get to see a shuffle at the very front of the field here in the dying moments of GT3 qualifying. Around about 30 seconds left remaining here in the session. 7 thousandths of a second separate P1 and P2. 26 thousandths of a second separate P1 and P3. And Squadra Corsa. Oh, Biela Racing Team, though, in the Audi. They spoil the Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4. And basically haul them up into that fourth place. So we will have at least an Audi in fourth here. Movano Racing, though, across the line with Tommaso Carla. They get pole position for now as time will expire. Will there be a response here from S2V Esports? It doesn't look like they're on a very, very slow lap right now, so I don't think they'll be able to get one in. Meanwhile, Ronin Simsport, they are currently in P3 here in the session. They are on a hot lap. Can they beat the benchmark that has now been set by Movano Racing? They waited until pretty much the dying moment to be able to make this happen. Ronin Simsport now have to do similar in their AMG Mercedes. They don't have any slipstream ahead, so it all has to be naturally done for Filip Matrevski as he heads his way through the final corner of the lap. Is it going to be good enough to overcome that 146.356 set by Movano? It is a 146.403 there, so not quite enough for Ronin Simsports. They will remain in P number 3. You have Altus Esports still out there on circuit at the moment, and they're just winding themselves through the Astari chicane at the moment. And they do have a slight bit of the draft off that AMG Mercedes ahead, so that Audi might be able to gain a couple of places yet here at the very end of qualifying. Into the final corner they go. Lasse Sorensen, drive to the line now. Make sure you get the best exit possible. And Altus Esports, will they start 8th? Will they start higher? A 146.716 for Lasse Sorensen. It doesn't look like that's improved the lap time there of Altus Esports. S2V Esports, though, at the very dying moments, I thought they had abandoned their lap, but it looks like they've been able to get one in, and they get themselves up into that second place on the grid. So a front row start for S2V Esports here, Justin.
And the crazy thing is, for Movano Sim Racing Team, that was without any draft in front, mind you. Connery had to double check. They had 0 toe the lap and still get on the front row. I think based on what the track conditions are starting to get towards, I'm wondering if the track just dipped just cool enough for the speed to pick up that extra little bit of a tenth of a second in cleaner air to be able to kick them forward to the front of the grid. What a way to get yourself a pole.
So without further ado, all 3 classes have set their qualifying time, so we can get to show you the full starting grid here for the 6 hours of Monza for round 5 of the 24 hours Esports series. Pole position in GT3s does go to that car of Movano Racing. Tommaso Carla bringing it home in that session for that team. S2V Esports, though, they held the provisional pole for what seemed like the entire session, only to get pipped to the post, as they will still start on that front row, albeit in second place. Ronin Simsports in third. Biela Racing Team Euronics will have to start in fourth place here today in your GT3 class. SRC Squadra Corsa with a good qualifying top 10 start for them, with Williams Gym Esports in 6th. MSI Esports 7th. Altus Esports will start in 8th place. Sorgren Sport Esports, Uber Racing Esports, Team RSO, Leo Racing Team, DV1 Triton Racing, Virtual Motorsports, Williams Esports, Biela Racing Team Euronics, and Phoenix Racing Esports will round out your starting grid for your GT3 class. And then you look into your 991 Cup class, DV1 Triton Racing. They come out on top in that one, as MSI Esports, not a pole position for them, as they will get themselves P number 2. So Sanchez, the desperate weaving, the desperate burnouts didn't exactly work, as Williams Esports will start in P3, FRH Racing in P number 4. Inertia Sim Racing start 5th with HM Engineering in 6th. SRN Motorsports start 7th, Goat Team Racing in P8. Burst Esports, Chartwell Racing, IRDK, and Williams Gym Esports in the 908 will bring things down to 12th on the Cup class starting grid. Uber Racing Esports, TNT Racing, and Gold Racing Team will round out that Porsche class. And now you look to TCRs. Geodesic Racing will start on pole position for those guys. SimRC will start in that 2nd place. Core Sim Racing start 3rd with Team Chimera in 4th. Craig Setup Shop, Satellite Racing, Altus Esports, and the Apex Racing team will bring things down to P8 on the TCR grid. MSI Esports start 9th, Poke Freak Racing 10th, Williams Esports in 11th, Team Mad in that 12th place position in TCR, and that is the entirety of your TCR starting grid. So the cars are already started to roll off and away here in this one. GT3's leading the way. It's going to be that car of Movano to bring them to the green flag here. As there's not a lot of time to get these classes separated here, Lorenzo, before we get ourselves the green flag out there. So just not long at all now before we get ourselves the 6 hours of Monza started.
Yeah, right now, as you guys can see, the racing, the GT3s are coming over the Parabolica around 90 kilometers per hour of sorts. And I'll be very honest, the GT3 Cups might start around just before the Parabolica, and the TCRs might start just after they go over the Ascari. So here we go, race start anytime soon.
Pace car going to dive to the safety of pit lane. Field under the control of Tommaso Carla in the number 33 Movano Sim Racing Team Neo car, as they will hit the throttle. We're going to go green for 6 hours of racing here at the legendary racetrack of Monza. Looks like Movano's been able to get away well, but will S2V Esports get challenged for 2nd place into the first chicane for the first time in 6 hours? It looks like Ronin Simsports wanted to head their way around the outside, but they're not going to be successful in doing so. Having a look back to your Porsche class then, as they are going to get their race start. It's the DB1 Triton racing car leading them across the start-finish line. MSI Esports in 2nd place, and that's that Williams Gym car that's currently having a little bit of a look to try and haul themselves up for one more step on the podium this early on. They go deep on the brakes into the corner, but the Triton Racing, I think they've been shunted out a little bit there by MSI, as now MSI get themselves to the race lead, but it looks like Williams Gym has been involved in an instant, so huge drama at the front of the Cup class already, as you see the TCRs now work their way through. We've had a spinner back in the field. I believe that was Chimera having a little bit of a problem, but apart from that, they're clean getting themselves through. There's Chimera trying to get themselves going again, but Justin, Cup class at the front, that was a mess.
Yeah, that was absolute madness. And the 908 machine, the other Williams Gym machine, was pushed off the racetrack heading into Rogian just moments ago too after all of that. Take a look at what happened in the first incident though, because this was absolute madness. First you have MSI Esports trying to defend to the right side. They end up doing successfully. The thing is, they sent in a bit hard on the brakes in the middle, got a little bit of contact with the defensive line. That little bit of extra momentum sent them back to Triton Racing. Everything seemed stable. Then, off into the sand went the Williams machine, and the Williams Gym Esports machine collects 2 drivers in the process.
Yeah, we'll get another look at it as well on the Williams Esports car, or Williams Gym Esports car. So Jorge Basco Valls behind the wheel of that one. You can see angle towards the inside here, trying to get the overtake done on MSI. I don't think MSI were entirely expecting that one. They overrun the chicane a little bit. That's aggressive for an opening lap of a 6-hour event from Blasco Valls. And then they get contact from behind that just spins them into the grass there, Lorenzo. A couple of cars involved in that one. 3 cars to be exact, but Williams Gym Esports, after a decent qualifying session, they've been cycled to pretty much the back of the Cup field now. So now it's going to have to be recovery drive engaged already for Jorge Blasco Valls and his teammates.
sent to P12 in the position, so nearly sent all the way to the back of the position. And the problem for Valls is that he's not going to have the draft. All the cars ahead of him have the draft to work with. But then again, it is quite complicated for to judge this move, because Valls was actually taken off balance by inertia, and that touch under low speed can offset the car quite a little bit, and Valls was not expecting that touch. Hence the 3-car pileup, the 2 other cars that he actually collected, turning into a 3-car pileup at the very start of the race.
Let's have a look at your front of the field in GT3s. It's still Movano leading the way from S2V Esports. Ronin Sim Sport in 3rd place at the moment there in that one, with coming up to 4 minutes complete in this 6-hour event. So we've had drama already. Will there drama be happening throughout this race? Well, I certainly hope it's going to be the good kind of drama, as Movano looking to try and find that breaking point in towards the red Philly chicane, being followed very, very closely by that S2V Esports car. But this is where the strategy already starts to work here, Lorenzo, because Movano, they're going to be super aware that they're going to be at the front of the entire train right now. They're not going to be able to get as much fuel saving done as the cars behind them. So how do you think that factors into how they're going to approach the race today?
It factors a little bit, to be very honest, because they're going to be facing the wind the entire time unless they do a mistake. And Movano probably will go for I would say a double stint to try to maximize the second stint instead of the first one. So it changes the perspective when they come down into the final half of the race, in terms of if they have to think about going for a little stint or sequence little tires. We've seen that actually in the Bathurst 12-hour race. So just this weekend, with drivers basically single stinting just because they didn't have a draft to work with. So you can see basically all the cars right behind them will have quite a little bit of advantage. We'll have about one lap or two to fuel savings.
In your TCR class, we haven't given a lot of love to them here in the opening couple of laps of the race, but they're all stuck together in basically the one big train, with the exception of Chimera, who had that spin into the first corner on that first lap. So it's an 11-car strong train right now in your TCR class. Geodesic Racing lead it though. SimRC in 2nd place. Core Sim Racing in 3rd at the moment. But your championship leader of Craig's Setup Shop, they currently sit in 5th place. So they haven't gained any positions on the start here, Justin.
Yeah, I think at this point, again, the focus is save fuel. Think of the big picture right now, because we've seen races decided based on strategy alone. It was talked about by some of the teams before today's event that they felt in the past couple rounds it may have been about traffic management. Today, it's about, can you execute the perfect strategy to come away with the race victory?
Yeah, that's going to be it. And it's just that strategy that's going to be pervasive throughout this entire race. So it's a thinking man's race. It's a race that will be perhaps won and lost inside the pit boxes here today. That isn't to say we won't get on-track action, though, especially in the last couple of moments as all those strategies come to fruition. As you can see, this snake of TCR cars head their way into Curva Parabolica, but no cars in that class seem to be in a rush to gain track position here. They're just all content to already start hitting their fuel numbers, Lorenzo.
It's going to be the problem for the TCR cars is going to be quite complicated for you to break away from the pack. It isn't like the Porsche, the GT3 cars, where you have so much power that you kind of have an easier job to break away from the pack. And talking about breaking away from the pack, I think that one thing that is not working the GT3 Cup is the battle for P3 in the class, that between Chartwell and Inertia. They've been battling for the past 2 laps, basically in a fiery battle with both cars. That allows both the F4H and the Hubert to come in and try to be, quite, not be quite a people, but, being slingshot, they can slingshot themselves into further positions.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, because, yeah, those 2 cars at the very front of the Porsche field have pulled away. So that's MSI Esports and Goat Team Racing. Actually, MSI Esports, they've pulled out a 3.5-second gap already over 2nd place. So those 2 cars at the front are basically running on their own. but there is a bit of a train here for P3 in your Porsche class. So it's Eru Toimanen currently heading that one up for Inertia Sim Racing. As you mentioned, though, Lorenzo, it's Chartwell Racing, the one giving chase right now. You see FRH and Uber Racing Esports as well on the outside looking in when it comes to this particular train as they head their way down that very, very long pit straight.
Trouble in the GT3. Spin for Sorg Rensport Esports, black in the 52 machine. They were 3 wide for 9th position entering the Lesmo. That is not going to work, to say the very least.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was side by side with MSI into the De La Roja, and look at that. Quite, you correctly mentioned it. It is 3 wide into the first Lesmo, and 3 into 1 doesn't go into the first Lesmo here. Someone had to come off the worst in that one, and that was Mike Nürnberg as part of that number 52 Sorg Rensport Esports car. Yeah, Justin, I don't think there's really any excuse to go 3 wide in the first 10 minutes of a 6-hour race.
Yeah, it is a race where you have 6 hours. You don't need to immediately rush for those types of positions. And besides, it wasn't going to work whether it's hour 6 or hour or 5 minutes to go on the clock. There was not enough space for those many cars to go into the corner entry to be able to properly enter the corner. It wasn't going to work regardless.
Just one quick thing about this. Actually, we can talk about also Leo Racing Team. The thing is, it became a 3 wide because Leo, just on the exit of the corner, they got a bump draft from Altus, and actually got the long straw because they went from 1 position to 2 positions just because of that mistake.
There we go. Mystery solved in that one. We're looking at GT3s at the moment. This is very much in the mid-pack with the likes of MSI. You've got Team RSO involved in this. You've got Williams Esports a bit further down the road. Altus as well. So this is sort of just on the edge of your top 10 at the moment. Team RSO currently in front of MSI Esports as when it comes to sort of sitting in the middle of these slipstream trains now, Lorenzo, you know, what's kind of like the mindset here for someone like Luca von Leitner or Alex Adesanya, where it's too high risk to go for a pass and try and look for track position, especially with the amount of traffic that these guys are having to deal with ahead. We'll go on board with Team RSO for this one. Luca von Leitner as GT3s hitting their TCR traffic, well, inside the first 10 minutes of the race here. And it looks like they're going to be all the way through. Look at that Altus Esports car going way out into the runoff to try and pass those TCR cars. And the more sketchy thing now, Lorenzo, will be actually getting them done into that first chicane, because it's a single line pretty much coming through there. And if you're a GT3 going side by side with a TCR, that's a recipe for disaster.
Recipe for disaster is what nearly happened on P8 on Tula, who just trying to have a look on the inside of the Altus Esports from Simon Feigl. He nearly ran Feigl off the road into the TCRs. That was really close. They touched, not door, but wheel to wheel, rear wheel to front wheel. And Feigl managed to actually get a late braking because Lou had to back away. Otherwise, that would have been a big one early in this race.
Yeah, it would have been. You can't afford to have any instance with traffic this early on the first lapping procedure. Well, completed for the front half of your GT3 field, still in progress for the second half of it as they work their way through on the TCR class. And, well, hopefully we can just grab all of those cars here on the track map graphic. As you can see, look at that huge just blob coming through the middle of the lap right now. That is GT3s mixed within the TCR class, and you can just see it on screen. It's sometimes a bit confusing. We had that near miss with the Altus car, Justin, but I've seen no outright instance just yet, although they are spacing out a little bit here coming in towards Curva Parabolica, but they just should be okay.
it's looking like it's going to be okay in some of the series throughout iRacing 2019-20, such as the Club Sport Series. Traffic was seen as a difficulty between these types of cars and the TCRs, but with this track, especially if you reach them down the straightaways, traffic management isn't as difficult. It's just where you reach them into the Lesmo or Ascari where it can really stack up positions. By the way, as this has all gone on, Ronin SimSport up to second.
Yeah, they've gained that place over S2V Esports, and they've actually lost quite a bit of time to Movano here, so that must have been either a bit of contact or an extended side-by-side battle that's really made that gap what it is. Of course, they've also just come through on the traffic as well, so Ronin SimSports also, they have just used the traffic to their advantage, but still, all of this group right now losing time over that Movano car, up to 3.3 seconds now that they have lost. So now, basically, Ronin SimSport, they're at the head of their own little train, and they're not able to lift and coast with the slipstream either.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They're going to be able to lift and coast just around these corners. Like Ascari, when they come in Ascari, maybe Parabolica, they can lift and coast a little bit. It's not going to be a major hill save. It's going to be a minor one. And I'm looking over here at Sven Hasse. He's looking for a move. He doesn't want to be relegated to P4. He's trying to just look for the right move and just get the perfect opportunity. And the about it having this train losing contact to Movano is all due to traffic because they got the short end of the straw in this train.
I mean, this is, you know, a good place for the Audi to be at the moment. You just like latch onto the slipstream of the Mercedes and just let them pull you around the circuit. It's when you get into clear air that things start to get a little bit more concerning for them. As now, Sven Hasse, is he going to go look for the move into the Rettifilio? Is he going to stick behind? He is actually going to show the nose, and he will commit on the brakes into the corner. So S2V Esports, you lose yet one more position. That's 2 across 2 laps, Justin.
Yeah, they're starting to drop back a little bit here to the 4th position now on the racetrack, and it looks like in terms of that pace, they were about 3-4 tenths slower last time by compared to the other drivers. Right now, in comparison's sake, Movano Sim Racing Team, the 147.9s, while this train in the 148 flats to the 148.4s. So the pace just not there at the moment, already losing 2 car lengths through sector number 1 at the start of sector 2.
Yeah, so S2V Esports, do they have a... Well, they definitely don't have the race pace at the moment, that's for certain. I'm not sure whether that's deliberate, though, Lorenzo, when it comes to their sort of strategy. Are they already in some form of aggressive fuel-saving mode to try and do something a bit daring here? Or is this just fast qualifying pace turned slow race pace?
I'll be honest. I don't know, because that was a really good one to talk about. That was a really good lap from SUV. But I think they're playing a more of a conservative strategy. They're not trying to get themselves in a lot of incidents. One thing that we have to talk about: if you get 20 points in this track, you're gonna get a warning, and then after 20 points, more 20 points, you're gonna get probably a drive-through penalty. And it's easy to accrue off tracks here at Monza, especially if you go on the AstroTurf or on the gravel track on the inside of, for example, the Della Raja. And now here comes Moreno streaking on the inside of Sergio Maturana. Once again, S2V going back a place.
They let them go there as well. So S2V, 3 positions lost in 3 laps for them. So hopefully that trend doesn't continue on even further. As you have the SRC Squadra Corsa black car, who is currently in 6th place, quickly closing them in. So we'll just have to see how that develops for S2V Esports. I'm very curious to what they have planned, even they're being a little bit sneaky at the moment. Meanwhile, TCR class, let's see how they're doing. It's still led by Geodesic. You have SimRC second in line, Core in 3rd, Satellite Racing TCR in 4th place right now. Behind that Core car, and these guys have been relatively calm, and dare I say it, Lorenzo, they've been the calmest of the classes.
Yeah, I can see major fuel saving for most of the cars. I was looking at Core for a second, and he was saving fuel starting on the 200-meter board and just using the draft to keep the car within contact. So If I'm probably mistaken, they're saving the most, so their stint is probably going to be the longest out of the bunch.
Hang on, I'm going to do something. It's not quite a RaceSport TV fan immersion, but I'm just going to boost the sim volume up a little bit, just to show you how much lift and coasting that Core Sim Racing are doing at the moment. Just completely off the throttle through the second Lesmo, and up towards Ascari will be the much more obvious point for Thomas Gibson. And this is not just Core doing it, this is basically almost everyone inside of this TCR train right now. We'll listen in again. Justin, he's basically lifting off at 300 meters.
Yeah, and that's a fuel-saving strategy that you can see a lot in terms of road racing. And that's what the drivers are wanting to do. They don't want to end up overburning the fuel. That's a big thing, main with what we discussed and what the strategy is for these drivers. So I don't blame them for lifting and coasting, because that's what you have to do in this type of situation. Core Sim Racing looking very efficient in doing it as well. By the way, the Porsche Cup cars are starting to reach the back end of some of the TCRs at the moment.
Yeah, you can see that. There's your race-leading Porsche car. That's MSI Esports, Alejandro Sanchez, and they're going to catch up to the back of, I believe that's going to be the Team Mad car currently ahead of them. So down the inside, well before the corner for MSI Esports, they'll get a couple of cars done in this particular process. So patience here for Alejandro Sanchez. He has a comfortable gap all the way back to Goat Team Racing. It currently stands at 8.4 seconds. Let's pull that up. 8.4 seconds, or rather 8.2 as it changes here on the relative, that MSI Esports have been able to pull out here. They're just... Yeah, after that qualifying performance, Lorenzo, I thought it'd be much, much closer here at the front of the Porsche class, but simply not the case, especially since we had that big incident at the front of that class into the first corner. It seems like MSI Esports have just been gifted one here.
Yeah, but look at the traffic that Alejandro is going through right now in Lasmo 1. Look at the train of GT, the PCR cars are going to have to overtake. So naturally, he's going to lose a little bit of time to Go Team, as Go actually managed to clinch at least the second due to MSI being locked up in this PCR gridlock of sorts.
Yeah, it's basically a gridlock at the moment as MSI, they deal with the next couple coming up on your TCR leaders. The slot between second and third coming through the Ascari chicane. And someone said, Richard Holiday, where are the rest of the Porsches? Well, I'll try and find them for you. There's one. That's Inertia Sim Racing. Chartwell Racing right behind them. And further down the road a little bit, you have F4H Racing, and you see Uber Racing Esports Cup Car. They are in 6th place at the moment, and these guys are just about to catch the TCR traffic, Justin. So, yeah, the Porsches spreading themselves out earlier on here.
Yeah, the gap is already 6 seconds from first to second, 2 seconds from second to third. And a lot of these drivers are reaching at the right points, the right time, especially that second place machine. If they reach them, say, right here, this is not going to be as good. This is going to potentially close the gap right here between second and third up because of how tight it's becoming.
Yeah, you see Goat Team Racing dealing with the TCRs inside the chicane, and now you can have a look at that gap back to Inertia. You can see Inertia, they have been gaining, even without the traffic, 1/10 of a second, 1.5 tenths of a second, 1.5 tenths of a second, and then a big old 6 tenths of a second on that previous lap. So Goat Team Racing do have to be careful here, otherwise that Inertia car will be hot on their heels. But in this particular process, Lorenzo, it's going to be who's the better driver through the traffic.
Yeah, and I know Eero Tuominen is an aggressive driver. He just goes for it. He just licks and sends every single corner. So I think Aslan is playing more of a conservative game. He doesn't want to get involved overly, massively in this train that is built over these laps, like beginning of the race laps, so to speak. But you can see Tuominen just going for it, and now he's going to get blocked by Core, so the advantage is going to increase a little bit because he's going to be blocked by those three PCRs right ahead of him.
And look at this as well, because you can see on the track map in the bottom right that the GT3 class are not too far away from lapping the TCRs again. And it'll be in and amongst Porsches as well. So that's going to be an interesting situation. We'll get the whole process of each class all in one big train trying to lap each other, which can be a cause for concern. But hopefully no incidents once they get to it. And we'll have that in just a couple of moments. But for the Porsche class, looks like the front of their field have gotten through relatively okay on that TCR class. And it hasn't really affected the TCR class here much, Lorenzo. Usually you'd see when these lapping procedures get underway, the slower class cars in their own battles try and use the faster class coming through to try and gain track position. But that simply doesn't really, well, that hasn't really happened here in these TCRs.
I think it is a trend. I saw this in Spa. So you're not using the cars to try to move the spot, because what's the point of you trying to move up spot in these positions? Not just one position. You would be losing multiple positions because you're trying to, you know, burn out your tires, or you're trying to overburn your fuel gauge. So for now, I think they're just playing the same strategy in this choo-choo train. They're actually like from 1 all the way down to P and 10, because they're still close to one another. So for them, it's no point trying to move up and down spots. I think if they try to do something like that, it will be close to the end of their stand, or even a bit.
Tommaso Carla just managing the gap back to Ronin at the moment. They've got, well, the trading lap times, basically, they lost 1.5 tenths of a second on that last lap, but then it was gained once again on the previous, so just managing it right now. That's simply what you have to do. Nirvana without a drafting partner, Ronin at the front of this sort of secondary train here. The main peloton, as Will likes to call it, to use a cycling term, as Bila Racing Team Euronics. They're in a pretty good spot right now. I mentioned this before here in that Audi. They're able just to sit behind that AMG Mercedes, allow them to tow them around the circuit, and you can just see just down the road that there's TCR traffic to deal with once again, and there might be a couple of Porsches involved this time, Justin.
Yeah, they're starting to reach the back of the traffic again, because just about all of it's starting to overlap. That is TCRs and Porsches that are all overlapped in the same grouping up here, and this is where it gets a little bit nerve-wracking if you're a driver at this point. If you reach those classes again at the wrong point, it can cause potential disaster, but as long as you're reaching down the straightaways, you're in a good spot. As they are going side by side in front, that's not a good spot.
Yeah, that's Williams Esports and Apex Racing Team going side by side in the TCR class, right ahead of your overall race leader, Movano. So they finally get themselves single file, so Movano is able to work their way by, but you can see the Porsches ahead as well. Might be a bit of a cause for concern. So Movano going to come up on these very, very quickly. Have to be patient, have to be careful down into the braking zone of this chicane. Just get single file and get those passes done on the straight stuff.
And real quick, look at the gap right now between first and second, just because of traffic. It was 4 seconds, right? Now the gap is just nearly under, above a second. It's 1.5, just because of Movano just getting the short end of the straw. Not once again, but this time around.
Yeah, so Movano, the worst team through the traffic in this particular instance, but there's still yet more cars to go, so that can definitely change. Ronin Simsport currently sort of stuck behind a Porsche and a TCR car that were going side by side into the Ascari chicane, so they're going to lose a bit of time as a result of that. And this is a wonderful, wonderful sight here. I wonder if we can get a good view of this. Look at that. On their way in towards Curva Parabolica, you can just see basically the entire grid for the 24-hour series Esports. 6 hours of Monza heading their way through Curva Parabolica at the moment. You'll see them head their way through. There we go. Great shot indeed, as those TCRs try their best to try and get out of the way of some of the GT3s and those Porsches heading their way through at the moment. But at least for the front of the GT3 fields, things start to come down a little bit from this point forward. Looks like they've gotten most of the field disposed of here, and I'm not going to tempt fate here, Lorenzo, but no casualties?
no casualties so far from what I looked as well, which is quite surprising given the state of the traffic we face. Because normally if we race like this in official sessions, I probably would see at least 1, 2, maybe 3 cars dying because they're trying to go overly aggressive at some point. But no, everybody just overlapping and overtaking in a safe fashion, which is cool to see.
Yeah, but a lot of the respect given between all the teams and all the drivers. They know it's just the first half an hour of a 6-hour race, so no hopeful moves, no risky moves going to be attempted, or at least I hope so, through this first portion of the race. You see S2V Esports dealing with a couple of Porsches there as that Williams Gym car gets well out of the way. As update for the race lead in GT3s there, Justin, as that is now down to around about 1.4 seconds. What's it on the live timing? Well, that's now down within a second.
And that's because you see all those cars lined up 3 in a row. That Tommaso Carlo got stuck between some of them. Through Ascari, lost 4/10 alone in that section. That's how big traffic management is in this race today. And Ron and SimSports just reaching them in better positions right now. That's all hurting Movano Sim Racing, and all that gap of 4 seconds. They lost 3 seconds in 1 lap. They just lost 4/10 this past lap. There's a chance they can lose more because they still have 2 more cars to get around.
And this will definitely benefit Ronin and SimSport. If they can get themselves a little bit closer, then they can sit in the slipstream and get some fuel saving done. That's going to be the theme throughout this race. We've covered it at the very start. It's worth covering it throughout. There's 1 second between them heading their way through Curva Grande. A couple more bits of lap traffic, though, for Movano to deal with before this is over and done with. They'll have to stay behind the Williams Gym Esports car. They do go very deep on the brakes, though. Of course, ABS here in these GT3 cars, and in the Porsches, yeah, some drivers would want ABS on those Porsches, Lorenzo, but they don't have them, and those brakes, as a result, can be a bit sketchy.
Yeah, these version of the Porsche don't have ABS. Let me just state that the real car actually does have the option of ABS to be engaged. I know in the Brazilians ones they deactivated because of an issue in Estoril or late last year because the ABS failed. But still, they have the option. They just don't have it in iRacing. So for now, I think they would have loved it to have a little bit of ABS working in their favor.
I know that some of the Porsche Esports Super Cup drivers would love ABS on their cars. As it's very difficult to get right, that Porsche Cup car. It's very difficult to drive. And but in the same way, Justin, it can be very rewarding when you do get it right.
Yeah, absolutely, in this race. So, by the way, this is going to get interesting for this battle because SRN Motorsports Orange holding up more time for Ronin SimSport, losing them a couple tenths on the exit of Parabolica because they had to check up with a slower class car. Now they're just barely holding on to the tail end of the draft. Still, however, they got the faster lap time compared to Movano, and still they got more traffic to cut through. So it's now going to again show that difference in braking and show the difference in the cornering speeds as this run progresses.
Yeah, and it's something that we'll be talking about within the lapping procedures for the next couple of hours here. Just to give you a little bit of an update in terms of how TCR are going, because they're basically, to put it nicely, they're the sitting ducks of the field because they've been lapped twice already and they've just simply had to deal with it. Such is the trials and tribulations of being the slowest class in a multi-class endurance race, but they've done well so far, and they've actually, you know, despite all the lapping procedures that have happened so far, Lorenzo, they've still kept each other close together in this very nice long train.
Yeah, it is a very long train. Just trying to see the difference between first to last. It is around, I would say it's around 3 to 4 seconds from first to last in class. So basically, this is a NASCAR train in less powered cars in a road track. To put it in a people that people might understand, to be very honest.
And well, you can see the separation between those top two and the core car, but should be absolutely fine for core to be able to make up the difference here, especially on the way down towards that Ascari chicane. As this train currently around about 9 cars strong here in this TCR class. It finishes with Altus Esports right at the very back there. Bo Albert behind the wheel of that car. He's had some struggles, shall we say, in the Porsche Pro qualifying series here on iRacing. He hasn't exactly gotten the results he wanted as part of Altus Esports, and well, he has a good opportunity here today in the 24 Hours Esports series to at least gain a couple positions here in this TCR class, and let's just see if he actually does have a good day of things.
Yeah, we know he's one of the talented drivers that are part of that lineup at this point. It's just so far, currently the pace has been there. It's been within about a couple of tenths of a second. It's just, I think, a little bit of the fuel strategy. Wanting to be at the back end of the line in case something happens. We might see them move up to the grid as the race progresses. That's the main thing. Will they be able to keep the car moving on forward is the thing. As long as they're in the tow, they're in a good situation.
Just to give you an update on Porsches, though, DB1 Triton Racing, this is the car that started front row of the grid, pole position, Dave Nowakowski in the 999, but that instant into the first chicane, they've come off pretty bad, and now they just sit on the inside of the top 10, but the front end of that Porsche is not exactly looking the healthiest, so aerodynamic damage here at Monza is certainly something you really do not want to have, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we have to be mindful, of course, that they started basically at first place. They were the pole position, and they got involved with the, I was gonna say MSM, but it was really an Esports car that it got involved with, and they had that massive touch, and also they got involved in a second touch once the foul out happened. So that's why they have that front end damage that is impacting quite a bit. That's not a good bit for the Porsches, quite a lot. Their aerodynamic force in terms of gathering.
Yeah, so Triton Racing will be struggling here from this point forward in the race. They can get a little bit of it repaired on the pit lane, but apart from that, they are going to be feeling the effects of that lap 1 incident throughout the entire 6 hours that we have to run here. They do have HM Engineering ahead of them, just giving them a little bit of slipstream, so at least they have sort of a mitigating factor that they can use here, Justin. But as soon as they're in a little bit of clear air, they're just going to seriously be hurting in a straight line.
Yeah, they're already dropping down the running order, have lost positions as this run's progressed, and this is going to get more dangerous with faster drivers behind them. They're just going to have to deal with this, unfortunately, the rest of the race. Nothing they can do other than hope they can get repairs done on each of the pit stop sequences and try and hope for some attrition to get themselves some good points by the end of the day.
Yeah, you have to hope and pray at this point. Both of those GT3s, though, the Beeler car and the Sword car, head their way through. That's sort of towards the very rear end of the GT3 field, as that was HM Engineering that had a little bit of a moment there off of Ascari. We can get ourselves maybe a little bit of a better look at it, as they just had I think they just had a little bit of a tank level. We'll just see. It's not into Ascari, it's in the exit of Ascari. Was it influenced by the GT3 car at all, I wonder? Well, let's just wait and see. Track out. Ooh, again, the grass a little bit.
All right, real quick, talking about contact, we have a big contact between Goat Team and Inertia at the first chicane.
Ooh.
And Inertia just getting the worst end of it, it seems. They have to be... Oh, they're losing position. They're losing massive positions.
Let's have a look. Goat Team Racing. This is into the first chicane. There we go. Inertia just get tagged round. I'm going to have another look at that one. We'll wind it back just a little further. We'll go on board with Goat Team Racing to see exactly what their view of things was. Into the first chicane, you can see that Inertia car getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And yeah, that's not the best attempted anything that I've ever seen there from Arvin Östlund, Lorenzo. And quite rightfully, the stewards will be looking at that.
Yeah, they will be looking at that. And I think Oslo just got a little bit surprised with the speed that the 911 Cup was actually going in, because both the Immersion and also Chartwell were being overtaken by Bila from the 45 and also Esports. So this might have the big drop, to be very honest, and caught up by surprise. Luckily for Aero, I see his car kind of, unscathed in terms of body damage, but, you're losing places now. He's being thrown back all the way down to P7 in class.
And he has the Williams Gym Esports car behind him. It's the 908 Williams Gym Esports car with Diego Cabanella. There's a GT3 that tries to squeeze around the outside there. And that's not going to be successful, so he'll just have to wait here for the pit straight. And you can see that Audi going to be heading its way down the inside, but it's going to be close between the two Porsches, but they'll give each other appropriate spacing. Meanwhile, HM Engineering, they decide to take the initiative, and down the inside of Williams Gym, they decide to go side-by-side battle through the first couple of corners, and Williams Gym Esports are going to be on the outside line, coming through Curva Grande. Cabanella on the outside, Norbert Leitner for HM Engineering on the inside line coming through here. It looks like HM have been able to get themselves through, but it looks like Williams, at least half a mind there to look for the move back. They show the nose, but they lock up the brakes into the Della Roja. They take a spin into the runoff area, also. And Cabanella, oh yeah, inertia were off as well, so that is a completely unrelated incident there. So we'll have to wind things back and get ourselves a look to see what happens here, Justin, because two unrelated incidents, it seems, into the same corner.
I think both of them overshot the corner in different ways. The 908 machine just ended up locking up the brakes and sent it off into Narnia land, essentially. But the 900 machine for Inertia Sim Racing, they had a different type of braking situation where they drifted their way through the corner and ended up in turn running over top the curbs. Take a look at their onboard. Remember, they've got damage on this race car already. You can see it on the left front part of the hood, for example. It also has some damage right in front of the right front tire. So once they get right about here to turn to the corner, they just lose the back grip, sends it across the curbs, and they have to fight the car to go and keep it away from the sand and lock it up.
Yeah, the back end just swung out a little bit, and they were very close to making contact with the Williams Gym 908 car as they were rejoining the circuit as well. That could have been a very confusing situation, but thankfully they had appropriate spacing and they can both continue on. Back to the live pictures then. They're still close together here on the live pictures, so Inertia Sim Racing, despite the damage, keeping themselves in contention here, getting it slowed down into turn number 1, but it's a bit of a stack up in terms of a train here in the Porsches, because you have key number 9, 10, 11 and 12 all in this same train. Yes, it is towards the back of the field as far as Porsches are concerned, but it's still a battle all the same, and it seems like they're not afraid of getting stuck in.
Yeah, and the thing is for Tomanen, I know you want to try to save a little bit of the field, but I think Tomanen's not caring about it. I think he's fuming because he was applying massive pressure on that Williams Esports Cup M car right ahead of Cabanella. He nearly went for a look on turn 1 on that first chicane. So I think he's not giving much himself a lot of excuses. He just wants to clear that field as fast as possible, and he's not going to take any victims like that.
Not at all. They continue on their way into the compression. Just to have a look at MSI Esports at the very front of this class, well, that's going to be Alejandro Sanchez, and once again, the TCR cars are on the menu because lapping procedure underway. As you see those two MSI Esports cars on track together, so the TCR MSI and the Porsche MSI cars just getting themselves their procedure underway as well. Around the outside goes Alejandro Sanchez, and he'll be able to dispose of these next couple of cars in quite swift fashion, but in safe fashion, which is the most important thing here, Justin. There's no point here for Alejandro Sanchez to be aggressive because, look at the gap, it is 22 seconds.
You don't want to lose the gap by making a mistake by being too overly aggressive, so at this point, Just focus on your marks, get around the traffic, and go from there. He's about to be lapped, though, by the overall race leader as well, and Tommaso Carlo for Movano Sim Racing. So their focus is simple. Just try and keep the gap, try and grow it, get as much time as possible for you and your teammates as this race goes on.
Absolutely. Carla flashing the lights, gets the pass done on the MSI car, although the MSI car did have to back out quite heavily out of that as they went side by side through Ascari. I kind of want to have just another little slight look at that, because that seemed to be a little bit of bullying going on there. We can get a better view of it than that, although this will be fine. You can see them going side by side through Ascari, and MSI Esports having the lift out massively there, so that's a little bit of lost time. But like I said, Lorenzo, it was 22 seconds between them and P2, so it's not like that's going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
For the grand scheme of things in the GT3 Cup, it won't, because hey, it's almost, you just you just lost a second. But for the GT3 cars though, gap is under a second once again. Movano just lost a lot of time and allow Philip Petrevsky just come in with that BMW, I was going to say Mercedes AMG GT3, just come say hi.
Yeah, you can see we're riding on board with Movano at the moment. 8.5 tenths of a second behind is Ronin Simsport, and they look to try and close that up into the Della Roja. So Movano, they've actually, you know, the theme that I've been seeing here, Justin, is Movano is just that little bit worse through the traffic, and Ronin Simsport is able to get themselves through in a bit easier of a fashion. But when it comes to the clear air pace right now, where there's no traffic involved, it seems like Carl is faster as he forces the issue there on the Porsche. Not the greatest of views to see that happen, but you can see that he thinks it's now go time. Even though we're still inside this first hour, he's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, because Ronin Simsport, we've seen them have a strong 2019-20, mind you, in terms of pace. So it's been expected once they got on through and got themselves 1-2, there was the chance they would trade lap times back and forth, and that's been the case. Ronin Simsport looking like in a good situation, but once they reach the right points, Movano Sim Racing team's just able to pull on away.
Yeah, pulling on away, 7 tenths of a second between them right now. Ronin Simsport, they just need to be that little bit closer so they can get the full effect of the slipstream instead of the sort of very tail end of it that they're getting right now. You can see them closing up on the way into the braking zone for the first corner. But if they're within that half a second, 4 tenths of a second, they'll be in a much better spot, I have to argue. That's when you can really start to have a look at the fuel numbers and look to play your strategy here when it comes to these first set of stops, which will be around about 14 minutes away for these GT3 cars. Of course, you're spending a lot of time on the throttle here, Lorenzo, so that fuel does burn away.
It burns away rather quickly, so you need to be... If you want to save fuel, you have to basically do what LaHook is doing right now. I'm just taking a look at his car. Just lift off the gas right before the bridge coming into Della Roja. And real quick, let me talk about Williams. They started P15, so they started way back in the GT3 madness, all the way down to P16. If I'm not mistaken, they are the biggest gainers in this race. Before to talk about GT3 cars. And they're slowly calling themselves up into P5 and they should be coming up soon into the back bumpers of their teammates of Williams, Jim on 21. And then right ahead of him is Bila, and it comes down to the clash of the two leaders of the GT3 standings.
There we go, through Ascari they go. SRC Squadra Corsa Black will be in that Mercedes ahead, although Williams Esports, they didn't get the best of runs off of Ascari there, and that might allow Leo Sim Racing team behind them to have a bit of a look into Parabolica. They do show the nose, and there's a Porsche that's about to make things slightly awkward for them, but they get through just fine through Parabolica. That Audi of Leo Racing team, though, looking poised to try and get the pass done over there, their fellow manufacturer. Big look to the inside for Leo. Just the body language of that car suggests that he wants to get by, but won't go aggressive with any moves here. inside the first hour of the race, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do it. I know Leo just got the back bumper, the backdraft, or the bump to get into two places when MSI and sort of Brand Esports got themselves involved into an incident. But still, it is really also a good race for the number 12 car, which has been quite in the standings, and also getting a good race over here. 5 places up from P12 to P7, and now you can see that Ronin far in the front is now on the back bumper of that Movano 33, and you're just seeing more hellos and handshakes than usual.
Well, look at that. We did talk about it. Movano Racing, Ronin Sim Sports basically stuck together like glue now. There's really no shaking that Ronin Sim Sports car now as far as that Movano car is concerned here, Justin. They're stuck with them, and sometimes it might be a little frustrating here for Carla just to have Filip Brzezowski in his wing mirrors, but not going for the pass and just looking after the strategy.
The thing is, though, Carla looks a bit better in the corners at the moment. The draft has been helping Ronin Simsport really help close it up. We've seen a bit of that mistake, for example, in the entry of Ascari, just as we started with that shot. Ended up just overrunning the corner. That's where Ronin Simsport's been losing any time they've been gaining up on Movano Sim Racing, it seems. It has been corner exit. Keep an eye on this still. Looks like Ronin Simsport being a bit more patient on the corner entries, having to go a bit earlier, and they're trying to take the exits a bit more tighter. The thing is, they're not getting as good of an exit either way from that result.
And one thing I've just noticed, if I can bring that up for you, is that Vila, they closed in a good chunk on that last lap as well. And that was helped by the mistake through Ascari for Ronin Simsport, don't get me wrong, but that Audi still on the outside looking in, not feeling the effect of the slipstream just yet, but in the event any battling happens between these two at the very front, which I doubt will happen, then they're definitely going to be ones to get themselves involved, or even a couple of mistakes coming out for these top guys, and all of a sudden we have an Audi in the tussle for the podium positions, and that one wasn't really going to be expected, Lorenzo, after that qualifying session where the AMG Mercedes just seemed to dominate.
Yeah, everybody just saying Mercedes P, please nerf on the chat. So we can see an Audi, and it's not just an Audi, it's an Audi that is fighting for championship in the standings with 2 races to go. He's closing up, not quickly, but it is a slow progression so far. It is 1.8 right now, stabilizing at 1.9, 1.8. This battle that, not this battle, but battle for gaps, sorry, that Biel is fighting with the other 2 cars in front.
Also, I'm noticing that Ronin Simsport car does have a pretty nice paint finish. It's a simple design, but they've all matted out their car. It looks pretty nice as far as I'm concerned. But paint jobs don't win you races. And this one, well, definitely these sorts of races here at Monza where there is that huge strategy component. But on that particular lap, they were a little bit better when it comes to keeping the mistakes at bay and able to keep themselves close now coming through Curva Grande. Someone did mention the Team Mad car, just the Paul Smith update, I'll suppose will rob the name from Dave Crozier. Paul Smith currently heading his way through the Ascari chicane, and well, in that 136 car, currently second to last in TCRs. I hope you won't mind me saying that, Justin, but our fellow commentator is not doing too well, I suppose.
He had made a pass before, it appears, on the Torque Freak Racing machine up in front, Tim Clausen's. It's right now, though, needing to get the pass on back. Right now, they've lost the toe to the rest of their compatriots. That's the main issue. They're also about to be reeled in by, if you remember the spin at the start of the race, Team Chimera. They found their way back to these drivers as they fight for position.
Smith to the inside for Team Mad, trying to get that position back away from Torque Freak Racing. They'll go side by side through the red to Filio chicane. It looks like Smith's been able to do it, coming through the first chicane, and that's a position gained for Team Mad. I'm sure he'll be happy about me commentating on the pass that he's been able to make, but there we go. But as you can see, you quite rightfully mentioned, though, Team Chimera, they're on their recovery drive after their spin in the first lap of the race. Simon Trendell behind the wheel. He's made some good progress so far. Still dead last in TCRs at the moment. We've had no retirements from that class, but you can see he's basically caught up to the back of the Talk Freak car already here. So it looks like in a couple of moments here, Lorenzo, they won't be last anymore.
He won't, because I think the one that Talk Freak is struggling with pace somewhat. He's going too wide into the turns, and allowed Chimera just have a cleaner line. And Trindall, if he doesn't make a move right here, I think he's just gonna save for these turns right now coming into Ascari. Or maybe not. I think Simon Trindall wants to prove me wrong. There he goes, and Klassen just lets him go by, and Chimera not that last anymore. And their pace actually is matching with the leaders.
Yeah, now that you mention it, he did a 2:01.647 last time by. That's actually faster than your race leader, SMRC. Although, I guess for a more representative lap time, draft included, we have to look at Core and Geodesic, and they only did 102 flats, 102.4s. So, Team Chimera, they're going pretty well at the moment, but they're just going to have to string all these passes together and having to deal with a little bit of clear air running as well for them, which is not exactly ideal as far as strategy is concerned. But if there's one team that has been exemplary with the fuel saving throughout this season and somehow making these stints last longer than humanly possible, it has been Team Chimera.
Yeah, Chimera has been doing an outstanding job. It is funny, it isn't just here. It has been in every single competition, in every single championship they have gone through. For some reason, everybody going like 30, 35 laps. They go like 46 laps with theirs. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but proves how efficient they can be. And the funny stuff is that they're not only efficient on field, but they still are pace-wise. They're still fast comparing to their competition. So very good on them to be just as efficient on field, but also efficient in terms of pace.
Chimera claiming they were punted around instead of just having a simple spin. But those things look the same when you're having to look at the very back of the shot, so I do apologize. As Ronin Simsport continuing to tuck within the draft of Movano. And this is going to be the theme for the next 5 minutes or so before the first set of stops here, Justin, for GT3s. So that's when we'll start to see things develop in this very, very strategic race. We'll get to see who's been doing the fuel saving the best and who's been at the front of the trains like this. And we'll have to see how that affects things with the knock-on effect into the next pit stop and the next pit stop.
Yeah, especially since, take a look at the car in the backdrop. The iRacing team is now inside the draft at this point. They're about 1.7 seconds behind, and they've been blistering their way through Ascari specifically to close right on in, running the 148 flats to 147s compared to 148 twos and ones for the drivers up in front. So they're closing, and this can make it interesting once that pit window does indeed open.
Yeah, that's the thing. That Audi's still going very, very strong despite the minimal draft that they're getting. So very well done here to Sven Hasser and the Biela Racing Team Euronics car in the number 45. Able to mix in with the Mercedes at the front of this field. But 4 minutes left remaining until that pit window opens for GT3s. We did have, I believe, Lorenzo, Goat Team Racing. They've just picked themselves up a penalty, and I suppose it's for that instant with inertia that we saw into the fish chicane.
I have to say, I don't have the incident, up tracker over here. I just saw they got a black flag, but also Jim Esports got a black flag. Another team from both teams on the 911 from Williams Gym got actually black flags. So incidents coming out left and right, up and down for all teams to serve. And Go Team just not going to serve on this lap, so he still have a few laps to serve. I think he has 3-4 laps to serve the black flag, but still is going to damage their performance in this race a lot.
Well, of course, the rules in the 24-hour series here is that teams have 90 minutes to serve the penalty, not just a couple of laps. They have 90 minutes to serve the penalty, and It's up to the teams whether they want to take the time in the pit stop or just as a standard stop and go penalty. But iRacing, of course, if you do take a service with the penalty, Justin, the iRacing adds 25 seconds onto the penalty that you already have. So it's up to the teams how they want to work that one out. But it gives them a little bit more flexibility in terms of serving the penalties here, because on previous occasions you had 3 laps to serve your penalty and you couldn't take any pit stop service with it. Now you have a little bit of breathing room to work out what you want to do.
Here's the problem, though. This is right at the start of the pit window for a lot of these classes, so that makes it extremely difficult to figure out how they're going to do it. Already, some of the GT3s are coming in right now, including the iRacing team Euronics, both of their entries, for example. So it makes it difficult to try and play that strategy card, Connor.
It does. Team RSO also into the GT3s. So a couple of these GT3 cars here, Justin, can't actually make the hour mark here in this first stint, which is a very, very interesting one. Luca von Leitner getting himself stopped in his pit box. You see that Biel Racing Team Euronics car. That car was running in P number 3. And they're the first of your notable cars in GT3s to come down on towards the lane. They will take the tyre service with it as well. And meanwhile, the rest of the cars, we have about 13 GT3 cars out on circuit that did not take the pit stop that time around. So a lot of those early stoppers, Justin, must be a bit concerning if they're not able to make the hour on the fuel, unless it's deliberate to try and take out a short stop here this early on.
That's the only thought process of wanting to do it before you reach that marks, because you'll be about a lap or 2 short at least every single stint each time by, and adds the risk of a potential extra stop. And we've seen, again, races won by being able to save that extra position or save that extra stop or extend that amount of fuel to be able to take less fuel at the end of the race. See if they come down this time. The top 2, yes, they will.
Yep, they will. Pretty much on time. 20 seconds until we switch over into the 5 hours to go mark. Movano on the pit lane. Ronin Sim Sports also hit the pit lanes. SRC Squadra Corsa Black are also in as well. I expect most, if not everyone, in. Actually, SRC Squadra Corsa Black, they actually decided to go one more. And they are the only car to go one more at the moment. Let's see what Phoenix Racing Esports Neo do. They are on the lane. Team Heusingfeld, they will also go for the extra lap. So 2 cars here, Lorenzo, in the GT3 class are going to be able to make 34 laps on their stint.
Yeah, for the SRC team from Bacalega, it's not surprising, because if I saw their cars in terms of pace and fuel saving, they were the most aggressive. Still keeping up pace, so it's not surprising for them to be one more lap in the chat. For Heusingfeld, I couldn't keep track of him too much. But I think for now, the key for Bacalega is trying to clear himself as much as possible from the other teams and try to get an advantage when they come out of the pits in terms of placing in the field. They were P5 when they started the race. Not P5 when they started the race, but P5 when they came into the pit road.
You also have a couple of the Porsche stops happening at the same time as these GT3 stops as well. In fact, your race leader in Porsches has already headed itself in. That's the MSI Esports Cup car. That's already off of the lane. DV1 Triton Racing also in. Having a look at the rest of the GT stops, though, there's Ronin Sim Sports. They've been able to get out there. They are still behind the Movano car, though, and they are currently, let's pull up the gap, not too much further behind than they were coming down on towards the pit lane. So really nothing has changed here, Lorenzo, in the pit stops for your overall race lead.
It didn't change one bit. The difference still one the same, but in terms of gaps, it did increase a little bit in terms of gaps, because they caught up a little bit of traffic right ahead, and Machevsky couldn't perform so well. But still, it is, they're close down one to another, and as we mentioned, SRC is now in the pits, as we also have some other TCRs in the pits.
Yeah, so Geodesic Racing, they've been running at the front of that TCR train, so it's quite understandable that they're down in first. And the only other TCR car in is that Team Chimera car, who's been running in clear air trying to catch the rest of the pack. So both TCRs that had a lot of clear air running here in the early stages, deciding to take their early stops, and up and down on the jacks they will go. The rest of the TCR class, though, they are still out there. We have SRC Squadra Corsa Black. After their exit lap, they have decided to head their way in. Same with Team Hüsingfeld as well, as you see them on pit lane. So that is going to basically mean that your entirety of your GT3 field have made their pit stops. The entirety of your Porsche field have made their pit stops here, Justin. We're just waiting for around about half of your TCR class.
Yeah, those drivers should come in pretty soon at this point. And we've seen how aggressive the fuel saving, though, has been from teams such as Core Sim Racing. Curious to see how much that fuel saving ends up getting them right now. They are on their 31st lap around the racetrack at the moment. And that is around that window. We should see these drivers duck down. Similar C still up in front.
Well, we expect them down on this lap. Go on, Lorenzo.
A quick question, I might be wrong, but did Bila manage to do an undercut?
Yes, indeed, I believe, yeah.
Yes, I completely missed that one. Thanks for picking that up. As I don't think they took tires, for one. You can see on their pit stop time, 47.6 seconds. And for a full service here in the GT3s, that's 1 minute and 10 seconds. That is basically the maximum stop. So Bila Racing Team Euronics have not taken tires, I suspect, yet. That's also the case for SRC Squadra Corsa. That's also the case for Logitech Altus Esports as well. So your top three in your GT3 class right now, basically going for a strategy call already and deciding that no tires is the order of the day. And as a result, what was your overall race leader coming down in that sequence is now currently in P number 4 here, Justin. It's interesting that this has happened so early on and with so few cars as well. I count only 4 cars having not taken tires on that cycle.
And it was talked about by some of the teams before today's round that we might see tire gambles. I don't think we were expecting it in the first few pit stops of the race. We might have expected in the second half of the race some of the strategy calls, but it's if it can work, or if they find a way to make it work with about a second a lap difference, mind you, between the old tires and the fresh tires at the moment, then it would be an absolutely phenomenal call. It is a 20-second gap. Here's the problem. 20 seconds can evaporate pretty quickly in about a second a lap on the fresh tires to old tires. It's the hope that they equalize somehow, which is very unrealistic. And that's if possible, Renzo.
Yeah, and there's one more thing to talk about over here, which is not only you have this 20 seconds that can go poof real quick, we have to talk about the track temperature itself. Right now it's 41 degrees on the track, 31 ambient. It is much hotter than it was on qualify, and the drop-off should only start around the 2-hour mark on the track. But still, 41 degrees Celsius, that will be kind of a performance hit on the tires when they come into the mid-late stints. They actually are double stinting the tires.
Yeah, that's the thing. So lots of things to consider for the teams. Not just the drivers, but of course the spotters and the team bosses behind the scenes to work out which strategy is going to be the best for their particular car. For Bila, for SRC Squadra, for Altus Esports in the GT3 class, well, their gamble their hand has already been shown here. They decided not to take tires on the first set of stops here for GT3s. We look at what the situation is in the Porsches, though, because they have a sort of similar split strategy going on here, Justin. As MSI Esports, they took a 1 minute and 2 seconds stop, so that's going to be for tyres as well in that Porsche. But Chartwell Racing, Chartwell Racing, you got HM Engineering as well. Those two cars did not take tyres on that previous stop. Neither did Inertia, neither did F4H, I believe, as well as Triton. So it's more of a 50-50 split here in Porsches when it comes to the no tyre or tyre strategy.
Remember, this is with the newer tire model, as we talked about in the qualifying session, so these drivers might be thinking they'll lose, some of the time might be lost trying to get the tires up to their full heat cycle, or full amount of heat in the tires, I should rather say. They might be thinking, might be able to gain a bit of time that way, and then it goes on. Again, it's a risky strategy, but it's one, if the gamble pays off, can be huge dividends on the track as Core Sim Racing leads the TCRs.
They're trying to break away at the moment. They have 1.3 seconds over Sim RC here, and looking to try and extend that gap. They will be running on their own though, which will be interesting in terms of the strategy call. But speaking of strategy in TCRs, it's pretty simple. Everyone came down in for around about the same amount of time, around about 52, 53 seconds. Not all that many outliers as far as I can see, except for maybe the Torque Freak Racing TCR car that was in for 47 seconds instead of the standard 53 or 54 seconds. So right now, it seems like the strategy is one-dimensional in TCRs, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it is one dimension because it comes down to a single mindset. You see the 300-meter board, you lift. You see the 50-meter board, you brake. And you save fuel efficiently. That's why they came around the hour. It's not surprising. But I think we got to give props to Core, though, because out of everybody, they managed to kind of like not stretch out their fuel, but they managed to do so well in their fuel performance and also pace that actually came ahead of SimRC on the pit stops. The expected was actually the opposite.
So since pit stops are all done and we're inside the second hour of the 6 hours of Monza here for the 24 Hours Esports Series round number 5, we'll go for a little bit of Racespot TV fan immersion. Now, we'll do it on board with the number 52 Sorg Rennsport Esports car, as Mike Nürnberg behind the wheel of that one at the moment. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, but just listen to the GT3s. on board with Mike Nürnberg as part of Sorg Rennsport Esports. That was our first Racesport TV fan immersion of this 6-hour event. I'm Conor Maddock. I'm joined by Justin Prince and Lorenzo Bonda for this broadcast. Just to give you a rundown of the top 8 in each class, since we haven't done that here today. Let's have a look. Biela Racing Team Euronics. They currently lead your GT3 class due to a strategy call. They did not take tires on the first set of stops. That nets them the race lead for now. Squadra Corsa Black, they are currently on the same strategy. Same with Altus Esports. Nirvana Racing, they currently sit in 4th, but they were the overall race leaders coming onto the pit lane for the first time. Ronin Simsport, they were hot on their heels as well. They're currently in P number 5. Williams Gem Esports, the 21, in P number 6. Leo Racing Team in 7th place with Williams Esports, number 55, in P number 8. And Justin, just take us through how the Cup class has been doing.
The Cup class right now at the moment, MSI Esports has been dominant so far. 7 seconds the advantage over Chartwell Racing, who took a strategy call. F4H Racing Rascas is in the 3rd position with HM Engineering in 4th. Inertia Sim Racing dealing with the damaged race car but still in P number 5, followed by SRN Motorsports and Go Team Racing. Trident Racing rounds out the top 8 positions in the Cup class.
And Lorenzo, you have what's going on in TCR.
So in TCR, we have SimRC being in the top spot, followed by a big train, starting with Coursing Racing to P2. P3 is for Craig Setup Shop, followed by Williams Esports, and then MSI Esports about 4 seconds behind. P6 is Alpine Geodesic Racing on the 124, and then P7 and P8 are Satellite Racing and Apex Racing Team running out the top 8 in the TCR class.
So those are how things stand at the very front of each of your 3 classes here today in the 24-hour series Esports. Round number 5, 6 hours of Monza. Right now, of course, with that first set of stops underway, it has caused a little bit of separation in the trains that we're used to seeing, especially in the TCR class. They've tried to keep each other close here, but there are currently fractures, splinters, whatever you want to call it, especially as some of these Porsches head their way through as well, dealing with their particular lapping procedure. So the big old snake, the big old TCR snake that we tend to see here in the 24 Hours Esports series, it seems like it hasn't survived the first set of stops, Justin.
Yeah, it hasn't indeed. It's been all split apart with the way the racing has gone so far, as well as really in part how the pit stop strategies have went. But I still have to say, keep an eye though on that Craig Setup Shop machine. Remember, they have had such a strong season up inside the top 3. They've been slowly moving their way up the grid as this has been going on and are now in a good position to be inside the top 3 drafting train if they can just get the traffic lined up right. Maybe hope that Williams Esports doesn't make a move. They have picked up time in the past couple laps.
Yeah, so let's be careful as you see there's still a bit of a train coming through the Della Roger chicane just in the background there. It was involving Satellite Racing. You have the Goat Team Racing, Porsche involved in this one as well. You see the Triton Racing car, the 999, also head their way down the inside. And we're basically getting to the point in the race where traffic is going to be a constant problem rather than an intermittent one for your 2 faster classes here. That's just how endurance races evolve over time. To give you an update, though, in terms of GT3s, because, of course, we had that split strategy, and now we see that Movano has already caught one of the cars that went on that alternate strategy. They currently sit around about half a second behind Altus Esports.
And you can see Altus Esports. Oh, Simon got massively blocked by the TNT Racing. Oh, that could have gone very bad. With Simon Field, now he's going to use all the run on the outside and use the apex to it and not see if Movano is going to lose some time. It is going to be a big time loss for Movano. They're going to do an up and under on the TNT, but that strategy of double staining the tires is damaging some of those cars. The track is still at 41 degrees Celsius on the track, so it takes a toll on the tires when it comes under braking and cornering performance. This one, you're losing a lot of turns. Of course, traffic is another factor and a massive factor on this one too.
See Tommaso Carlo, we're riding on board with him right now. A lot of lap traffic ahead, so let's be cautious coming through here. Looks like they'll decide to go around the outside through Curva Grande on the majority of this TCR traffic here. But still, have to be careful on the brakes into the Della Roggia in just a couple of moments' time. But Movano really making those fresh tires work at this point. Of course, they've kind of equalized out in lap times right now because of them having to deal with the lap traffic. But once this all clears up here, I'd suspect, Justin, that Movano will be through and through rather quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the difference in tires, it's just going to really be massive. It's just a matter of getting just themselves lined up to get the slipstream, and they can outbrake the driver in front of them and then make the pass. They gotta be smart here though with all of this traffic to still get on by. Just wait for the right moment and then take the opportunity with the difference in grip. You can see how much of the difference there is already on screen.
Yeah, the braking performance is certainly there as Altus Esports heavy over the curb. Movano almost ran into the back of them. They're still trying to find their way through. They almost pushed Altus Esports down the back straight here. Carla's not going to be happy with that. As you can see, a lot of the flashing of the lights behind as the rest of the GT cars try to cycle themselves through. That's actually gifted Ronin Simsport a lot of time now. Movano finally worked their way through on the Altus car, but Ronin Simsport, they're a lot closer. And you can see there's a little bit of damage to the rear end of that Altus car, which is not exactly going to help things. They'll still tuck within the slipstream, but that was almost an awkward moment there between Movano and the car on the alternate strategy there, Justin.
Yeah, that was too tight, I think, for comfort at this point if you're Movano, because that not only gifted the time, you mentioned Ronin, that gifted the time to BO Racing Team as well. Take a look at this. You can see how much the lights are already flashing at this point. And you mentioned the curbing there, already missing the first part of Ascari. Second part, they hit the little turtles. That kicks them a bit to the right side, and they try and get around traffic at the same time. Both of them have that same thought, and Altus Esports was probably thinking, we don't want to be pinned behind a TCR. They try to cut the same time as Movano did.
Yeah, so we'll get just another slight look at it as... Well, one thing's back just a little bit further. You can just see how heavy over this second curb, or rather this third curb for Altus Esports. Bang, there. Oh, good reactions, though, from Movano to avoid running into the back of them, because that could have so easily been an ugly incident, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that could have gone pretty wrong easily, and not just because of Movano. That wouldn't even be Movano's case. They kind of had to let off the gas and brake a little bit to avoid contact with the field. But the way that car, the Audi just went off the track. It wasn't off the track, but a little bit off the sky, as he's going to lose position to Ronin. Ronin just easily goes over the Parabolica on the 43 of Altus Esports. But that could have gone pretty much wrong because the car, how it offsets and the way it did offset after going over the turtle curb, that could have gone wrong in just one split second.
Yeah, it could have. Just a slight bit of contact upsetting the Audi, and you'd have at least coming through the exit there, maybe a quite considerable pile up behind. But thankfully that didn't happen, and they're able to continue on their way. Ronin Simsport getting past Altus Esports, of course. And meanwhile, you can see that Movano are having to deal with a little bit of Porsche traffic around the outside of Triton they go, and then hopefully for them, down the inside of the GOAT Team Racing car. How nice will they be? Well, relatively nice for GOAT Team Racing, although it does compromise them in their particular battle with the Triton Racing car. So they'll go side by side then in towards the first Lesmos. This is for position between these two, remember. So they've got this battle to be concerned about, while also trying to let all of those GT3 cars go, Justin.
Yeah, that's the difficulty again of if you're in a position battle, how do you try and let the cars through? Do you sacrifice the battle or do you keep it up? I'm more towards the conservative realm. think about the big picture, let the faster car go, and then try and follow them on through. The problem is, when there's another faster car that follows on through, that in turn can just spiral to where you're continuously hoping for the right opportunity. So that's where it becomes the balance of what you want to do as a driver.
Yep, it does. I'm looking at another Porsche battle here as well, because there is HM Engineering in 4th at the moment. FRH Racing, they are in 3rd. Is there any difference in the strategy here? It looks like both cars did not take tires, but there's difference in how much fuel went in the car, it seems, because it was a 48-second stop for FRH, but a 34-second stop for HM Engineering. So we'll, I suppose, see a little bit of a lighter fuel load at this point on the same age tires for HM Engineering. They were able to gain about a 1/10 of a second on that last lap, but they have a GT3 bearing down on them, so they'll have to give way at some point here into the De La Roja chicane. FRH Racing, though, they're going pretty well at this point, Lorenzo. They're not usually a name that we see at the very front of these Porsche fields sometimes, but here at Monza, it seems like they found a bit of speed.
And they found a little bit of speed, and we know that it is, as you said, a very quiet team. I'm just taking a look at the standings. They are in P10 in this competition. The best result being at last round in Imola. But in this race, they kind of keep performing quite well. They started, if I recall correctly, they started P4 or P5 within the standings. So they're having it's a quiet race. They capitalize on the mistakes of other drivers, but still a very good race so far for this team.
Absolutely, and absolutely no complaints so far from me, that's for certain. Meanwhile, TCRs, that's looking now just that little bit closer. Looks like the train's starting to reform at this point. As Corsair Racing just chipping away at that race lead. SimRC only 0.8 of a second between them and Core at the moment. So Core, in a couple of moments' time, they'll have another bunch of opportunities to try and get the field saving done. We rode on board with them towards the start of the race to just hear them lifting out the throttle well before some of these braking zones. GT3 car heading their way through as well, and will be able to do so. 0.7 of a second though between SimRC and Core. So SimRC, Justin, they haven't been able to break away at the front of this TCR class, and it seems like the other cars have decided that they're doing their best Thomas the Tank Engine impression and reform this whole line.
I think that's just the way the cars have just been today in terms of the draft. It's turned into little drafting packs, essentially. Groups of 2, 3, and 4 all across this racetrack, and with the way it is, it's kind of been, how do I compare this? Kind of been like, say, Mazda MX-5s, if that's even the right comparison to that in terms of pack racing. Except we haven't seen those massive runs we see from the class. It's more been being smart about the fuel picture at this point. It got a bit dicey though for 3rd and 4th with the lap traffic. Williams Esports TCR nearly had a shot for a move.
Yeah, I did spot it right at the back of shot. Let's see if we can see exactly what happened here down into the chicane, the overhead view. You can see there was the Craig setup shop car that had to check up a little bit there and caused a little bit of confusion behind as far as the Williams Esports car and that Porsche were concerned. But I think it looked worse sort of at the back of the shot on the TV cams than it did from up above. So that one will be all sorted. But TCR in that big line right now, and teams deciding here, Lorenzo, to take the sensible option of just hanging behind through the corners and getting it done at the ample opportunities that Monza gives you to try and get past lap traffic here. There's a ton of straights, so which is why I guess we're not seeing as many instances with the lap traffic as we would at some other circuits on the calendar.
Yeah, because the layout of Monza is pretty much simple. It's straight, corner, or maybe chicane, straight, corner, straight, corner, straight. So It isn't something like you go into Silver Sun, you go Maggins and Backins where it's all twisty, and then you have a straight, and then you go into Stowe, and you have more of a twisty section when you come into Vale, or even something before that. But here's the funny thing to that instance per se. If they got into an incident, because that was a GRT and the GRT got into an incident, that was another Porsche. That Porsche was the MSI Esports Cup car, and he had to get a little bit of a checkup as well to avoid contact.
All nose to tail here in TCRs. Seems to be the order of the day. No swaps for position, just keeping each other close and making sure they can hit their fuel numbers. To give you an update on how GT3s are going, because Movano and Ronin Simsport, they're the two cars on the fresher tires currently trying to chase down the two cars right at the very front. Gap between SRC Squadra Corsa and Movano. Actually, Movano lost a lot of time on that last lap. Just, well, 7/10 of a second they've dropped there. Of course, these sorts of gaps can be gained and lost in the traffic, Lorenzo, but that's a decent chunk lopped off.
Yeah, the reason is because he got a massive traffic on Porsches and some TCRs. I just took a look on the beginning of the lap. But yeah, it's that famous "you shall give it and you shall take it." You know, if you got a traffic in the wrong place, you're gonna give time to your opponent. But one thing I'm noticing actually on the relatives, on the lap relatives, is that Bakalege managed to keep. Slightly, it's not big chunks of time, but it's light chunks of time. You know, half a second, 4/10 of a second, both Movano and Ronin. So for his spin tires, SRC is kind of doing a good job. You know, still being competitive.
Yep, they are. So they're making the old tires work here. I mean, they have no other option but to try and make them work, because the hand has been shown already with making this decision so early on in the race. We'll have to see if some of the other teams later on decide that the double stints are a good idea. I guess it all depends on how this actually turns out for both Biela and the SRC team, because other teams in this GT3 class will now be looking at their data and their lap times to try and figure out if that sort of strategy will work for them. Maybe if the track's just that centigrade or so cooler a little bit later on.
The crazy thing is, BL Racing teams actually, in part with some of the traffic, in part because of pace, they've been dead even on some of the lap times with Movano and Ronin at this point. At the 148.1s to 148 flats, and it's been a good run. Eventually, though, Movano and Ronin might try the same double stint strategy. I think they weren't thinking about trying it this early on, but BL Racing team has made it work.
They have so far. Heavy over the curb, though. You have to be careful in an Audi taking the curbs that aggressively. That's for certain. That car doesn't deal well with them at the best of times, and Sven Hassett saw playing with fire in that Biela Euronics car. But he seems to be okay for now. He has actually about 18 seconds over the SRC team, so he's got that comfortable buffer. But look at the trainer cars ahead of him. That's going to be a fun one, Sven. Good luck with it, because there's a bunch of TCR cars that are currently in your way. So we're going to ride on board with him here just for a couple of moments. He'll get the Apex Racing team car done coming off of Ascari. He might even get a couple of them done coming through the pit straight here, Lorenzo. But it's going to be pretty hard not to lose a lot of time here.
Yeah, you can see he takes a little bit of a wide line. You see and also you see Satellite just hugging that curb on the inside of the parabolic, and now there goes Sven Hasse. It's amazing how Sven is actually getting this kind of traffic into just the better part of the track. Here he comes. Choo-choo. Beep, beep. Here I come. And now he's going to send it on the inside.
Oh, is he going to get core done? Oh, he's going to send it on the inside. He really didn't want to get caught out by core there. He wanted to get all of those TCR cars done in the space of one pit straight, and except for the slightly risky move at the end, that is basically how to get it all done and not lose that bunch of time that I thought he was going to lose just then.
Yeah, indeed, they're just being aggressive. a little bit aggressive to try and keep and maintain the time, and that's the job he has to keep at this point. Already about halfway through the fuel stint, the gap has all but increased as this has gone on to this point.
Yeah, you can see that SRC, they're not able to keep with the pace of your race leader right now. So they're losing around about a second a lap, no matter if it's traffic affected or not. And they're steadily dropping back. The actual comparison I want to make is between Bila and Movano, though, because Movano, they were about 1.3 seconds faster on that last lap. So that is comparing P3 right now to P number 1. This is comparing fresh tires to older tires. But, of course, you know, it's kind of hard to get a representative lap time for the both of them because traffic is an ever-constant problem for them right now. And Movano are about to come up on the same bit of traffic that Bila were able to deal with in quite swift fashion. It's going to be the case of if Justin Carlett can do the same here. He's caught them in around about the same place at the start of the back straight, and if he gets them done before the first corner, then he hasn't lost time here.
Yeah, it's going to be important, and mind you, as you discussed a little bit, that SRC machine is just a couple seconds on the road, so second is within grasp. It's just, again, it's going to be a little bit of a further time this time. Not going to reach them right at the start of the first chicane. So this is going to potentially be a wrong place, wrong time situation. Plus, they've got a huge train of cars now lined up in front, too, that feature some of the TCRs.
Yeah, you can see on the track map right now, it's going to be interesting coming through Curva Grande and then into the Della Roja. So this is a bit concerning here for Movano. And they haven't really been that great through the traffic so far this race. You can see Ronin Simsport now pretty much locked onto the back of them as they decide to slow up for the traffic. Down the inside of Apex they go. And next one on the list is going to be a Porsche. So sort of all three classes occupying the same real estate here at the moment. But these drivers, they are experienced enough to negotiate these situations quite competently. Movano, they decide to go driver's right-hand side down through the compression. A very busy portion of the racetrack right now, this one, on the way in towards Ascari. Movano dealing with it well, though. Ronin Simsport also keeping tabs on them. There's a TCR car that has split the two of them at the moment. But, as you can see, now on the run down towards the Curva Parabolica. You see that SRC Squadra Corsa car, which is that car right at the very front of frame. That's the car that Movano are currently trying to chase on the fresher tires. There's been a bit of a
contact between Williams, both Williams, GT3 and TCR.
Oh, GT3 and TCR. So let's have a look.
Number
what
21. Number 21, Moreno Surica.
Okay, let's have a look. Williams Gym Esports, you mean? So
yes.
There we go. We're gonna have a look at it. So what has happened here? Is it coming down into Curva Parabolica? We'll have a look. Oh, that's a bit of an awkward one. They go into their sister car on the outside as well. We'll have to cycle things back just a little bit more to make sure we can get the full assessment of this. You can see in and amongst the confusion with the lap traffic, Porsches, TCRs, GT3s all involved here. Surica, yeah, there's a Porsche on the inside there, mate. I'm not entirely sure what you're doing, and it's punted the Williams Esports car off that was on the outside just minding its own business, Justin.
Yeah, you need to think much smarter more than that. I think maybe he thought the Porsche was going to back off that time. Not the case, with them also trying to pass the TCR, so now they're going to have to deal with damage on that race car much the way.
Yeah, so the AMG Mercedes, look at that. Driver's front right. There we go. Although the driver's part of that's probably redundant, but you can see on that front right of the AMG Mercedes all crumpled up, and aerodynamic damage is a killer here at Monza. So that car is not going to be feeling great in a straight line, and this is going to be where it struggles here on the way down in towards the Curva Parabolica. You have the Leo Racing team behind them. This is for position between the two of them, so battle for P5 on the way through Parabolica. The Audi trying to find a way around the outside. They take a wider arc through the corner to try and find the speed off, but I don't think that Audi will want to get stuck behind that. Oh, AMG Mercedes, careful with the track limits there, Leo. As now, door-to-door coming down the pit straight between these two cars for P number 5 in GT3s. That AMG Mercedes still seems to have the legs down the straight. That's how much better on the straight line speed it is than the Audi. They battle on the brakes into the first corner. And it looks like Jim has just been able to hold on to position for now, Lorenzo. But with that damage, I don't know how long they can hold on.
Yeah, I think that massive shunt that he got on the TCR car not just damaged his car in terms of aerodynamics, but the worst of it was actually his sister car. His sister car is back in the pits, and Morris Winter retired the car. I don't know if some other driver is going to take in. But Leo is going to have the opportunity, not just on draft, but also on cornering performance itself to actually overtake. Here he comes. Oh, he's traveling quite a lot, Moreno Surica. Now he's nearly blocking the inside line of Dino Lombardi.
Look at that, flashing the lights as well. So Lombardi not too happy about Williams Esports here, or Williams Gym Esports. You can see, quite rightfully, on the bottom right, you can see the amount of time he has gained over him with that damage, with that incident that 21 car was involved in. And now, Leo Racing Team looking to try and do something about this stricken AMG Mercedes, but it's still at least pretty decently strong right now, Surica. But look at that. With the slipstream into Curva Parabolica, Lombardi this time around down the inside at the Parabolica, and it looks like he's been able to gain position. Williams Jim looking for the cutback off the corner then. They will still go side by side through the exit, so no strategy games between these two at the moment. It's just a battle out there on circuit, and Williams Gym Esports not wanting to give up here despite the damage that they have. They're absolutely neck and neck into the braking zone for turn 1. The Mercedes on the inside, and Williams Gym Esports, they are back through. And guess who's behind them in the GT3? It is Williams Esports.
Williams Esports on a Tula who just saying hello to both drivers because they decided to trade blows for at least 2 laps, and I think Lahoo's going to be quite happy with those 2 drivers, even though one of them is your sister team trading blows. Now, what is on the mind of Lahoo? Do I go for it? Do I lick snip and send it on both drivers, or do I hang back and save the field a little bit?
I mean, maybe, maybe just maybe. We'll have to see. As Leo, they're in a bit of Williams sandwich right now. Not two of the identical team, but Williams Gym, Williams Esports, all the same. As Leo, they do have to be careful. This is why they've really wanted to try and get by that Williams Gym Esports car, because they've been seeing on the relative timing that Williams in that white and blue car have been closing in on them from behind. And are Williams Gym Esports doing their teammates a favor here? That's the big question. Side by side out of Ascari once again between the two of them. Yes. And look at this. There's Williams Esports now down the inside, and they'll get themselves past their sister car as well, as Leo and Williams Gym will continue on the battle here. This group of 3 just really scrapping it out here inside the second hour of the race. Look at them, they're almost rubbing doors on the way down the pit straight here. There's absolutely nothing between the two of them as they look to try and jostle for position into the braking zone of turn number 1. Williams Esports ahead, Jim on the outside of Leo, and are they able to hold position? They get into a tangle. Leo into the back of Williams Jim, and I think that was a long time coming, Justin.
Yeah, potentially with how hard that fight was getting at that point, something had to give. And I think it really started off with that bit of the block heading to the first chicane that kind of turned up the aggression level from maybe a 6 to about a 10. Williams Esports had moved all the way to the right to try and cut off that line. They try to go for the switchback, but you see that bit of bubble from Williams Gym Esports. That forced them a little bit into the racing line of the car to the right side. It causes that bit of an incident. But take a look at this once more. It was a crazy sequence of a half a lap or so.
Yeah, we'll see it all from up above there, and it was the sort of battle coming through Ascari, then into Parabolica, then into the first chicane here, as we'll get to see it as you see that Williams Esports GT3 look to get itself involved. It was a compromise line through Ascari for Williams Gym that gave the initial momentum away to that Leo Racing team. Then Williams Esports get themselves involved. They have a huge run of speed on driver's right-hand side. They were able to get both passes done into the Parabolica. Leo trying to cut their losses, trying to get past the Williams Gym car. They get so close here coming down this pit straight. I can't believe they didn't make contact there as they're basically trading paint on the way in towards turn number 1. And you can see then in towards turn number 1, a big block there for Williams. That's exactly what you were talking about there, as that wasn't exactly kosher from Arthur the Hook.
I think Justin can say better than me, but that was the catalyst for everything, in my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely was the catalyst to where it kind of forced in part the side-by-side, but kind of just forced the aggression levels where something had to give that kind of moment.
Yes, something had to give. I think those guys were scrapping so hard that they're just trying to one-up each other, going for riskier and riskier moves, and at some point things have to come to a head, and it did, coming through the Retifilio chicane. So that's exactly what has happened there. And of course, the stewards will be looking at that one and will be dishing out penalties, if any, as appropriate. And we'll give you news on that as they come through. But with that GT3 action done, let's have a look in terms of TCRs, because looks like the trainers separate out once again here, Lorenzo. Because it was a train all the way back to around about P7, P8, but right now it's just these two at the very front of the TCR class that have decided to break away here in this, as Core Sim Racing and the Sim RC car are the ones at the very front trying to gap the rest of that TCR field.
And the gap from great setup to Sim RC is around 3 seconds. It can survive. The train can come back, people. So the hashtag keep the TCR train alive can still come back, but it has to be due to traffic. But well, it's all due to traffic, and I'll be very honest. There isn't much to say about this now. They have to be mindful of doing their laps, try to save as much fuel as they can possibly save, and so far, I think for Craig's setup shop, this is the perfect setup they can be having. Having a tranquil race, not getting involved on a lot of laps. Both teams of right ahead are having good races, but not good races enough to close down the gap in terms of championship standings.
Yeah, you see Craig's setup shop currently top of the pile in terms of your TCR standings coming into this race. Although, like I said at the very start of this broadcast, Monza does seem to equalize things somewhat, since it's not a very technical circuit. It's a pretty easy circuit to get right. So that means all the teams, all the drivers are a lot closer in terms of the lap times than they otherwise would be at some other circuit. And it just results in some of these races becoming a lot more interesting in terms of who actually runs at the front. We get to see a couple of new names get themselves to the pointy end. And, well, we were going to have that in the Porsche Cup class, Lorenzo, but then turn 1 happened on the first lap.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, the Williams move on turn 1 just decided kind of like, I'm trying to get a spotlight, but it's not going to get the spotlight that I wanted. Unfortunately, it spun, and then MSI, which has nothing to do with this, said, "Oh, you guys do yourselves," and I'll just.
Biela.
Oh, go ahead.
Biela Racing team are into the pit lane. That is a little early, as far as I'm concerned. They haven't been able to reach the hour mark here, and we'll just have to see exactly what the stop is here, because they were the car that was leading. Unless they took a short fill on that first stop, then this is a bit of a weird one. So we'll have to see exactly what the stop this time around is for Biela. But that does mean that Mivano now leads this race, Tommaso Carla behind the wheel, so they're back to the front of things, just like they were in the first portion of the race before the first set of stops. And another similarity is that Ronin Simsport, they're about a second behind.
Yeah, which is kind of like giving no room for error for Movano. So they're both. Ron is getting the more fuel saving, but you know they still have the opportunity to make his track whenever he wants to. He just needs to get the traffic right in the perfect spot. But for Bila, you're wondering if it is scheduled, if it is too early. I'll be very honest, they haven't backed down in terms of acceleration one single moment. So they have been pedal to the metal every lap, even though they still had the TCRs and the 11 Cup to overtake. So when you burn so much fuel, it is natural that you go over 25 to 27 laps. So that's why they came into the pit lane, did the driver swap, and then a full service.
Yeah, you can see Bila, they took a 1 minute and 7 seconds stop on that occasion. So tires and mostly a full fuel tank. Usually you'd see more like 1 minute 9 seconds, 1 minute 10 seconds for a very full tank. So there's very interesting fuel shenanigans going on here with Bila, I think. Of course, the driver change can factor in things as well, so we'll just have to see. But they have found their sister car on track in the same class, and hopefully this won't be too much of an issue between the two of them. It would be a bit of an embarrassment to have an incident between those two guys right now. This is a battle for position, mind you, between Jetstar and Papenbuk, but that number 2 Euronics car will get out of the way of the number 1 Euronics car, and the order of things is restored, Justin.
Absolutely, and that was to be expected. Led by the faster car, know that their teammates, no need to be over aggressive and fight one another, just think big picture and let your teammate through and allow them to have the run at this point. But now it gets very curious to see what happens with the pit stop strategy for the rest of the drivers here and the rest of this race, because they're offset by about 10 minutes at least with that early strategy.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting one for Bila. They're the only one that had decided to come in and take their second stop now. So, yeah, we'll just have to see how that one works out for them. I'm trying to work out in my head. I'm trying to do the quick maths, so to speak, and it's not exactly working out for Bila at the moment. But if they have worked out something amongst themselves, then we'll get to see it later on in the race. But for the vast majority of these GT3 cars, we're still waiting about 10 minutes before we'll see them in, unless we get a couple more early stoppers, which I'm not going to be expecting here. As you can see, your overall race leaders heading their way through on the pit straight right now, flashing the lights for Ronin Simsports, and they're able to get these dealt with. Ronin, though, they're actually going to get caught out behind these two bits of lap traffic here, and they're desperate not to lose too much time to Movano here. They'll get the Porsche done, and they'll get the TCR on the exit of the corner here, Lorenzo, but it's just one of those things where they've just lost a bit of time now, and they sit currently 1.4 seconds behind your race leader.
Yeah, it was basically they lost a full second just because that IRDK and the TCR were just blocking them. Not blocking them, but it wasn't an intentional block. It was kind of like, just trying to do their line, trying to overlap, just couldn't properly overlap. But here it comes. Here's Movano. That advantage, they can get it all back once again, because Movano just got downgraded to slow down because of the satellite and the Alpine geodesic cars.
Yeah, that was the pole position sitting TCR car, the geodesic racing car. They're currently running 5th right now, though, so they've dropped down the order somewhat. Core Sim Racing currently lead TCR by around about 0.4 of a second. That's their gap. Is that Craig's setup shot that's just gone wide there? Yes, that is. So that's a bit interesting off of Ascari, and the GT3's quite rightfully slightly spooked as a result of that. MSI Esports, that is a battle for position that the Craig setup shot car is in right now. We'll wind things back to see exactly what happened here off of Ascari. But yeah, it's just a slight mistake here for Jack Cedric, perhaps. Pushing a bit too wide, and that grass, that grass on the out, or grass, whatever dialect you want to use, on the outside of the corner there, Justin. That really does catch you, these TCR cars.
Yeah, it can pull you straight to the right and just make it where you essentially lose all control of the car. It's been like that, not just the TCR, so it's been like that in all the classes, because you might notice some of the damage, say, on the second Viola team. I believe it was them who ended up getting in the wall at one point, for example. Well, because of that. So it can drag you along all the way to where those tires are on the exit of Ascari, where that's where track limits and keeping within the boundaries, especially where the pavement is key.
We also have a close run of things between Leo and Williams. These guys have already had a bit of an altercation, Lorenzo, with Williams' block coming down the pit straight. And now Leo, they're the ones going to be defending this time around. They dive down the inside of the Porsche, and one of the Porsches does get spun around there in the middle of traffic as well, but they're able to get their way by around the outside there. I have to see exactly who that was. That was IRDK Endurance. That has gotten themselves tagged around, and they come out in front of the Altus Esports car. That's not the best rejoin there, Östby. We'll cycle things back to see this incident once again, as it was a bit of a dive from the Leo Racing team, all things considered, as they saw the Williams Esports car bearing down on them. Squadra Corsa, they go down the inside there, and Leo, that's a bit of a late move, as far as I'm concerned. For me, the GT3 just has to be a bit more careful there, and IRDK, they had absolutely nothing to do with it. They weren't expecting that GT3 car to dive down there inside Lorenzo, but this rejoin they can control, and they cause Altus to deviate from their line a little bit. It's not the worst rejoin in the world, but I've seen better.
Yeah, it's better, but here, talking about Leo, once again, they made a massive sin on the inside now on Retifilo. Just overtook the CRC car, but I'll be honest, after the incident with the Williams Jim Esports, I think the guys from Leo, Dino Lombardi, is asking, I mean, it's quite asking for a little bit of a drive on the stewards lane.
And it looks like they did get past the SRC Squadra Corsa car on that while we were on that replay. So they have been able to gain that position, but of course going to be probably protested for that, and at least in my opinion might pick up a penalty. So we'll relay that to you as soon as possible once we have that result come through. So Leo Racing Team, Justin, they've been in the war so far. They've been in multiple bits of action already, and at least that time the incident, at least in my opinion, was their fault.
Yeah, it definitely was in that case right there. Patience key. That time hitting the curve, that's not a patient run through Ascari that time. But in all seriousness here, you've got to think more smart in those type of situations, especially since, mind you, they're one of the biggest movers up this entire race, Connery. +9 from the drop of the green flag, from 12th to 4th in the class. And when you go through that many cars, you're going to have to deal with those types of situations where you're going to be tested. And you cannot afford to lose too much time. Speaking of too much time being lost, look at this.
There we go. It's the two overall race leaders once again. They decide to go down the inside of the Porsche, down the through the Curva Grande, excuse me. Ronin Simsport still unwilling to make the move. They know what the situation is between these two cars. It's always been Movano at the front, Ronin Simsport sitting behind, lifting and coasting, trying to save a little bit of the fuel. This has been the case for basically the first 2 hours of this race at this point between these two cars, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. But things that might shake things up a little bit will be the GT3 pit stops are imminent, and the Porsches also came down at a similar time last time around as well, Lorenzo, so pit lane might be busy in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, pit might be busy. I think starting the next minute, I'd say with 4 minutes left in the hour, that's where the pit stops might be coming in. And you can see, for example, Norbert Leitner just coming into the pit lane to do his pit service for HM Engineering. And it is very natural. All the other cars come around the hour, maybe a little bit past the hour. So getting out and getting into the pits will be an interesting scenario to see.
Yeah, so that Porsche currently lonely on the pit lane right now, but will be joined by GT3s in just a couple of moments' time. There's a battle for P4 though. Williams Esports versus the SRC Squadra Corsa car. AMG Mercedes versus Audi R8 LMS. Let's go side-by-side racing into turn number 1. Then Williams Esports going to be taking the inside line away, and they go deeper on the brakes as well. Can they get slowed down for the corner? Yes, they can. So that's Williams Esports through in that situation. Of course, they had the fresher tires of the two of them, because remember, Justin, SRC was one of those cars that did not take tires. And now late on in this stint, it looks like the cars on the fresher tires are now just getting themselves past, and SRC, they're going to fall back into P number 5. So Grand Sport Esports in P number 6 at the moment. Altus Esports, they are all the way down in P number 9. So we'll, you know, those first set of stops, the strategy call in the first set of stops there, Justin, has this worked out for the cars that took the no tires, or do you think that the track temp just needs to cool down just a little bit more?
Well, before BL Racing Team Duronic's pit, I was going to say, yeah, it absolutely would have worked out for them, but I think for SRC Squadra, of course, Black, remember they had dropped themselves outside the top 5. This strategy kind of has worked out to get them back around said top 5 and put themselves in the window to potentially be battling with, say, Williams Esports after the pit stop window. They can keep within reach after the stops. So it's kind of worked out for them. Not so much for everyone else who took that same strategy call, I have to say now, at this point, like Logitech, Altus Esports, where they've just fallen off at the 150s while everyone else is in the 148s. And multiple drivers are in the pits.
Yeah, it's Porsche stops as well. SRN Motorsports in. You also have Chartwell, Uber as well. In terms of GT3s, you have Leo Racing Team come in. So they get a little bit of a break from the action right now as they get their pit stop service underway. You've had Triton Racing GT3 come in, Bila number 2 come in as well in that number 46 car. As we see what is going to be Team RSO. There we go. It took a moment to recognize that livery from the front end. It's easy to tell when it's side on. Cedric Nieblejek gets himself stopped in his pit box right now. So GT3 pit stops well underway. Porsche pit stops well underway as we take over to 4 hours to go in the 6 hours of Monza. You see Movano and Ronin Simsport right at the front of the field here in GT3s. They're coming up to 32, 33 laps on their stints. They're due in a couple of moments. If not now, the next lap. Look at that, going very, very wide out of Ascari. You can do that, Lorenzo, but you do tease the grass and the gravel on the outside.
Yeah, you do get a little bit of a clip on the grass, and we know that grass is not tarmac, grass is deadly, grass is not good for your life. So, well, if you're driving a race car, of course, and you're going to be sent probably to a darker realm, a shadow realm, or something like that. If you really are interested, you know, just try to drive on the grass with this lit tires and see what happens. So it is quite possible for you to do it. It doesn't save you a lot of time, though. It just try to get you more speed. But you can see both drivers just trying to safely and saving a lot of fuel, as you can see. You can see just looking out just before the 200-meter board.
They stay out one more. So Movano and Ronin, they'll continue on to lap 33 of their stint. Meanwhile, Williams Esports, they decide to head their way in. So do Grand Sport Esports Black, and a bit of a queue of cars behind them as well. You see MSI in, you see Williams Germ Esports Azuri also in. There's Altus Esports coming into the pit lane. And another car in the background, I believe that's the Uber racing car in that Mercedes. Also deciding that now is a pretty good time to pit if you're a GT3 machine. For those cars that stayed out, well, we had Movano, Ronin Simsport, and we also had the SRC car stay out on the older tires here as well. I would have thought they would be one of the first ones to come in, Justin, just to get that old rubber off the car.
Yeah, but at the same time, that compromises the fuel strategy portion of how things go out. So I think they're just trying to stick to their fuel calculations here at this point. Interested to see what they elect to do in terms of when they go in the pit box here. They like to keep Bakallega in, or if they bring in someone like a Marco Nessi or a Camilio Pizzoli or something along those lines, some of the drivers and or crew members who are watching along in the paddock.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there are driver changes in full effect for this particular set of stops. It might make sense for a good couple of drivers here. We'll get ourselves the camera on towards the pit lane because Mivano are in, so are Ronin Simsport. They were about 1.5 seconds between the two of them onto the pit lane, as on that in-lap it did seem like Ronin Simsport lost a little bit of time, but they will get themselves in their pit box, and there we go. Mivano racing in. You see Ronin Simsports, they are also in. Meanwhile, we had SRC Squadra Corsa Black. We mentioned that they stayed out in the old tires. They've gone another lap here, Lorenzo. So they're really trying to eke out as much of this stint as possible.
Yeah, it's not surprising for see Alessandro Bakallega do that do the full stint. Not full stint, but 33, 34 laps in that car, even with the old tires. I know they're not doing competitive times. They're running out around the 49s. They're stacked around the 49s to 50, so it isn't a fast lap for GT3 category, but still, you're still keeping yourself in touch field-wise and strategy-wise with the leaders. So it's good for you to be where the leaders are in a perspective of winning the race or getting a podium or a top 5 position. So good for them so far, even though they are underperforming in lap times at this late stint.
Driver change for both Mivano and Ronin Simsport. Dion Fialo behind the wheel of Mivano, and you also have Andreas Joachimsen behind the wheel of Ronin Simsport. So Mivano are first. That's exactly how they came in as well. So not the position lost for them. Ronin Simsport coming off in what will end up being second place in your GT3 class here today. Mivano just rejoining ahead of the TCR car there. Not too much of a problem. Does put that TCR car between themselves and Ronin Simsport, so that's a bit of traffic that Ronin have to deal with that Mivano don't. So every little helps as far as that Mivano car is concerned right now. Not much difference in terms of the stop times for those two cars. It was, at least if my timing is to be believed, there was only about 1/10 of a second separating them on the jacks there, Justin.
Yeah, that was a pretty close amount of time in terms of sequence. Should note that Leo Racing Team and Williams Esports did do the double stint this time, it appears, on their set tires with 42-second pit stops. But SRC Squadra Corsa Black doing that driver swap as they potentially expected. They put in Nessi.
Yep, they do. So Marco Nessi deciding to take that car for this particular stint. And we see Bila Racing Team Euronics #1. Well, with that early stop, they have been able to do a little bit of a undercut, I suppose, on a lot of the other cars here. They're 9 laps on their stint already here, as they're currently in P3. They will take the race lead, though, off of SRC and Team Huizinveld as they're stuck on the pit lane. So Lucas Jetstad leads this race for that Euronics #45 car, and guess what? It's like deja vu. We have both the Euronics cars together once again here, Lorenzo, and we'll get to see them give a little bit of a light show before getting that pass underway. So Lucas Jetstad down the inside at Curva Grande. So there we go. So this is this GT3 sort of strategy games going on right now, Lorenzo, is really, really interesting. So because Bila Racing Team Euronics, they took the short stop, the double stint strategy situation in the first set of stops, and then in the second set of stops they decided to come down in very, very early. And I don't think they filled the full tank all the way, because they were only 1 minute and 7 seconds on the stop, whereas a full tank is 1 minute and 9, 1 minute and 10 seconds. So I'm still not entirely sure what the situation is here for Bila, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want to give it away on broadcast either, so it's not like I could ask one of them to come in for an interview. But right now, They currently lead this race, and what is by about 5.8 seconds.
But talking about, having scary moments and strategies, they nearly went off the track. They did just have a run off the grass on the exit of Ascari that kind of upset the car a little bit, and the Edstad had to correct the car to keep it on track. But yeah, it's an interesting development for Bila itself. They're undercutting their opponents just by being 8 laps, 9 laps within their stint. Later in their stint compared to their opposition. But one thing we can count on is that despite their having this fuel gap, I think they managed to at least save at least a lap of fuel, because they had the Bila teammates right ahead of them. They could save 1 lap at least, I'm going to say, if they were on the backdraft since the 46 car came out before being overlapped.
Pit stops in TCR, at least the rest of them are underway now, as we've already had half the field come down in, and now we see the other half decide that now's a good time to pit. So Core Sim Racing pit from what was the race lead in your TCR division, or at least what was the race lead at the time. So Thomas Gibson gets himself stopped in his box and able to get service done to that Core Sim Racing car. They will go for the driver change as well, as Kimmo Soimonen will be behind the wheel of that Core Sim Racing car. We also had MSI Esports come down in as well. Oriol Boe is now behind the wheel of that particular machine. But we had Craig Setup Shop and Satellite Racing TCR. They did not come down on towards the pit lane, or have not just yet here, Justin. So they are currently 30 laps on their stint, and look to come down in perhaps next time by.
Remember, they went about 31 to 32 laps on their stint before. So that is something interesting to keep a track of at this point. So they can go those extra little bit and potentially cut out the extra pit stop. A bad quarter that time to let by the Audi this time. But speaking in terms of fuel strategies, and I'm wondering if this is the thought process, Lorenzo might want to bounce this off of you. We've seen that the drivers, in terms of the calculations for the GT3s, were going about an extra couple minutes each time. I'm wondering if Bila Racing Team is thinking there might have been a short stint at the end of the race and took the short stint now instead of at the end, instead of the last pit stop, maybe.
That is a good question, because if you really want to gamble in terms of doing short stint at this early in this race, I think this would be the proper time, because doing short stints, and when it comes down to the final 2 hours and a half, maybe 2 hours in this race, and you want to try to go for as much performance you can get out of your V10 on the R8, it's not the best time. You want to do the short stints now, see where the perspectives are lined up when you come into the second half. If you have to stretch it out, do longer stints, use the traffic to your advantage, and do it, because you're just losing last time when you're doing with the track cooler, when the track, whereas the track is hotter right now.
Well, there we go. We're currently on screen looking at the battle between SRN and H Engineering, because that's the battle for a top 5 position in Porsches, and it doesn't just involve these 2 cars, because you have the GOAT Team Racing a little bit further back. You can just about see them on the camera that we have right now. They're on the outside looking into this battle as well. So similar strategies as far as these 3 are concerned, all around about 1 minute and 2 seconds on their stop. So taking tires in that particular instance for all 3 of them, and they look to maybe try and battle it out here. But although that HM Engineering car doesn't seem to be in a fit state to battle with the front end damage that it does have, sort of on the driver's side of the car, it seems to have received a little bit of bodywork damage. So we'll have to see how competitive they are in terms of the straight line speed around here. Meanwhile, P number 2 in Porsches as well, so a lot of action going on in Porsches at the moment, and Chartwell Racing, at least over the last couple of laps here, have been able to get themselves around the DV1 Triton Racing car. So Rafael Drazka's there in the number 979 car. That's probably one of the harder last names that I'm going to pronounce here on broadcast. I'd like to see you give that a shot, Lorenzo.
I was going to say Rafael Drazkas.
I guess we're going to be close enough, right?
Yeah, we both muttered his name. We apologize.
Do you think he deserves a Race Sport TV fan immersion, though?
He deserves totally a Race Sport TV fan immersion.
Okay, so we had one with the GT3 a little bit earlier on, and now we go to the Porsches for Race Sport TV fan immersion. A lap or so on board with Chartwell Racing and Rafael. Well, then a couple of laps on the board there with Chartwell Racing, as we are solidly within another hour of racing here. Around about 3 hours and 42 minutes left to go here in the 6 hours of Monza. Round number 5 of the 24-hour series Esports Championship. And with all the pit stops done for the second round of stops, it seems to be around about the time to go through the top 8 in each and every class here today. In GT3s, it looks a little bit like this. Once again, strategy shenanigans are at play. Bela Racing Team Euronics 1 lead this by 10 seconds over Leo Racing Team. Williams Esports GT3 are also in P number 3. Those two cars there, that P2 and P3, they did not take tires on the last stop. Although Bela, though, at the very front of the field, are on their own weird and wonderful strategy of their own that we'll get to see play out over the next couple of hours. You have Mivano Sim Racing Team as well in P number 4 at the moment. They're on a more traditional strategy. Same with Ronin Simsport as well. They're paying on the hour every hour and taking the tires as well. SRC Squadra Corsa, they decided to take the double stint strategy on the first set of starts, but they have fresh tires now and currently sit in the 6th spot. Sorgren Sport Esports, they sit 7th, and MSI Esports GT3 will round out your top 8. Justin, you have Porsches.
Yes, indeed, where MSI Esports has been in control since the drop of the green flag, leading now by 49 seconds. Yes, you heard that right. For Chartwell Racing and Trident Racing. They're in 2nd and 3rd respectively, with F4H Racing in the 4th position. SRN Motorsports is in P number 5 with Go Team Racing in 6th position. HM Engineering and Williams Gym Esports Cup round out the top 8 positions. I believe Lorenzo has your TCRs.
Yes, I do. Here we go. With Core Sim Racing leading out the TCR class, unfortunately, we don't have the train anymore. The train is dead, but MSI Esports is in 2nd place, followed by Sim RC. 4th place go to Craig Setup Shop, and then is followed by Satellite Racing TCR. 6th position goes to Alpine's Geodesic Racing Black, and P7 and P8 is Apex Racing Team and Team Chimera, and that's your top 8 in the TCR class.
There we go. Your front runners in 3 classes that you have here today. Just gone over them as we'll pull up the rest of those graphics. And, well, you can see MSI Esports right now getting a lot of pressure piled onto the back of them by Felix Lundig in the Sim RC car. You can see the lap time deltas going Sim RC's way as well. 2 cars steam themselves around the outside of Curva Grande. 0.3 of a second between MSI Esports and Sim RC on the way into the braking zone for the De La Roja chicane. But no passing opportunities here just yet for Felix Lunding. Just keeping himself close. The MSI Esports car did launch itself over that second curb. But these TCR cars, built sturdy, they can deal with it. They're not going to spin out like some of the Audis have done so already in the race over those curbs. But half a second now between MSI and SMRC as the Audi gets itself involved here. So swings and roundabouts as far as the lap traffic is concerned in that particular class. Just to give you a little bit of an update on how GT3 is going, we have, of course, Mivano in 4th place right now, and they have actually been able to drop Ronin Simsport here because look at that. Over half a second gained on the last lap. You also have 3.5 of a second gained on the lap previous to that one. So Mivano sort of steaming ahead right now, leaving Ronin Simsport in the dust. I think with the driver changes here, Lorenzo, we're seeing a little bit of difference maybe in terms of the driver skill here.
Yeah, we are, because Joachimsen hasn't broke the 48 gap and done a 47 lap. All his laps were around the 48 low to mid range, whereas Fialo is just easily doing 47s, 47.8, 47.9, 47.9. He only did 3:48, which was his out lap, and then the second and third last laps he just did. But those were a little bit under traffic. That's why he got performance drops on that on his pace. But still, Fialo doing an outstanding pace. Not just he's closing down the gap, he's getting away from the gap in terms of Ronin. He's getting away. He's closing the gap on Williams. So anytime now, like Tula Hook will find himself under pressure from that 33 in Mercedes AMG.
1.7 seconds on that last lap. That's a huge chunk of time being lopped off of the gap. There's Williams Esports. Now, they're only 2 seconds ahead of Movano. Difference in terms of the tyres here on this one. Williams Esports on the double stint strategy. Movano on the fresher rubber, so they're able to close in this gap coming through the corners. They'll deal with the Altus Esports car around the outside of Cayo Grande, and that's not going to be a problem at all as Fialo goes chasing for that third place position. But looking elsewhere, I'm having a look Porsche side because SRN and Goat Team Racing, they're still relatively close together. And Goat Team Racing, they've been edging their way in lap after lap after lap here. They actually set a 153 dead on that last lap. You absolutely love to see it, but what you don't love to see is that slight bit of front end damage. But their pace still seems to be okay, Justin.
Yeah, it still looks pretty good at this point, and it helps as well that they have the toe of the car in front to help down the straightaways. It's just about the cornering, I think. Right now, they're more confident again. You see it on corner entry. They try and carry a little bit more speed to gain some of the time compared to Corey Davis and SRN Motorsports Orange at the moment. And that's helping them gain that time, being about 50 feet deeper each braking zone.
Yeah, much more confident indeed. A third of a second now between SRN and Goat Team Racing. As Hendrik Lindhoff behind the wheel of 907, Corey Davis in the SRN car trying to defend in this situation. Might have a bit of a handful though, as that Goat Team Racing car is still pretty strong. And they can certainly just lock onto the back of the Porsche ahead of them. Meanwhile, HM Engineering behind, who is also involved in this battle, just getting harassed by the GT3 cars at the moment. They really didn't give him a lot of room to work with when it comes to that Ascari chicane, but down the back straight they go. He'll be able to file in behind in just a couple of moments here. As that Altus Esports car is involved in a battle, I believe, with that Williams Jim Esports Azuri car, which is why they're not wanting to lose a lot of time here. And another bit of a late move there for the Jim car, but now Altus looking to try and make it 3 wide amongst the two classes on the way down into the first corner. Oh, this is going to be sketchy down into here. Altus Esports later on the brakes, and they are able to get that pass done as Jim has to now struggle with the Porsches coming through the first chicane, and they still haven't been able to get by SRN there, so Altus Esports, you know, it's a risky thing going 3 wide down the pit straight, but it seems to have worked for them.
Yeah, it was risky, I'll be very honest, because that could have gone wrong. We've seen something similar, but that was only GT3 cars. When we had the Williams and Leo Racing fracas, not just before the pit cycle actually came. But then again, it was actually good awareness from both Jim on Mario Bertolotti and also Lassen Sorensen to avoid those GT3s. Just leave right before the braking zone and then just send it right on the inside. Unfortunately for Lassie, he had the better run and capitalized, overtaking both Porsches.
Oop. We are just going to have to go to a quick commercial break, everyone. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
This is Jim Beaver, voice of the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series. Introducing Pro 2 and Pro 4 trucks on iRacing. Game on!
Welcome back, everyone, to the 6 Hours of Monza here for round 5 of the 24-hour series Esports Championship. I'm Conor Maddock. I'm joined by Justin Prince and Lorenzo Bonda. Apologies for the couple of technical issues there. We just had to reboot the system, and it looks like we're back and okay. Cars out there on circuit, graphics are working. We are all okay to bring you the rest of this race. Just to give you a little bit of a rundown, not all that much has happened while we were away for those last couple of moments. But Justin, Lorenzo, it's been a decent race so far. We've had a couple of bits of action. We've had the strategy intrigue as well, Lorenzo, which is always a big thing here at Monza. But now we're coming towards that halfway point in the race now where drivers have settled into their rhythm. They know exactly what they're doing when it comes to the pit stops. And we're just having to wait patiently to see how it all turns out.
Yes, and also one thing we have to be very, very mindful of is that now the track is slowly getting cooler. And right now it's still 37 degrees on the track. It is 31 on the ambient. It was 41 when it started the race. So this light drop off makes it easier on the tires in terms of, keeping up the heat and everything else. But we have despite the beginning where it was more eventful, it has been a pretty much clean race thus far. We had a few incidents. Some of these incidents were like massive shunts or anything else. So the drivers are keeping up pretty much very consistent, very clean, and also mindful when they are making overlaps and everything.
Yeah, indeed, as well as looks like battling TCRs might just be on the cards here because we have MSI Esports in P2 at the moment. They're getting followed quite closely by SimRC here. Now we can pull out those lap gaps. It looks like that SimRC car making inroads on some laps, but on lap 72 they did drop a big chunk of time, so that gap fluctuating in and out at the moment as things tend to do at this stage of the race. But 3.5 tenths of a second between the two of them right now. If you're wondering where's the leader, well, we can get that up on screen as well, as they are currently around about 9 seconds ahead of this particular group. So Porsche Racing just doing rather well at the moment here in TCRs. Yes, they're running at their own, so they can't get as much fuel saving done as they perhaps would have wanted, but they have a comfortable buffer to, I guess, reply to that.
Of course, Sim Racing spent a lot of time, mind you, in that first stint, second stints of the race, saving fuel, getting off the gas, making sure the coast is to the throttle. Of course, Sim Racing now, I think, might be in a situation where they might feel comfortable to hit their fuel numbers to get to the end of this race, rather than where they were at before. Compare that to the other drivers, and now they're showing the raw pace that they had before, and the other drivers at this point have also been held up a bit with having to let traffic on through and fighting amongst themselves for position here.
Yeah, that's always the tough thing to try and manage. SimRC just content to sit behind at the moment into the first chicane. One thing that did happen while we were away, though, was Leo Racing Team, because they picked up a penalty and from an instant earlier on, and as a result, looks like they've dropped back into P3 here. Lorenzo, you have more detail.
Yeah, what happened is that Leo Racing Team, first and foremost, just to start their bottom run to the hill, they got a black flag because of that incident with Williams Gym and then Williams Esports. Now they got dropped off because, their strategy, it is all strategy-wise. They double into their tires, and Levano is a faster car. They got dropped back into P3, and they have to serve the pit stop, and Williams is not far behind. They're 2 seconds behind, so the possibility of losing the podium spot is still real.
Very real. He actually dives on towards the pit lane now, so not waiting around to serve that penalty by any means. So Leo Racing Team deciding to dive it down in, which is going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works in terms of their particular strategy in this race. So they're going to take the normal stop and go here, I would have thought, because pitting and taking fuel at this stage, probably not the best idea to go off cycle, although they are taking a driver change, so that counts as pit stop service, so that will be an extra 25 seconds added on here, Justin.
Interesting decision here to go off cycle, but this is now essentially following a similar strategy to the old racing team now, so very interesting one to see if they can try and make it work. I don't know how it's going to shape out, but we'll have to wait and see, especially with the amount of time, because a couple drivers have recovered from penalties to get up back through the field. It's just a matter of do they have enough time to do so?
I mean, 3 hours, 24 minutes left remaining. There's some time left to try and recover something like that, but this isn't like a 12-hour or 24-hour endurance race where you have all the time in the world to make up for a mistake or a penalty early on in the race. So we'll just have to see how they progress from this point forwards. Although, you quite rightfully mention that Biela Racing Team Euronics car at the moment, race-leading Biela Racing Team Euronics car, and that's currently sitting around about 18 seconds ahead of Movano here, so they have a decent gap. And if Ronin Simsport are to be believed, because they dropped a comment in our chat just a while ago saying that Biela have a good chance to win this thing, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they have a dark horse shot to win this race if everything just plays to their car. You know, if they get a good stint, not that 25 laps that they just had. Of course, they just went over the 25. They just said 27. All right, we'll do 27, 28. All right, we'll do 28. But if they go into a margin where they don't need an extra pit stop, where they're going to lose a lot of time, even though if it will be just splash and dash, they have a shot. I would say they have right now a 20% shot of winning this race. But then again, they have to play their cards right.
Someone saying in the chat, how does one start racing here? Well, if you mean in iRacing in general, just go to iRacing.com and you'll be able to sign up for an account there and get yourself started in the Rookie Series. But if you mean in the 24 Hours Esports Series, which is what is on screen for you right now, well, that gets a little bit more complicated because these guys have a whole pre-qualifying procedure to even sort out the entries to this series. So that's the system that they use to try and decide the teams and the drivers that actually get to compete here in this series. And it's sometimes quite a grueling pre-qualifying process as well, Justin, with a lot of teams trying to get themselves involved in this series, and not all of them can go through to the actual series.
Yeah, there are so many competitive teams on the iRacing service where you need to be the best of the best to be able to make your way into a series such as this. So it kind of tests the limits to see how you can work as a group, what kind of pace you can run, and see how you did. These drivers were tested at Silverstone, for example, to make their way through pre-qualification in the 2019 calendar year. So it takes a year-long commitment to a team to be at a high-level organization that can compete at this type of a level, because it's like this on the road side, the oval side, the dirt racing side. The best teams are the ones where you have a committed group of drivers together who are good at what they do, but are also committed to learning the tracks, learning the setups, learning how to adjust their cars, and knowing how to adjust to the track conditions.
Yeah, that's the big thing, you know. These guys are no slouches. These are the top, I would say, couple percent of road drivers on the iRacing service. So you really need to know what you're doing when it comes to racing here in series such as this. And of course, what used to be the World Championship GT series, which unfortunately is no longer with us. Rest in peace. But you know, I'd like to see something like that come back. But you know, I'm not holding out hope at the moment, but you know, it was always an enjoyable series. But we do get the private leagues here on iRacing to enjoy, of course, this being one of them, one of a couple that we do get to broadcast here on RaceSport TV on the iRacing Esports network. But for these guys, it's a good level of competition to be competing at here, Lorenzo, because sometimes in official races you do get a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of the drivers that you do get. But here, everyone is, at least I hope everyone is taking it pretty seriously out there.
If they're not, I would be surprised, to be quite honest with you, Connery, because
I mean, we've seen some questionable moves, let's be honest, but...
True, we've seen it. Who hasn't done a questionable move? Me? No, just kidding.
I've done one on a RaceSport broadcast before, so... I'll tell you about that after.
I've done in multiple leagues questionable moves, but anyway, who hasn't done? Please knock on the wood, because I would be surprised. I tried to go for Neo once. I tried to get my team, and when the 24-hour series was actually Neo. Oh, it's still Neo, but I tried to go for the HPE, which was my main car. But you know, it takes a lot of commitment for you to go over the track. And just like you guys said, you have to commit, and it isn't just a small commitment. It is a big commitment, because this is like an annual series of sorts. They've been running this since October, so it's basically like 6 months. We've been running for 4 months now. We'll be 6 months when the championship, nearly 6 months championship ends. So it is a big commitment. You have to select your driver lineup carefully. Make sure they're all involved. They're all training. They're all warmed up when they come to race time and the races are organized. So it is much more than what you just see here on the screen.
Yep, it is. I will tell you about the time I made a really, really dumb move on a RaceSport broadcast. It was a NASCAR truck race. It was sort of the in-between weeks when eNASCAR wasn't on, and this was like more than a season ago at this point. This is like 2 seasons ago, so it was before the whole 100k prize pool, etc., etc. So on the in-between races, they'd usually broadcast a truck race instead of the usual eNASCAR race with all the pro drivers. And I only just had enough iRating to get inside the top split of this truck race, so I got on the broadcast. Which is not commonplace for me, shall we say. I mean, I don't race that much anymore anyway, so it's even when I do race, it's a broadcasted race for me is a rare sight indeed. And on the start of that race I was in, at the very start, before we even got to the start-finish line to take the green flag, I accidentally sort of drove into the quarter panel of a truck ahead of me and put him in the wall and wrecked us both out.
Now, I have a question for you.
So it was green and then instant caution.
Connery, I have a question for you. How do you manage that if you only turn left?
Well, the weird thing is, I wasn't even down the inside of him. I was going around the outside of him and just miscalculated it and just dumped him in the wall. I wonder if we can get the footage up. That would be absolutely hilarious to show. But I'm kind of busy right now directing this stream and all. So there we go, Lorenzo.
Justin,
that's a job for you.
Justin, do you have any comments about this?
Why were you trying to pass on the outside off the start, if I understood it correctly?
I was going to time it so that you can do it after the start-finish line, because that's the rule, isn't it? So it's like, but it was just horribly mistimed and horribly misplaced, and I was a bit embarrassed.
Yeah, as a driver who runs a lot of oval races, to be quite frank, not the smartest move. No offense, Connor, in that situation. But there's a black flag on the racetrack, it appears.
At least, well, at least it wasn't caught on the live pictures. It was caught on the replay. It was just certain. So I didn't have that immediate embarrassment of me dumping someone into the wall. But totally unintentional, by the way. It was just a big miscalculation. He didn't protest it or anything, so I didn't have to have that chat with Nim. who is the iRacing steward here. So when you report drivers, if you're new to iRacing, if you report them or protest them, as is the term here in iRacing, it gets sent to Nimcross Jr., who is the iRacing steward, and he gets to decide whether you get a ban or not. So I didn't have that chat, thankfully. But it did look kind of sketchy on second look, so I guess I'm kind of lucky in that respect. Meanwhile, back to the racing here, because we've kind of been off tangent a little bit. There's Chartwell Racing down on towards the pit lane, and they are all alone as far as I can see, although there is a GT3 currently in the process of pitting, and that is the Beeler Racing Team Urance car from the race lead, Lorenzo.
Yes, they're coming into the pits. That is programmed. But about Chartwell, before something else, this is a black flag. They got black flag.
Okay.
So it wasn't in the name of Rafael Draskash. I still say the second name, unlike Conley over here. I try, but they got black flag as they come out of pit lane. And I think we do have an interview coming up.
We do. We're gonna bring in fellow Race Sport TV commentator and Team Mad driver in that TCR class, Mr. Paul Smith. How you doing?
Hello there. I wish I was still in the car, but yeah, not doing too bad.
So how's your race been so far? Because I know that Team Mad car has had a bit of a struggle in terms of the roster and trying to get your primary drivers behind the wheel, which is most of the reason why you're in the position that you're in right now. So, and you, I believe, took the race start for that Team Mad car as well. So just take me through the start of the race and the struggles that the team has been having.
I mean, the struggles for us started about a week ago, really. Unfortunately, David Baker, who is one of our main roster, he was unavailable because he was racing yesterday in the DGFX Championship, and so he wasn't going to be available for this. And then, unfortunately, Miguel, he's not feeling well, so he's decided to just sit out of this one for this time. So really, it's come down to myself and the team engineer Magic to try and pilot this car around. And to say I feel a little bit out of my depth is an understatement here, because I looked at my iRating compared to everyone else in the field, and I thought, oh great, I'm the lowest iRating.
The man with the lowest iRating, but with the biggest heart in sim racing, I suppose. There we go. I'm just going to say something generous just to make you feel better. Well, we were able to catch your second pass on the Talk Freak Racing car, so at least you got that going for you.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, granted, I did go and... so, basically, the reason why we're a lap behind is because we had to pit early because some numpty was behind the wheel. It's some northern guy, I don't know who he was, but I took a little bit too much of the final curb at the Ascari, and basically damaged the underneath of the car. It gave us a meatball flag, so we just came in straight away. It was around the same time that actually Williams had their incident down at the Parabolica. Yeah, hopefully nobody caught that on replay. And yeah, it was just a little bit of lack of talent and consistency. I think that's what's lacking with me, not just the pace, the outright pace, it's just consistency, and making the odd mistake here and there is just costing me and the team. But we came into this, as soon as we knew it was going to be me and Majek, we came into this thinking, right, let's just get some points for the championship, thinking the long game, and go into the final round in a bit of a stronger position than not running at all.
Yeah, I think that's probably the overall goal for you guys at the moment, with it's basically just going to be getting to the end at this point, and maybe picking up a couple of positions on other TCR cars that might have a couple of problems a little bit later on. So for you guys, at least, if I had to really encourage you to try and say a position that you'll finish in at the end of this race, what would it be?
I believe we'll be at the back of the field. do believe that.
Wow,
Because
no confidence.
no, but the thing is, that with the way it's actually been going, there's been a really good attrition rate so far in this race. We've only had 2 retirements out of the whole field so far. So, I think, given how that attrition rate has gone, it's going to be tough for us to gain any positions. And plus, to be honest, we don't wish ill on other teams as well. If something does happen that we could take advantage from, then great. But at the end of the day, you don't wish it upon other teams because we're all in the same boat in TCR. We seem to be getting pushed around a little bit from time to time.
Yeah, there has been a couple of sketchy moves pulled off on your car, and of course cars of your same class as well. Is that tough to deal with in the TCR car? These cars can be roughed up a bit, and the damage doesn't really seem to affect these cars too much. But it's still maybe you kind of have to demand respect a little bit more from those faster classes, or they have to respect you a lot more.
I'll give the example of one of them that happened to me when I was in the car. Going through the Parabolica, GT3 car decided to go around the outside of me. Now, what's the one characteristic you would say of a front-wheel drive car when you're fully on the power going around a corner? It's not oversteer, is it?
No, it's quite the opposite.
Yeah, and my car was pushing in towards that other car that was decided to go around the outside. So it's just using your brain, using racecraft, and knowing what actually is smart to do, because you make a dive on somebody. It's not just the GT3s, by the way. There has been a couple of issues with Porsches that I've seen in the race while stopping out the car. But it's just thinking the big game and thinking the big picture and just saying, right, okay, if I back out just a little bit, give them the line going into the corner, we can get them out the corner and we're away, and we save ourselves the possibility of damaging our car and ruining our race.
I like the comment Lorenzo made. Paul, are you going to be the sort of the patron of the TCR anti-bullying campaign?
For just £2 per month, you can help save poor, harmed TCR drivers who are suffering from emotional turmoil to be able to get through to the end of the next race. Just please donate. There'll be a link below, and we'll donate all of that to those needy TCR drivers.
Actually, Paul, I have a question.
Sorry, I made myself laugh. I'm not supposed to do that. Go on.
But actually, you talk about those making those dodgy moves. We have to talk about, of course, the nature of the track. I think it is just because the nature of the track, it is corners, straight corner, straight corner, straight corner, and you kind of like, it is a very wide track. You're allowed themselves to make, not allowed themselves, they allowed themselves to make those dive bomb moves, which could be some sketchy moves. But I think these last 2 rounds, I think you might agree with this, are the true tests of traffic management, because Imola is just as complicated to overlap people, just like Monza itself.
I was about to say that Imola was, because I was just reserve driving for that, and it was tough watching at Imola because some of the moves that were being made were really questionable. So it's. I mean, there's a little bit of work from our end as well. Don't get me wrong, we've got to be predictable. We've got to make our intentions known early, but the other teams have got to make their intention known as well as to where they're going to place the car as well, so we can work together, because at the end of the day, we're all in this race together, and we all want to go as fast as we can throughout this race.
There we go. So that was Paul Smith from Team Mad, giving us a little bit of a lengthy discussion, but we always love to have Paul in the commentary booth. And I'll just do the standard race spot thing and say, is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go back to your team?
I was wondering when you get to that. Right, thank you to Fanatec and Overclockers UK for their support. We have affiliate links on our social media. Also, thank you to Simortal. Michael will kill me if I don't say that. Also, Phoenix Racing from the University of Coventry and the Simon Racing Report. And finally, we support an organisation, a motorsport rescue organisation called Calder Rescue. They're a voluntary organisation, and they go out to motorsport events, to racing, to rallying, even speedboat racing as well. They go out and they're there for when things go wrong. So they're a really good organisation. Check them out on social media and please donate to them if you can.
Well, there we go. Go and do that then. Paul Smith as part of Team Mad towards the back of the TCR field, but very good reason for that.
Towards the back? We are the back of the TCR field.
I was being nice.
Thanks,
nice.
guys.
All right, there we go. Paul at the back of the TCR field, as we'll be brutally honest with it at his request. As Justin, that's we always enjoy Paul's presence.
Yeah, always an enjoyable person to be around and in the broadcast booth with here on a Race Spot broadcast, and taking a positive stride to how the race is going for his team so far, to say the very least. So, still a lot of action to go, though, approaching the 3 hour to go mark.
Yeah, it's a good time we ended that interview just when we did, because we're coming up on the next set of stops for GT3s and your Porsche field. So, in just a couple of moments' time, or a couple of minutes' time, we'll be just seeing the next set of stops for those two classes, and it'll be the halfway point of the race. So this race has kind of flown by a little bit, Lorenzo. It's gone surprisingly quick, and considering we were here broadcasting qualifying as well, that's I take that as a good thing.
I also take that as a good thing. You know, we expected, some people might think, oh, it's Monza, it's draft the entire time, it's NASCAR, just like it's so. You have a few left turns, it might become a little bit dull. But I don't think so. I think we have so much action from the start to this halfway point in all classes that we've covered our grounds pretty much the entire race. So I think we didn't have one moment in this race where we could stop. I think pit stops only. If we remove the pit stops, of course, where we could stop. And I think I just saw that's the Logitech G Altus Esports getting a black flag. For some reason, we haven't stopped 1 minute to reflect upon this race. I think this might be the first moment where we really took a time to reflect on the entire race.
Is that the GT3 Altus car that got the penalty?
Yes, that's the GT3 one.
Okay, so just give us the rundown of that. What's the explanation?
It says black flag 5 incident 10. I have no idea. I have to pull the rule book.
Instant point limit?
5-second penalty.
Yeah, instant point limit then. So they do have a set amount of instants that they cannot go over before they get themselves penalties. I'm just trying to find exactly in the race briefing where this is detailed, but still, it's a thing that we actually haven't seen come into effect all that much here in the 24 Hours Esports series. It's certainly one of the only times I can remember where it's happened to a very notable team such as Altus. We'll just have to see, as I'll have a look to see where the instant limit regulations are. But Goat Team Racing have also been black flagged as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it says incident 29, 19, and 21, so it might be the same incidents. Of course, we have to grab the briefing and see if also it is related to the same incident as Simon Figo and the GT3 from Logitech, G Altus Esports, that also has gotten. So, some teams getting very, very damaged, coming just, again, into their pit lane service in the next few minutes.
Yeah, so
if I understood correctly, pardon me to Connery for overstepping
right
here, the way it was structured out, and this was explained in the race preview from Neo Endurance themselves, where they would give a warning to the teams at 20 incident points, but for every 20 after, so at 40, that's where they'd start handing out penalties. Right now, a lot of the drivers were warned, especially, say, Parabolica, to avoid incident points. We might be starting to see some of the effect of some of that in the drivers specifically who got into car contact early in the race.
Yeah, so that's a big thing to keep an eye on. If you're picking up those warnings and those penalties sort of halfway into the race, you're going to be really limited in terms of your instant point budget, I suppose, coming into the latter portions of the race. So you do have to be very, very careful. Meanwhile, a couple of GT3 pit stops have now started here just before the hour mark, which is to be expected. Williams Esports taking a pit stop service here with the cars of Beeler 2. You've got TV1 Triton Racing also in, but the vast majority of your GT3 cars have yet to pit here. There is Movano as they are heading their way through Curva Parabolica at the moment. Looks like they'll stay out one more. That's to be expected from them. Ronin Sim Sports. If Movano stay at one more, then they're pretty much guaranteed to stay at one more. They've basically been mirroring each other here, Justin, in terms of the strategies.
Yeah, right now that's been the case where the fuel numbers have been identical, fuel saving strategies have been identical. It's just been the pace has not been so much identical as there's a car off of the track.
Score.
Oh, one of the front runners in your TCR class has had a big problem into the first chicane. Let's get to see. Ooh, it might be a bit of contact. We'll wind that back a little bit further. So this is Core Sim Racing coming through Curva Parabolica. We'll ride on the back of them. Not quite going to get... Well, this is probably going to be our best view of it. You can see there's a Porsche, I believe, that's currently steaming down on them. We'll see how this looks down into the first turn. The Porsche looks to the inside, ducks back in line, and there's a punt. And there's nothing that Kimu Soimonen could have done about that. We'll get another look at it, as that wasn't really the greatest of views. So we'll get ourselves the chopper cam out once again. You can see Core Sim Racing just minding their own business on the way down into the braking zone for turn 1. In a couple of moments, you'll see that Porsche come through. Porsche looks to the inside, drops back in line, and just front to rear contact. Not entirely sure what more I can say about that, Lorenzo, unless you have anything to add.
I think Carzato's intentions was to make that overlap, just come into the Retifilo first part of the chicane over Retifilo, but he just saw he was never going to make the move, tried to back away, and he just got out by surprise with the slow speed off the TCR car, and unfortunately had that contact. I don't know if he's going to get a penalty or something of the sort. We still have to see the outcome of this, if he's going to be reported or not. I think he will. But it was a miscalculation from the Porsche 902 car from GRT White.
Yeah, GRT White was the car involved in that, I believe. If you're right, I'm currently trying to find them out on circuit. The Gold Team Racing White car. So that was the car involved in that one. I kind of want to wind things back to see exactly their point of view of this, because that might shed a bit of light in terms of what their thought process was. It might not be this lap, it might be the one the previous, so we might have to cycle things back just a little bit further here in a couple of moments. Looks like we will have to. So we're just gonna bear with us just for a couple of moments as we bring things back. There we go. There's the contact. So just 30 seconds behind that, and then we can go on board with the Gold Racing Team car. So coming out of here for Parabolica, this is their view of that instance. So what more does this tell us here, Justin, as you have the view down into turn 1?
Well, it tells basically... I lean towards what Lorenzo said there in terms of the incident where, yes, he tried as hard as he could, I think, to try not to make contact, was trying to go all the way to the outside line. He just, I think, missed the braking zone just a little bit too much, just went too overconfidently into the corner. That, in turn, led to the contact there. Lorenzo, though, I think there was just a crash you're just noting.
991, Williams Gym Esports have had a crash. We'll cycle things. Ooh, there's the aftermath. Wow. Okay. they've had a big moment then. We'll go even further back. As there's the Team Mad car. It doesn't look like it's involved with them. Down into the De La Roja chicane. This is Jorge Valls, who did pick up a penalty earlier on in the race for a move on lap 1, turn 1. Out into the grass, no contact. He goes off ahead, directly ahead of the Team Mad car. And that is a big, big moment there for Jorge Blasco Valls. We'll get his onboard view of it here, Lorenzo. He was just taking a bit too much exit out of the De La Roja here. Just the gravel just caught him, car unstable, and then heavy impact with the Armco barrier.
Yeah, and if fortunately, just look at the car. There was a car right behind him. There was a Mercedes. That was the Movano team. So if Jordi actually went slightly to the left, which was the car was leaning a little bit towards, he kind of, he could have gotten into contact with the Movano car, and that could have gone really wrong for Dion Fialo. So good awareness on Jorge just to, get the car on the safer area where is the wall. You guys can see on the replay. He just comes onto the track nearly on the apex, and he just throws the car to the wall. That was close. That could have gone very wrong, but fortunately, Valls just turned the car on the wall and retired the car.
Movano have just come off the pit lane, so that also Ronin Simsport, they have also taken their service as well. But that was a sort of breathing and hope you fit moment there for Movano Racing. They maintain their 4-second gap over Ronin Simsport though at the moment. As meanwhile, we are still waiting for the SRC car to come down in, and just as I cut to them, they do decide that they want to come down onto the pit lane from the brief race lead that they held. That will give over the actual race lead to the Biela Racing Team Euronics car, but they are, of course, one of these cars that is slightly off cycle and by their own sort of judgment as well here, Justin, as they made the call early on with that first stop to take the double stint and then the second stop to come in way earlier than everyone else. Lucas Jetstop, though, still keeping himself within contention, and it's still a big question mark as to how they'll file out inside the final couple of hours.
Well, seeing how the fuel window is starting to continue to shift more and more and more, again, it's going to, I think, come down to how it goes in the final hour or so, because at the pace they're running, they're looking really strong in terms of pace in the first place. Even when they double stinted, the pace has been there. So, again, it's going to come down to how the fuel numbers line up at the moment. They are lined up to where it's estimated to be, based on the staggering of how the stops have been going, to maybe have a 15-minute to go pit stop, but that is being probably over-aggressive in the estimate.
Ooh, Movano. They've overshot the chicane. That's a big error for Dion Fialo. Just as I cut to him, he decides that he doesn't want to take the chicane. We'll get another look at it. There's a car coming into that there ahead of him, but this is just he just missed his braking point.
Yeah, just absolutely missed it indeed here. As that is going to lose them a lot of time, to say the very least, at the worst potential juncture, to say the least, down to 2 seconds the gap. And yeah, just taking a quick glance at once again on my end of things, yeah, just absolutely missed the corner.
Yeah, that's an unforced error there for Dion Fialo. No one around him to influence that. There wasn't a car behind having a look, or there wasn't lap traffic immediately ahead to put him off. So that one's a bit of a weird one at the solo racing for Movano, but hopefully they can put that out of their minds and continue on trying to extend that gap once again back to Ronin Simsport. But like I said, it has lost them a chunk of time, and that gap now stands at 2.2 behind to Ronin Simsport. So there we go. Can't afford to have too many of those, Lorenzo.
No, you can't. You need to be consistent every single time, especially when you come into the second half of the race, and you have to be more crunchy. You have to be consistent, avoid making these kind of mistakes, and unfortunately, It isn't a grave error. It isn't gonna cure damage on the car. If it does, it will be some small floor damage, which will take a lot of the speed out of that Mercedes AMG. But fortunately, the Mercedes are more sturdy than some of the sorry, not the Mercedes, but the GT3. They are sturdy. They can take a beating if they go a little bit overly aggressive on one of those curves. We've seen it with the Williams GME Sports car. No, sorry, not the Williams, but the Altus GE Sports car. When they went over the curb on the Ascari one, that could have gone very wrong and got some suspension or steering damage. So just erase the air off your head, keep your mind on the track, and get the pace back.
You do have strategy, or rather pit stops underway for TCRs. The front 4 cars currently haven't headed their way down in just yet. The rest of them have, so we'll expect this little train of TCRs to head their way in a couple of moments' time here. Craig's setup shop, though, leading the way at the moment. So they're looking to at least try to put another win into their, or at least another P1 trophy into their cabinet right now, as they've been picking up all of them so far this season. They won't decide to head down on towards the pit lane just yet, though. As Simarc did.
Connery, looks like the 908 machine, that's another one of the Williams GME Sports machines, had some more trouble. That car's had some up and downs. When in the first chicane, they had something they've done a couple times. When sliding with the back tires, overshooting the braking zone. This time, it's not in the Rogia. This time, it's in the first chicane.
Let's see. So Alvaro Mora behind the wheel of this one. How does he mess up for the first chicane then? Back end slides out in that Porsche up over the sleeping policeman. A little bit of a tap with the barriers. And he's able to get going. And good rejoin as well. So there we go. I mean, side by side with the Team Mad car, but, you know, I've seen worse rejoins. But Williams GME Esports, yeah, they've been having issues all day. You quite rightfully mentioned, Justin, because I don't know if it's the drivers being over-aggressive, or if the setup on those Porsches especially isn't really to their liking. Because right now you got that Williams GME Sports, the number 908, currently running in P10, and you have the 991 currently running in P14 in the Porsche class, and both of those cars have the capability to be at the front end of the mid-pack, even if not towards that top 3 side of things, Justin. So it's a bit weird to see them have a bit of an off day here.
Yeah, very weird indeed so far. They've just seemed to have struggled in, but the Cup car specifically, in the hard braking zones to try and hold on to the car. Again, 3 total slides, not what you want to do as a team. With 2 different drivers, those slides have been coming in, so that tells me a little bit that's a bit brake bias in terms of adjustments. And now, because that bit of contact, the back wing is flared up a bit. You see it curled up on the left rear up towards the sky.
Yeah, we can just see it's very, very slightly curled up there. And that's not going to help the aerodynamic performance of that Porsche. It just launches it over the second curb there of the De La Roja chicane. But yeah, the Williams Gym car not looking too great at the moment. There's a Beeler car bearing down on it, so that GT3 will head its way down the inside. Not too much of a problem. We can get a bit of a better view of the damage, maybe. We can just see it. I'm going to pull out the pen, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to happen. But you just see on this side here, it's just pushed up just a little bit. Not that much, but might affect him by a couple of kilometers an hour or so, Lorenzo.
Yeah, if it is going to be about 5 kilometers max, maybe 6 kilometers if you try to go side to side, and with a car that is from your category, or even a GT3 car, because they can match GT3s on a straight line if they have room to run. So in the long run, they can get that fixed. It's not going to be a major fix, like 1-2 minute in the pit lane. That might be 30 seconds, 20-30 seconds in the pit lane. So that is fixable. You can fix that with time on the pit lane. You can go for service and do that repair in the meanwhile. So that was a good thing. Also, talking about moves and all, and Williams Esports, the number 55, moved up the slot just in the beginning of their 105 lap against their sister car on the 21. So they're P6 at the moment.
TCRs did just come in for the front of the field, so Craig's setup shop leading the way at the moment, as they have done so often so far this season. It was a bit of a struggle for them in qualifying and the early portions of the race, as they qualified down in P5 in their class, but now they're up to where they're used to being, at the very front, and MSI Esports currently in tow at the moment. With the pit stops done, it sounds like around about a good time to go Esports TV Fan Immersion. We've had a GT3, we've had a Porsche, and now we go on board with a TCR here in the 6 hours of Monza for the 24 Hours Esports Series. Round number 5, we're going to go on board with MSI Esports, Oriel Boe, for a couple of laps. We'll be right back in just a couple of moments' time. Some pretty weird sounds coming out of the engine of that MSI Esports car, bouncing off the rev limiter, coming down the straight. That one's an interesting one. Meanwhile, what's more interesting is that Craig setup shop. They've made a mistake down into the first chicane. They lose the race lead to SimRC. They lose P number 2 to MSI Esports there. So an error for Simeon Lynch has caused him to lose 2 positions in one in the same piece of real estate right now. Let's see exactly what happened with him in through the first couple of apexes. And did he just let them by? I didn't see any slowdown. Did he get slowed down?
That is slowdown. That is low. That is a slowdown. He went just far deep into the second chicane. That a cruise around a second of the slowdown, 1.1 seconds of the slowdown. That's why he backed away.
Let's take another look at it. Simeon Lynch lifting and coasting, big lift and coast into the first corner. well, we're not going to see much from that angle, let's, so to speak. So we're just going to do this and this, and hopefully not that one. That one's not the greatest one. There we go, that one. Does he cut over that? It's the second curb, right? That's going to be the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's all right.
But it's odd. You don't get that kind of slowdown, you know. It was a voluntarily slowdown, which is weird.
I mean,
I got...
he did have a massive lift and coast into the first corner.
Oh, all right. It
But,
was the first curb. It was
oh,
the
it was
first
the first one. That
one.
one was marginal.
Because I'll tell you this much. I've done that so many times. It's weird. If you go in that right side just a little bit more off, and the car doesn't seem like it is on the white lines, even if it is a slight bit, you get a kind of a chunk. You got it like a second and a half slow down. You can take it on the second part a little bit, but the most of the slowdown you take just after you're done with it.
Well, there we go. Mystery solved. As these cars will head their way through. It's still, regardless, though, 2 positions lost for Craig's setup shop. As that little error into the first chicane has cycled them back into P number 3, and they're actually currently gonna have to deal with Core Sim Racing here at the moment because, well, these guys have been battling throughout this season. And it looks like they'll get themselves maybe a little bit, well, another duel here at Monza if things turn out in the right way. But you can just see all the green for Core Sim Racing at the moment. If you ignore lap number 94, that's when the pit stops happened. But lap number 95, lap number 96, all seemingly positive for Core Sim Racing at the moment here as they lock onto the back of this 4-car train for the race lead in TCRs. So it seems like these TCR packs go through a bit of a cycle because we see the separation sort of through the middle and towards the end of the stint, but when it comes to the start of a stint again, they're all stacked up again.
Yeah, it's kind of like hashtag train is alive, hashtag keep the train alive, hashtag bring us back the train, or something like that. So it is the nature of the cars. They are so close to one another, but they get affected mostly because you have the faster car overtaking them in some of the apexes, so they lose a lot of time and they break themselves just because of that. So it is quite complicated for you to be consistent and break away the path. You'd have to basically do half a second per lap faster than everybody else in clean air, and the TCRs, it isn't that nature. They just stay themselves close to one another. So eventually the gap is so marginal. You see like 1 second and a half, and that's marginal. Just one turn, that becomes a half a second gap between one another.
Fraser Williamson there confirming it was a slowdown penalty for the Craig Setup Shop team. As well, I guess, like I said, mystery solved in that sort of situation. 4 cars, though, in with a shot for the race lead of your TCR class at the moment. Just to give you an update as to what's happening elsewhere. Overall race lead looks like this. Be the Racing Team Euronics 30 seconds ahead of Movano at the moment, but they're on their sort of solo car strategy at this point. There's no one that's even really vaguely near them in terms of the cycle right now, so it's hard to tell how they're going to file out right at the end of things here. That 30 gap to Movano Racing might look a little bit shorter or a little bit less as it comes to the final couple of portions of this race, but is it going to be Biela Racing Team coming with a race win, or are they going to come away with just a podium, or if not, a bit further back? We just simply do not know at this point how that's going to work out for them. Meanwhile, between Movano and Ronin Simsport, this is the battle we've been watching since pretty much the start of the race, and Movano, once they get into their rhythm, they can consistently pull this gap out by a couple of tenths of a second a lap. It's just these slight errors sometimes that settle in for Fialo that does mean that Ronin Simsport are kept in contention.
Yeah, those small mistakes allow Jorgensen to close down the gap, but we've seen that Fialo just basically forgot that mistake that he did on the first chicane, and is getting himself back into a good rhythm. It's just not the rhythm that he wants, because Biella gets that is just being OP so far. He's just doing really good laps, not allowing Navano to close down, even though they are on. Trier strategies would be the same. Fuel, of course, is different, but I'm looking at the time left in the fuel stint. Their chances of winning is getting getting bigger by the minute. To be very honest with you, because they're on the 20th lap. They're gonna stop with around 20 minutes remaining on this with 2 hours to go. So it can happen. If they go for a splash and go, will be a marginal splash and go.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to whip that one out. As you can see, that Biela car dealing with a little bit of traffic at the moment, but shouldn't be too much of a problem for Lucas Jetstad. Heading their way through Curva Grande around the outside of the Porsche. They go. Should be a relatively simple pass in the end. Although still yet more traffic on the cars. Traffic of their own class as well, which isn't exactly ideal. You don't have that closing speed to use to try and get past cars of your own class. You just gotta hope and pray that they're more helpful than not when it comes to lapping those guys. As that's the S2V Esports car that's currently in that 14th spot right now. So things haven't really been great for S2V Esports so far this race. Alfredo Malo behind the wheel of that AMG Mercedes. But still, 2 hours and 35 minutes left remaining in this race to go. So still plenty of time to maybe try to stabilize the ship somewhat as far as they're concerned. Team Heusingfeld, which is their closest competitor, is that car directly ahead of them. And they've been closing in over the last couple of laps. So we might just see a pass here for P13 here if things go well for the S2V Esports car.
Yeah, but in terms of race results, this is not the result they wanted to have. And if we are to compare where they started at the beginning of the race and where they started in second place, they just got. I don't know what happened to them. If it is just the competition is just too strong, they got thrown back into the field bit by bit, and unfortunately they haven't been able to reproduce the same amount of pace that Sergio Maturana did on the qualify. And unfortunately for the team, it's highly capable of doing good races, getting a good result, maybe a top 5 or even a top 10.
Yeah, they did fall back rather quickly after that start. I remember saying that they'd lost 3 positions inside of 3 laps at the very start. So they've just been sliding further and further back as this race goes on. But now is their opportunity to try and add +1 to their position, as Team Heusingfeld looking like they're going to have to defend at some point here in this particular battle. It's Mats Husfeldt behind the wheel of the number 35 Mercedes at the moment. Just 5/10 of a second between those two cars at this moment in time. This is where this is sort of the portion of the race, Lorenzo, where things just start to bubble along, and we're just watching and waiting to see how those last hour or so is going to file out. It's the lull in the race, so to speak. Oh, S2V down the inside of Geodesic. That's getting a bit close, coming through Ascari, but they're able to get through. Okay, this is car spun ahead, though. That's a Porsche. It's a 955, I believe. That's IRDK. They've been in a couple of problems so far this race, and it looks like that theme will continue on here. Exit of Ascari, back end just steps out, spins right in the middle of the circuit. Able to get towards that left-hand side, though, which is well off the racing line. But he had to be careful with the rejoin. Don't do that. That's not great there. Erstby again. He's being a bit of a menace. It's probably the lightest term I can use in this race. The rejoins haven't been ideal. So I had to be careful. It's a different skill set on its own, though, to rejoin safely, because obviously you're going to be frustrated if you've had a bit of contact or if you've had a spin. You want to get onto the circuit as quickly as possible, but the regulations say you have to do it in the safest manner possible as well. And spinning it around in the middle of the circuit there, going from off the racing line to on the racing line, that's a recipe for disaster.
That's a recipe for disaster, especially when you're coming out of a turn like that. You know, you're coming out of a scary 210 kilometers per hour, and it's kind of a blind exit of sorts, because you're just coming out, there's nothing you can see on your left side, and when you come out, you just have a fraction of seconds to see there's a car right ahead of you on the exit, standing right in the middle of the track. If you see that, what do you do, Connery?
Sorry, say again?
If you see a car right in the middle of the track, when you're coming out of a blind turn and you have about up to 2 seconds to react, what do you do?
What do you do? That's the point. You just pick a direction and just hope and pray, I suppose, at that point, you know. Just hope that car doesn't move too much, and you pick the right direction. But yes, this is esports. This is sim racing. It's what we know and love. It's called the 24-hour series when the race is only 6 hours. Well, it's sponsored by the 24-hour series, which is the real-life series that runs those 24-hour races. But of course, the practicalities of doing a 24-hour race in the sim racing side of things can sometimes be a bit difficult. We don't have that many of them, and to commit that much time at least one weekend every single month for these guys will probably be a little bit much for them. So we keep the races short, or keep most of the races short here, at least in terms of endurance events, with the 6-hour events that we have here, or at least the 6-hour events that we have here at Monza. So it's not that much of a time commitment. It takes a day out, but it doesn't take 2 days out and an entire weekend.
Yeah, and not only you want to do 1 month races. The problem of doing a month race is that you're gonna have to have a lot of commitment, and commitment for monthly races of 24 hours each is quite complicated. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, we only have on the iRacing side of things, on the official iRacing side of things, we only have a couple of 24-hour endurance events in the year. Of course, we have 24 hours of Nürburgring, you have the 24 hours of Daytona, 24 hours of Le Mans, and the 24 hours of Spa, I believe.
I forgot Spa.
Spa. Yeah. So those are basically the only events. I don't believe I'm forgetting one. In the iRacing calendar where there are 24 hours events. Of course, we've recently had the 24 hours of Daytona, which was absolutely insane. Just the huge amount of sign-ups for that, the big names racing as well. We had Max Verstappen in the top split, but unfortunately for Max Verstappen's car, it didn't survive the night, shall we say. So they had to retire that car pretty much halfway through the race. Somehow we've gotten onto Max Verstappen here in the 24 Hours Esports Series. There we go. Next thing we know, Lorenzo, is someone's going to ask where Jimmy B is in the chat.
Yeah, either Jimmy B or Lando Norris. Don't forget Lando. Always there's a Lando question.
Yeah, where's Lando? Where's Max Verstappen? Where's Jimmy B? No one asks where I am, though, because no one cares about me. There we go. There's your existential crisis for this evening's broadcast. As looking at the racing out there, we're currently looking at the front of the TCR field. As Core Sim Racing currently leading that one. And while we've been chatting, Craig's setup shop has slid back another position here, as SimRC has been able to get ahead of them. Or rather, Core has been able to get ahead of them, and they've been able to side their way through on this particular field. They currently lead that one at the moment in the TCR class. But with 2 hours, 26 minutes remaining, it looks like we're not really anywhere near any pit windows at the moment. So this race is just bubbling along at this moment in time. You have this battle for P7 in your GT3 class. This is between Sorg and Williams Jim. Philip Sudbeck versus Bertolotti. Although Williams Jim Esports seem to be losing chunks of time here to that Sorg Rensport Esports car. So it looks like they're not really in the position to challenge at this stage, unless that Porsche decides to not play nice as far as that Audi is concerned. They almost run into the back of them coming off the Della Rocha chicane. Williams Gym Esports, though, they can't capitalize just yet, and that Porsche is just parked ahead of these GT3 cars at the moment. They're not making life easy. They don't have to, remember. Blue flag's advisory here in iRacing, not mandatory, so they don't have to get out of the way. Although they do have to help to facilitate a safe pass, but still, Sorgren Sport Esports won't be happy about that one.
No, they won't be happy with Chartwell getting in the way of a battle. Of course, you want to overtake safely, but for Chartwell, you know, you're P2 in your class, and you do moves like this. Sometime you're going to be prone to getting involved into a bigger incident than what you just showed. And it can get problematic for your car, given your position in the track.
There we go. These guys continue on their way. That's Williams Gym Esports Mercedes is going to have a bit of a straight line speed advantage compared to the Audi here, but they need to stop hemorrhaging lap time here. 0.4 of a second in their way across the line. It's complete lap number, what's going to be 116 onto lap number 117 here. We have 199 laps predicted as the race distance here. That can usually be plus or minus a couple, because those calculations are based off of no pitting from this point forwards, which obviously is not the case. We will have a couple more stops before we are done here for this 6-hour event, but at least my software right now predicting around about 200 laps.
Let me see what mine predicts. Yeah, same thing, about 200 laps. I think, Lorenzo Bonder speaking, it will be about 199 laps. Just because it's me saying.
That's your prediction for the amount of laps that we'll get to run here.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's see if that one sends out. If I remember to address it at the end of the broadcast, I'll probably touch on it. But I'm not making any promises at the moment with these guys. Though it looks like they will separate out. Meanwhile, TCR, the choo-choo train is still going. MSI Esports in second place, Core in first. You have SimRC as well third. You have Craig Setup Shop in fourth. As one of the Porsches heads its way down the inside there and splits up this train just a little bit, but there's still absolutely nose to tail, which is normal for these TCR cars, shall we say. Not just here in this series, but in the, of course, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge that we have here on iRacing, which is just the TCR cars for the moment. Of course, GT4's coming. But they do like this sort of like close quarters racing, do these TCR cars, and they're built to withstand a couple of hits as well. So if there's a bit of bumper banging a little bit later on in the race, they'll still be fine.
Yeah, they might be fine, because I just read something about this. I think Bo Albert mentioned on the iRacing Esports Network chat that the Altus TCR had a possible floor damage that might have taken 1 second from their car. So despite, you know, taking a beating, they can take a bump quite heavily. You know, it's the thing that you really don't want to see. You know, you take a bump and you get affected on the floor. Oh, that was close, as the core got close with the CRC car. So you really don't want to get involved with those curves quite heavily, because you can get that floor damage, like mentioned.
There's that Altus car that they've said has had a bit of floor damage. Of course, it's not something that we can easily see here with our cameras. Although the only chance we'll can we see it there just underneath? Not quite. I guess Alexander Luritzen basically has to roll that car for us to be able to see the damage at this point. But if Altus are to be believed, they're down in terms of the speeds 1 second a lap as a result of floor damage, which can and does happen. You can see these guys, especially through the De La Rocha chicane, just taking a huge amount of curb. And I suppose if you take one of those curbs wrong, then you can damage the underside of the car.
Yeah, and Monza is quite famous for doing this kind of stuff, to be very honest. It is one of the fewer tracks if you get the curbing wrong, especially those sausage curbs on the chicanes. Oh boy, you're gonna be due for a long run. If you do that on the HPDs, I can guarantee you that's at least 20 seconds in the pits.
Yeah, that's going to be a while stop there as the pit crew go to work. as the racing has kind of just sort of dwindled out. Apart from this train that's going on for TCRs at the moment, that's currently MSI Esports leading that one. So they have been swapping this race lead around a little bit. I guess they're sort of sharing the load, so to speak, as to who gets the worst fuel-saving position at the very front, and they're just cycling themselves around and giving each other a fair shot of the fuel saving, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they're going like, you now draft. I'm just gonna stay behind and let's see who comes out in the end. It sounds like NASCAR tactics, to be quite honest. You know, you just ride the back draft to someone else, and when it comes to the final 20 laps, let's just see who has the better fuel mileage. And now they're about to be overtaken by the Williams Esports Audi from that number 55. That is Josh Thompson just driving, just overtaking them safely. But yeah, it is the nature of the cars. We don't know who's going to be coming out on top unless we come into the final, I don't know, 10 minutes of the race?
I mean, it could be. I mean, we've had brilliant finishes here before, especially in World Championship level competition, where Team 33, or at least, well, it was Team 33 was the precursor to the Williams Esports team. It was before they had officially announced everything. They took a pretty emphatic race swing coming through the final corner of Curva Parabolika in the World Championship series that used to run here for the GT cars. There's going to be a swap for position, though, for the race lead, although MSI, they're not driving back in line, and actually SimRC are sort of denying them sort of falling back into second place here, as they're all kind of lifting coming through Curva Grande here. Not, of course, Core not really wanting to lead this race at the moment. They can't get fuel saving done. Oh my word, that was so close between the MSI and the SimRC car. There's basically absolutely nothing between them. I'm surprised there wasn't contact between the two of them.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised to see it as well. They came so close to have a door-to-door then wheel contact between the SimRC and the MSI. The only one who didn't commit to try to make a move, however, was a quick setup shop who just stayed back and, you know, let them kill themselves mentality. Yeah,
to use that term, as up into Ascari then, GT3 in and amongst this. But everyone seems to have survived, coming through Ascari here, and careful with the grass on the outside. Couple of drivers dipping 2 tires in. As we've seen a couple of teams have problems there before where they've caught the grass and they haven't come off as lucky as they hit the Amco barrier on the outside or spin towards the middle of the circuit. But in this instance, everyone getting through unscathed. Having a look at Porsche, because if I'm reading this correctly, P7, P8, BB1 Triton Racing versus TNT, that's closed up a lot.
Yeah, it was, if I'm not mistaken, that was around 3 seconds when I last looked. Now it closed down to around nearly half a second. It's 7 tenths of a second between Wodarny and Piotr Jagodinski. So, yeah, we got a battle in the Porsches. It was kind of a quiet down. It did quiet down for the last 20 minutes, but now we got something at least on those Porsches.
There we go. So, dealing with a little bit of TCR traffic right now, and since we're at the point, the sort of past the halfway point of the race now, where not a lot is happening out there on circuit, I'm just gonna take a strategy out of the 24-hour race commentary notebook, sort of to be able to fill the time a little bit. I'm just gonna open up for questions, because let's have a little bit of a Q&A. Of course, we can't answer anything to do with the future in terms of iRacing related, in terms of content. Not that we'd know anyway, since we don't know the most of the time.
We can try to make predictions. Not that they're going to happen, but we can try to guess.
We can guess. But yeah, we can't answer anything as far as what's coming out in iRacing in the next build, because 1, we don't know. I'm being honest there, we don't know. And 2, we wouldn't give away that information even if we did know. So there we go. But if you guys have any questions for us in the chat, then please do so. And hopefully we can get more quickly towards the end of this race, as we have this battle for P7 in the Porsche class up on screen for you right now. Triton Racing versus TNT Racing. Getting ever closer as Paul Darling behind the wheel of the number 981, continuing to make inroads here. And Triton Racing going to have to be the car on the defense here, and this is surprising considering that at least on the last pit stop times, DV1 Triton Racing did have the longer stop and looked to have taken tyres. Meanwhile, TNT Racing, 35-second on their stop last time around, and well, that tells me that they haven't taken tyres, yet still are able to catch up quite a bit, and I think that might be as a result of the damage to that Triton Racing car that they have on the front end right now.
Yeah, but one other thing that we have to talk about is how well TNT is doing despite the comes and goings that they just had into this race. They got involved in a few incidents. I think they got a black flag at some point earlier in the race. I'm not 100% sure. You know, my memory is good, but it's not all that good. But considering they started 38 seconds, that's probably all the way back to the pack. I think that was dead last or second to last in the class. They're doing really good this far, getting quite of a respectable result so far.
Someone in the chat says that is SRA. If you had to extend one round of the season, as I'll get to that in just a bit, as Williams Esports squeezing their way around the outside in the GT3 machine, not leaving any margins left out there on circuit. If you had to extend one round of this season to 24 hours, which would you pick? So I've got the schedule up right now, and I would have to say I would go for the classic 24 hours of Spa.
All right. If I recall correctly, we had a 24-hour series, 12 hours in Coda, or 8 hours in Coda last season, which was the... in the real life was the closing stage of the season. But if I have to pick one out of the bunch, I'll say Silverstone.
24 hours of Silverstone. Interesting.
Hey, it's kind of like it is an unusual one, so that would be interesting to see how cars would handle these twisty sections for 24 hours.
I mean, if we're going for tracks that don't often get 24-hour races, I go for the Circuit of the Americas, because that is actually a pretty fun track. At least for a driver.
I hate it.
As long as you can see the apexes on a single screen. I should probably add that. Yeah, the track is pretty wide. So for those drivers on a single screen at Circuit of the Americas, it's a bit of a struggle to see where you're actually turning into to try and find the apex. Triple screen and VR users, no such issues for them. But it's one where the single screen guys do tend to struggle. But yeah, I would say a 24 hours of Circuit of the Americas would be pretty decent, I think.
I'll say, even though it's not my favorite track, I don't like one bit of racing Coda. If I ever see Coda in one of the schedules, even though it is,
ooh, is that?
It appears sometimes. It's my skip
going
week.
Very wide.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Because I'm really pushing the track limits here and collecting another incident point in doing that as they head their way through. Oh, very wide. Maybe spooked by the car ahead of them having a bit of a moment. And that was taking the focus of Kimmo Suominen, and he dips a couple of tires inside the dirt. Not going to lose a lot of speed as a result, though, so he will still maintain the race lead in TCRs.
Okay, Connery. I just read over here. It was actually good. Neil actually just mentioned this. Of course, he says in a joking fashion, but it's interesting. 24 hours of Talladega.
Talladega doesn't even have a road course, as far as I'm aware.
Doesn't matter. 24 hours of oval.
Look, I had this idea a couple of years ago for not a 24-hour endurance season on ovals, but an endurance season on ovals. So the sort of 500-mile and the 600-mile races on ovals tend to be the longer ones. But I was thinking, why not let's do a Coca-Cola 2000, for example, and just go for like 12 hours.
I'd be down to see, you
With-
know.
Maybe not a solo driver event, because I don't think anyone would survive that, so to speak.
Here's
But
the thing: would you do driver swaps?
yeah, but the thing is, it'd be interesting to see how that would interact with the cautions.
Fair enough. This is
Because the NASCAR pit stops are very, very short. Not as short as F1, of course, but they're still short, like 10 seconds or whatever. So it would be an interesting concept that I'm not sure would work, but I would still like to see.
all right. Talking about moves here on the 911 class. Finally, and I mean finally, after I think we saw for 4 or 5 laps, TNT just overtook Triton on the first chicane.
There we go. So that pass was done there. They just exit the corner, although Triton might be able to come back at them. Coming into Curva Grande, they tried to search for a line around the outside. And it looks like they're still going to try and go for it down the inside here at the De La Roja. No, they're just going to stick in line, and they don't have the overspeed required down into there to try and get back past. But we'll see how that was done into the first chicane. You see TNT Racing on the inside of Triton, getting the car stopped. No lockups, no puffs of tire smoke, all good as far as TNT Racing are concerned, and that's how they got the pass done.
Yeah, and one thing I was saying about TNT Racing is that he was Paul Darling was trying to overtake. He managed to stay within contact, but he kind of risked a little bit his car in terms of tires, because his car was very sliding into some of the turns, especially when he made the overtake on the first chicane, on the Retifalo chicane. Well, the exit was quite complicated, and I think we have something on P7 for the GT3 class. Yes.
Yeah, because over the 2 laps ago, Bila came down from the race lead, so they're working their way back through the field on their deliberately off-cycle strategy, which we're still yet to see come to fruition. But I think we'll have to be about an hour and a half away from seeing that at the moment. They'll be able to get past the Williams Gym Esports car in quite comfortable fashion. They get up into P7 out there on circuit right now. As we're still probably going to have to be around about 7 or 8 laps away from the rest of the GT3 field coming down in.
Yeah, most of the cars are on the 25th lap, so it is nail on the head. It's at least 32 laps total for their stints. So, and they're coming down in about 8 minutes, and we have something regarding Ronan closing out the gap. You can take it away.
Yeah, Ronan Simsport, they were up to 4 seconds behind Movano Racing at one point during this stint, but they've been able to close it in once again. And this is the thing for Movano. It seems like they've not been particularly great through traffic today, which is quite weird. Quite a weird thing for me to say about them, because usually they're pretty good at trying to find all the gaps in the traffic, but not today. It seems like Ronan Simsport have had the best of them, and you know, when it's in clear air like they are right now, Movano are going to pull away. But it's just every single time that like there's traffic involved or there's a slight mistake, it's going to be lost time for Movano as they dive down the inside of the Team Mad car. That was well, there was a lot of intent behind that from Dion Fialo. He wasn't exactly going to pull back in line there, was he? He's looking to try and lose as little time as possible. Ronan Simsport having to go around the outside, coming through Curva Grande, but they get that car disposed of pretty quickly. 1.5 seconds between your P1 and P2 for the overall positions right now. Meanwhile, P2 and Porsches. That is HM Engineering and F4H Motorsports, as they are looking very, very close indeed into the Rettifilo. Looks like side by side might be the order of the day, or at least with the GT3 car, as they headed their way through and separates out the battle just a little bit here, as looks like F4H, they're having a little bit of speed here. They did lose about 0.3 of a second on that last lap, but overall they've been making some decent progress, and they're on for a decent finish in this race, which is good to see from them. They'll at least the Porsche ahead of these guys will tuck within the slipstream of the GT3 car on its way down into Ascari. But the track's still very busy, and we've had very few retirements in this race, Lorenzo. I'm just going to take you through them. We've had Logitech GL Esports, Lasse Sorensen in the number 43. We've had Williams Esports TCR in the 133. And we've had Burst Esports in the 911 car. And those are the only cars that have retired from the race. One from each class.
One from each class, and only 3 retirements, which is surprising. We could have, for one moment, I thought it would be 4 because of the Williams Unique Sports Cup car when they had the crash at the exit of Della Roggia. And fortunately, Georgie retired the car for us for a moment, but still in it. So quite good to see that the car is still out strong and still running, even though he's probably going to be all the way down back in the pack in the GT3 class, the GT3 Cup class. And but it is quite impressive to see only 3 cars away from this race, given the nature of the track, how abrasive it is, door-to-door action nearly every single time, dive bombs everywhere. So only 3 cars is an impressive number, and I'm not even joking in this one.
A lot of traffic, quite a bit of congestion through the first sector at the moment. All single file through the Della Roggia chicane though, so should be all okay as those GT3s work their way by on the TCRs once again. We can have the track map up a little bit here. Actually, we will fix that. And since I hadn't done it since I restarted the overlays, so there we go. We can get that, and then we can get that up. You can see mostly spread out across the track right now. You do have a decent train going on that's currently heading its way up towards Ascari. This is the train that's actually on screen for you now. That's where the most congestion is out there on circuit at the moment. Meanwhile, on the pit straight, coming through Curva Parabolica as well, and it seems to be sparse in terms of the cars. But, you know, sometimes you do have this sort of natural clumping that goes on in these sorts of races, where you have some cars that are basically, you know, country mile ahead of them and behind them. They're all on their own, and then you get situations like this, where it's basically everyone and their mother in the rush hour.
Yeah, and this is one fun thing, that Monza is a very lengthy track. It's 5.79 kilometers in length. It is one of the, I would say it's on the top tier of longest tracks in F1, but it's so fast that the cars get clunkered so easily, and it's multi-class races like this, even in ILMS, nothing happens. It is the nature of you not having one moment to breathe, because you get out of the pits, or you come into the start and finish line. There is always a car that is slower than you or faster than you. There's a mountain to take you at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Craig's Setup Shop continuing on their way at the moment, as they're currently in P3. They are the championship leaders in TCR, and looking for a good points haul once again here at Monza. But right now, the sort of the multiple race wins on the bounce that they have already, their perfect season looks to be under threat at the moment. But I'm sure Simeon, Lynch and co are still not too worried at this stage. There's still 2 hours of this race to go just yet, and they're within about a 2-3 seconds of your race leader, so they haven't been in an awkward spot just yet. And we have yet to see how the fuel strategy will work out for these TCRs as well inside of that final stop. But right now, Craig's Setup Shop still going well. Core Sim Racing, they're at the very front right now. They've sort of had the situation through most of the season, Lorenzo, where they've sort of always been the bridesmaid but never the bride. But this time it might be their chance to get a hold of that trophy in TCRs and to get themselves onto the top step of the podium.
And because the first 3 races they were second place, they're always coming up short for some reason. Always Craig's Setup Shop was overperforming them or something else. The only race that they fell apart was Imola, where they had a few incidents midway through the race, if I recall correctly, and they got dropped down all the way if I see here to P10, they got a P. It's still a top 10 spot, but that allowed Craig set up shop to basically be in a place where if they get anything, in my view, from P5 up, the gap between on points would be so unreachable they might not be able to win. But if I recall correctly, last round is double points.
I believe so, as the 24-hour series goes to the 12 hours of Barcelona. We've had all 6-hour races so far this season, and with the double the distance becomes double the points here. So there we go. We have to see how that works out, and it might give a couple of teams that are further down the order in the standings a bit of a chance to hoist themselves up more than they would otherwise. There's 2 hours left remaining, so pit window is going to be open here for GT3s in just a couple of moments. I haven't spotted anyone head their way on towards the pit lane just yet, although Williams Esports GT3, they're just coming off of it, so we've missed them coming in, but off and away they go. Beeler Racing Team Euronics, number 2, they come off the pit lane. That's not your race. That's not the one that was leading the race just a couple of moments ago. That was their sister. This is their sister car. As 30 laps on the stint so far for Movano, who currently are the overall race leaders. So around about 2 or 3 laps should be around about the margin for Movano and Ronin Simsports come down in. Out of the leading couple of cars, though, I'd expect MSI Esports to come down in first, because they are 31 laps on their stint right now. But they're getting deep inside of the next hour mark here, so they won't have any sort of short on fuel worries for the end of the race here, as can and does happen sometimes. They should be good. It's just how much you're going to put into that car in that final stop.
And I think for now it will be a full stint, so full service. Fuel-wise, of course, I don't know about tires. Then it comes to each and every car, every team's strategy. But it will be full fuel. If it was me, full fuel, then a lesser fuel, which would be 7/8 of a fuel, just on the margin of being full, but long enough you have to make it to the end of the race because they're lasting more than an hour. So it will be interesting when it comes down to the final pit lane. The only 2 teams that are not on the strategy is, like we've mentioned more than once, Euronics, the 45, and also I would say also Leo Racing Team.
There we go. MSI Esports heading their way through in the GT3 division, and they do decide to head their way to the pit lane. So my prediction was correct, and Alvaro Ramiro comes down in for his second to last service here as part of that 76 MSI Esports car. You see Altus Esports in the background in a TCR also decide to head their way into the pit lane. And having a look at your race leaders right now, they have yet to decide to head their way in. 31 laps on their stint. It's either going to be this lap or the next lap that they'll decide to take their second to last service of this 6-hour event. Looks like the vast majority of your GT3s are yet to pit, but we're getting to that point. We'll have a little bit of a pit party down on the pit lane, and it'll also coincide with some of the TCR stops as well, so it'll be a pretty busy pit lane.
Yeah, it will be a busy pit lane, and for some of the teams like, oh boy, here comes in. I was seeing inertia because they got a black flag. They nearly got into contact. I think that was the Logitech. No, that was the Esports number 21 car as he was coming out of pit lane. But the pit lane, when you come out, it's quite wide, so you can have a little bit of room to breathe with. It will be very interesting for some of the, especially the leading cars, to see how they handle traffic when they come down in pit lane, because they can get blocked for some of these lower cars, and we know slower cars, lower acceleration, and you lose some precious time if you actually get caught up by someone.
Both your race leading cars yet to head their way in. SRC also yet to pit, but they've been one of the cars that really does like to stretch out these stints, so expect them to do the same here for this one, maybe 2 or 3 laps longer than everyone else. And we have Virtual Motorsports on the pit lane right now. We have Phoenix Racing Esports, which we haven't talked about so far this race. They've been sort of towards the back of the field, just minding their own business at the moment. We have Team RSO also in as well. They actually dropped down off the jacks, and they'll be out in a couple of moments. There we go. Cedric Nibelzek behind the wheel of that Team RSO car as it heads towards the pit exit. As we're getting at least relatively close to the end of the race now, Lorenzo, and again, this is bubbling along quite nicely. If there's going to be a grandstand finish, which class do you think it's going to be in?
TCR, that's obvious.
TCR?
Just kidding. I think it's TCR due to their close nature, you know, both Core, Craig, CMRC, and also MSI, they have been so close to one another. And also, Satellite as kind of like of a dark horse sitting on the long shot. They can still get a grandstand finish, but one thing we haven't mentioned from the start of the race, we've mentioned slightly, but from the start of the race onwards, and talking about leaders, Ivano's on the track, he got caught up by a TCR, I think it was Team America, but then he lost a lot of time. And Ronan stays out for one more lap on the track.
Yeah, so first difference on the strategy we've seen between those two as Ronan stay out, as Mivano come in. We'll have to see what happens coming onto the pit lane for these guys. Recycle things back. Into Curva Parabolica they go. Is it the car ahead that's going to cause them a problem here? We'll just have to see. On the brakes into the pit lane. They get slowed down okay. I don't think that was too worrying. Close to the back of the TCR car, yes, but not too close to be a big concern. Now Bivano Racing stopped in their pit box. They have about, well, if they're taking a full service, they have about half their pit stop to go, so another 30 seconds or so before they head their way back out there on the circuit. SRC has also come in, interestingly enough. So the car that really stretched out those stints through the first couple of pit stop cycles of this race has now decided to come down in with the rest of them.
I think it's the right move for SRC. If they are staying with contact with the leaders, you got to be thinking realistically how you approach your final two stints. So if you manage to do a good stint and stay within contact like they did, they were in P4, P5 before they came into the pit lane. That's a good thing for you to consider. So come down to pit lane, save some fuel, and kind of like overperform your car, as we have Ronan coming into the pit lane right now.
Yeah, so they go one lap extra over the Movano car. So Ronan Simsport now looking for their pit box to get their second to last stop. Andreas Joachimsen behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Will he be the driver that finishes off the race for Ronan Simsport though? Because he has been behind the wheel of that car for a while. Will we see a driver change come through for Ronan? Yes, we will. So Filip Matrevsky now going to get behind the wheel of the Ronan Simsport car to bring it to the end of this event. Did we see a driver change for Movano as well? We did. So Tommaso Carla now back behind the wheel of the Movano machine as he's almost pushing Williams Gym Esports through the corner, and you can see the displeasure from Carla as he flashes the lights manically. But looks like right now it's Tommaso Carla and the driver Matrevsky once again to finish off this event. So the duel that we had at the very start of the race is going to be the duel that we have at the very end as well.
Yeah, and we've seen Carla and Matrevsky coming into blows very early in the race. So this is expected to see from them once again, as I think Ronan is just on the near end of their stint. Not their end of stint, but pit service, as he revs up the car. Comes out of pit lane.
Where is Movano?
And I think he's just going to come right ahead of him.
He's going to come out ahead, I think, yes. He's taken a couple of seconds shorter on the stop here. Has Ronan Simsport. There's Movano just about to get its way through, and it looks like Ronan Simsports is going to be ahead. Coming into the chicane, but it looks like Matrevsky's gone a little bit deep there for Ronan. but he's able to recover it quite well. Mivano have the run out of the corner, though, so battle for what is P3 at the moment could end up being the race lead under the right set of circumstances. Mivano, wow! That was a big moment for them. I thought they were going to head straight for the Armco barrier, but they're able to keep it together. They're flashing of the lights. I'm not sure what they'd be displeased about there, but still, we'll get another look, because I wonder what happened to that Mivano car. You can see that Ronin Sinsport goes very, very deep. You see Carla trying to find a line through. Does get a very good exit, has the slipstream as well, but what was this big old swerve towards the right-hand side here for Carla? Look at this. Oh, there we go. Hold her steady. Tommaso Carla, wow. That's brown trousers moment.
Yeah, that was a big save moment. I can say like 2 words. I'm not gonna say it over here. You guys know it. For those who's watching, as you know those words, I'm not gonna say it. But big save from Tommaso Carla, because if it was me, I would have sent the car to outer space. And so well done by Mivano on Carla to get the car on track. And the blinking, I'll say it's kind of justified, because the move from Ronin and Matrevsky moved after he after Carla made his move. So it was kind of a blocking of sorts, and here comes Carla on the outside.
Door to door into turn number 1. Oh, Mivano trying to go around the outside. They cancel out the move, though. They all stack up coming through the middle of the corner, and that results in the run going to Ronin Simsports coming off of the Retifilia chicane. But Mivano, they're going to feel a little bit hard done by that. It was a big defensive move from Ronin Sinsport that almost caused them to swerve themselves out of contention. That Mivano car, they have inertia ahead of them in that Porsche. That's quite damaged at the moment. That front end seems all torn up on that green and blue car. But Ronin Simsport trying to usher them out of the way right now. And down the inside they go for the second Lesmo. They put that car between themselves and Mivano, as Mivano find the positioning over the lap traffic coming out of the second Lesmo. But these guys, they've been stuck together pretty much all race long, and this is the first occasion where we've seen an all-out scrap between them.
Yeah, the only time we've seen the scrap between them was actually about 2 hours into the race, when they actually traded a few places. But anything else than that, they pretty much kept themselves within contact from one another. But I'll be very honest, if they want to try to go for a race win, they can't afford to lose a lot of time battling one another, even though the gap right now is 40 seconds.
Oh, squeeze! Squeeze on the outside, Mivano. And I think this is what some of the TCR teams are talking about, whereas they, cars trying to pass on their outside while they're on throttle in a front-wheel drive car. They're going to understeer throughout all that corner exit phase. So you have to be so careful when trying to make a pass like that through the Parabolica. But Mivano just squeezing their way through. They know time is of the essence right now. Filip Matrevsky has been the stronger driver of the two as part of Ronin Simsport, so he's in the best position to try and take away a potential race win for Ronin Simsport, but we still have the unknown factor of this Bila car. So we'll have to see how they affect this particular battle. They're looking good, though, in terms of their positioning, in terms of their gap back to Ronin Simsport. They stands at about 40 seconds. Yes, they are off cycle by about 12 laps here, Abila, but this still could end up working right at the end of things here. And especially if Ronin and Mivano battle the way they have, they're going to end up losing more time. And Bila are just saying, yeah, go ahead, guys. Just battle more, because this is just helping us.
Yeah, this is going to help them quite a lot in the long run. For now, if you're looking on the short term, they're going to have to pit stop, and they're going to waste about 40 seconds to go into the pits. So anything else than 40 seconds to go for 42, 43, 44, just because they're battling one another, then we can start looking into, this can become complicated to both teams, because they can undercut one pit stop, one data splash and go, and that could be so good for Bila. They can come out with at least a half, 1 second and a half, 2 seconds when they come out of their last pit lane.
We'll go on board for a couple of laps with the car giving chase. Mivano, Tommaso Carla. Ronin Simsport got past them inside the last pit stop phase, and now they try to recover. We'll take a couple of laps on board. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments' time. Mivano still give chase here in the 24 Hours Esports Series. The 6 hours of Monza is inside its final 2 hours for round number 5 here of this championship. Mivano Racing third place at the moment, chasing down Ronin Simsport in second. We have the strategy call from Bila Racing Team Euronics that might just get them to the very front of things inside the final hour. It feels like both Ronin Simsports and Mivano feel that Bila are the team to beat here, but we'll just have to wait and see how that one turns out. Bila have been running pretty good at the front of the field, though. They've had no one to worry about here, Lorenzo, and that's been the big thing. Mivano and Ronin, they've been really focusing on each other for pretty much the entirety of this race. Meanwhile, Bila, they've just run on their own. They've found their own little bit of space, and they seem to be doing well with it.
There's not just well, they seem to be doing outstandingly Then Haas just being able to, you know, clear up those gaps. It isn't huge gaps he's clearing because the lap pace is pretty much dead on equal. But those small bits that Haas is clearing out lap by lap, and he still has around 14 laps into his stint, works wonders on the long run. If he comes out to the pit lane, he might come down with the pit lane with 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. I think that's my calculation prediction over here in terms of fuel strategies. So he still needs one more splash and go. He still has one more pit stop to go extra compared to the cars right ahead of him. So it will come down to the final minutes, final 40 to 30 minutes of this race.
You can see currently battle for P2 in TCRs. Core Sim Racing versus MSI. MSI is the car giving chase at the moment. There's about a second between them right now. Craig's setup shop, who was involved in this battle, is currently on the pit lane, so they'll cycle back into this group. Well, you would have thought, as long as the pit stop goes well for the Craig setup shop team. You can see them. They are on the pit lane right now, and they're getting their tires changed at the moment, but they'll drop off those jacks in around about 20 seconds time, and they'll be able to rejoin the race. As meanwhile, you can see Core Sim Racing heading their way out of the final corner now. Craig setup shop, they're just going to drop off the jacks now, and where do they file out in relation here in this particular battle? Looks like Core and MSI have both gotten through right now. You can see them heading themselves down into turn 1. You can see Craig setup shop just exiting the pit lane about now. And with these TCRs, Lorenzo, you're going to be on very cold tires here to start off your stint. So it looks like Craig setup shop is going to drop a little bit further back over these next couple of laps. But from that point forwards, they should pick up pace.
At first 3 laps will be, you know, just build up the heat on the tires, make sure they are proper. For all turns you're going to come up, you're going to have to manage with. And after that is just cruise and try to save as much fuel as you can. Actually, at this point in the race, I'm not going to say save fuel. You can go like pedal to the metal every single lap because you still have to do one more pit stop. Every single car on TCR just have to do a pit stop, so they don't have to be concerned about it. So they can go like full pedal to the metal and let that final pit stop decide who's going to come out on top.
You can see Ronin and Movano still. Absolutely nothing between them. You can see, well, Movano have been gaining bits of time over the last couple of laps. 1.5 tenths, another 1.5 tenths, and then a big 3.5 tenths of a second. Careful Ronin down into the Della Roja. Careful Movano as well, as they took a daring move over the Porsche they were trying to get past. So these guys knowing that this could be won and lost in the traffic here. And they're very well aware of that fact. 9 tenths of a second between the two of them right now. But their focus has to be not on each other right now. They have to be concerned about Biela because they've been setting very fast lap times at the front of the field. They've been taking a couple of chunks out of both of them right now. At least Biela on that past lap took 1.5 tenths of a second. Although Ronin Esports laps previous, they have been gaining ground. So they've been able to stabilize the gap out a little bit to 41 seconds. But of course, you have that strategy to play out in terms of Biela. And, well, they'll be coming down towards pit lane about 13 laps time here, which should be good enough to get to at least close to that hour mark.
It's going to be... You're doing 147, that's about 12, 14, 17, and 20 minutes. So you come down to around 1 hour and 15 left, if I did my calculations correctly here. So you're gonna have a certain amount of fuel to work with. You can go for a short stint, choose real short stints like half fuel for both of them. Do around 40 minutes on each one, or maybe 35 on each one. No, sorry, not 35, 40 on each one, and then at the end of the race, it's still going to be comfortable and maybe come with a small difference to work with compared to Ronin and Movano.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, there we go. Again, yet more cards to be played as far as Bela are concerned. We haven't given the Porsches a lot of love recently. That's mostly because they haven't really been battling. Closest battle in this field, though, is the Uber Racing Esports Cup car versus Triton Racing. And that one's just been fluctuating in and out. And 1.1 seconds between the two of them right now. But that is basically the only notable thing happening in your Porsche field right at this moment in time. Because MSI Esports, look at the gap they have back to P2. It's 1 minute and 36 seconds. So MSI Esports doing what they've done pretty much all season long. We thought it wasn't going to be the case after that qualifying, but it was. Turn 1 incident took out a good couple of the front runners they'd have to fight with, and now they have a return to form and a minute and a half ahead of the rest of them.
Yeah, and the gap is pretty much running away because so far the only team that actually could contend them was Burst. Burst basically went out in lap 1. So, not lap 1, but it was like lap 3 or 4
It was early.
In the race itself. It was very early in the race, but still, for the perspective of the championship, MSI is sitting on a very comfortable gap coming to the final round. They just can't screw the final round. If they get even a marginal result, they might get the championship. So the mathematic games also start to play a little bit. I'm not going to do the mathematics because I'm not a mathematics guy, even though I do mathematics for a living.
I didn't actually know that. There we go.
Oh, I'm a computer scientist, so...
Oh, okay. I guess, well, you get the computer to do maths for you. You don't actually do maths yourself.
A little bit. A little bit.
I'm a comp sci student as well, I know. It's okay, you can admit to me. But right now you can see Ronin Simsport leading away in this battle still. Movano. I guess the best option for Movano here is go mega fuel saving and just get the repass on the next stop.
Yeah, that would be.
They lost a lot of time there. Wow.
Yeah, they lost a chunk of. They lost nearly a second because of that. I think it was the SRN Motorsports Orange. That was Jason Gerard, just holding him not intentionally on the exit of Ascari, but you can see how much time lost has been done on that Movano car.
Yeah, and dropping out the draft here would probably be the worst thing for Movano. So they need to get the afterburners on and catch back up. 1.3 seconds behind there, and Ronin Simsport went deep. They're on the grass. They have to take to the escape road. Ronin Simsport trying to get past the lap traffic. They've made an error into the first chicane. They collect a couple of cones and take them for a ride through Curva Grande. And we'll get another look at exactly what has happened there, because it was just off the edge of our screen. Ronin Simsport past one TCR, flashing the lights to let the other TCR car know. Late move towards the outside, contact as well, spits them out into the grass, and they have no other option but to take the escape road.
Yeah, and that was the Craig setup shop that was right ahead of him, and that was is that cone still right in front of the Ronin car?
No, Movano ahead now, because the slowdown penalty that Ronin Simsport has had to take. Wow, this has changed once again here in GT3s.
Yeah, and to be quite honest, I think there is some small. I'm not gonna be I'm gonna play the devil's advocate. I'm gonna put the small blame on the Craig setup shop car because the flashing they got hang on it. They moved one lane, then they moved back one lane, so you guys can see. Oh, there goes the cone. Rip cone.
I'm gonna take another look at this because I'm not entirely sure if I agree with you.
Yeah, it's complicated. All right, let's see. We have the replays for that.
Yeah, we do have the replays. We're running on board with Ronin Simsport right now. Parabolica, nothing of note. It's all gonna happen coming down into the braking zone of the Retifili chicane. So, TCR car ahead, that's not the problem. You're going to be able to get by just fine. It's going to be the next one that's going to be the problem for Filip Matrevsky. The problem is, there's a bit of miscommunication, I think. you can... Right, I'm just going to wind this one back. We're going to do this live, folks. You can just see... I'll take you through it. You can see them both at this moment. They are going to the right-hand side. So they're going in this direction here. They both make that call at the exact same time. So therefore, Ronin Simsport is quite understandably going to then change his mind and then go down towards the inside, the left-hand side there. But at the same time, it seems like the TCR car has seen Ronin Simsport go to the right-hand side here and has cut back in line, and all of a sudden, it looks like Ronin Simsport commit here, and then that Craig setup shop car has already committed to whatever line they're going to take into the corner, into the braking zone. So then it's going to be basically the inevitable happens, contact through the corner, there's not a car's width of space there for Ronin Simsport. I put the blame more on Ronin Simsport there as the car behind, but that Craig setup shop car was not being predictable down into the braking zone.
Yeah, and I'm looking actually from the rear chase view on the replay, on my personal replay here. The blinking starts just when Machowski go after the finish line, so that's when they start to commit over the line, and he moves over the line, and then becomes Craig. He moves over his line, and I think that's where the communication happened. That's where the predictability.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Battle for the race lead. Then Ronin Simsport versus Mivano for P2 at this moment in time. They'll take the duel once again into turn 1, and Mivano will hold on for the moment. They follow each other closely through the chicane, but that one's caused a little bit of a debate in our chat. There we go. So that one's livened things up a little bit. I could see the case for both sides, which is why I took you through on those sorts of those freeze frames there. I can see what each side was thinking of there. It was sort of that. Yes, you can blame the TCR car for not being predictable into the braking zone. I completely get that, but that was still a big committed move by the GT3 car around the outside there. But yeah, make of that what you will. We have stewards for a reason, but I'm not even entirely sure what to think. People saying TCR has to stay on its line. Yes, that's what I'm getting at with they have to be predictable into the braking zone, and they were not predictable. And I think if I was a steward, probably that's the decision I would go with as the TCR car being mostly at fault. But it was kind of like both cars being at fault, but one more so than the other.
Yeah, there is not one at fault. And if we have to put the major blame, of course, that's up to debate.
Yeah.
You can say TCR because, well, moving twice over the line in the braking line, that's something you don't want to do. You want to be predictable. But then again, we've seen so many moves from the GT3s, you know, diving from the 200-meter line, braking line, all the way down to the 51, that we're not surprised Ronin trying to make that move, and here comes Ronin once again on the inside.
Do they go for it? Looks like they will. Dueling once again, this time with a Porsche also involved. That might stack them up. Ronin Simsport through to P2. And they able to get the traction off, are they? It looks like they are. Now flashing the lights frantically to try and get that Porsche out of the way. As this is a major battle for position. The Porsche's just going to hang on the inside, though. It forces Ronin Simsport to have to take the slightly more difficult option, but they will get clear before the braking zone and put that Porsche between themselves and Mivano.
Yeah, and Mivano just playing the safe game and just hanging back. He could have gone for the move as he now goes for the move. And that's the HM Engineering car from Karen Harrison. As he goes, he gives room on Lasmo 1 to Mivano go through. But Mivano just playing the safe game right now and not to get himself over any kinds of trouble like Ronin did.
Yeah, it seems like the consensus, as far as the viewers are concerned, is that the TCR is at fault. And I'd be happy with agreeing with that. You know, I think they were more at fault for that incident than the GT car was coming through that. Let's look at that, though. The gap has been extended here by Ronin Simsport up to 1.1 seconds. So after they got that pass complete, they've been able to stretch their legs. And they look to try and break the draft. I don't think they've quite been able to manage it just yet.
By the way, the Aeronix 45 on pits. The
oh, yes. Race leader in. So there's the call for your overall race leader. They come down on towards the pit lane. They won't be able to make it to the end from here. They'll have to take another pit stop here, will Sven Hasse and his team. They will go up on the jacks to take tires as well. So that's going to be the call for the Biela Racing Team Euronics. It does mean that now Ronin Simsport lead this race from Movano in second place. So 1 second between the two of them right now, and I still don't quite know which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, but there's one interesting aspect. It wasn't a full service from Sven Hasse. He just fueled and put, I think, 3/4 of a fuel that would last around 40 to 45 minutes, and then the tires came in to their Audi R8. So interesting developments here with the final 1 hour and 25 minutes of the race.
Yeah, 1 hour, 25 minutes remaining. Still undecided amongst 3 cars for the race lead of GT3s. Could also say similar for TCRs as well. Although it's Core Sim Racing right now that leads the way, the other cars have been close on a good couple of occasions. Just because the train has spread out now doesn't mean it can't form up again. We've seen it so many times already.
Yeah, it's just a matter again of getting yourself into a bad traffic spot, and then the train happens. Like, anywhere in the chicanes is a bad place for you to be in, because you just lose so much time and allows anyone that is kind of closer to you to come in and engage yourself in the train.
Yeah, there we go. So, Core Sim Racing heading their way through. Race lead TCRs at the moment, but they have MSI closing them, closing them down. They have Craig's Setup Shop, which is arguably the car that they have to be more worried about here, coming towards the final couple of, final hour and a half of this race. Meanwhile, Ronin Simsport, look at this. They've just been, after they got past Movano, it seems like they found another gear, and they're just stamping their authority on this race right now. They know they need to go chasing Biela right now, at least not on the racetrack, but in terms of the strategy, they need to be as far in front of Movano as possible. They need to put in the good lap times here. We can see the lap gaps up on screen. You can see Movano losing 1.2 seconds, lap 148, losing 6.5 tenths of a second on lap 149, the previous one. They are hemorrhaging time at the moment to Filip Matrevsky as he ditches Movano and looks to try and challenge Biela.
I think Movano right now is on a fuel saving strategy, because that's the only explanation I can find for Movano, unless there's a little bit of frustration over what happened, those moves against with Ronin. But then again, that's my POV. We'd have to talk with Dion Fialo or anybody from Movano, and they won't give us away their strategy right now. What is on Tommaso Carlo's mind to underperform on these last laps?
Yeah, this is gonna be it now. Coming towards the final half of this particular stint. And then the final stint is when the fireworks are going to explode, so to speak. Or perhaps we just have to hope and pray we get a good finish inside of this GT3 field. In TCRs as well, there's potential for that to come alive as well. As you see, Craig Setup Shop top in terms of the points in the championship. 3rd place on the podium right now. SimRC are closing them up a little bit over the last couple of laps, so don't count out them either. Craig Setup Shop compared to MSI Esports, look at that. They're just closing in decent chunks a lap as well, so they're chasing P2 while P number 4 is closing in on P number 3. So they're all closing up, and I guess this will be a train at some point.
I think this will be a 4 or 5 car train when we come down into after the last pit service for all those TCR cars. So again, if I expect to see a close battle to the finish, and I'll probably even say photo finish, it has to be the TCR class, just because of their close racing nature. Just it.
Cross the line then, complete lap Well, at least for your race leader, we're on lap number 151. To give you an update on the predicted laps, we predicted 201 at the moment, so that's gone up since the last time we looked at it. Right now, though, Ronin Simsport lead the way, 1.7 seconds in your GT3 class right now. Porsches, that's been led by MSI Esports since, well, pretty much a few laps after the start. And now they have a 1 minute and 42 second advantage over Chartwell Racing. So it looks like it's going to be another win in the books. There's a Williams Gym Esports car that's gone off there. Which one is that? Is the bigger issue. It's not the 908. Is it the Jim Missouri car? Looks like it is. We'll just have to cycle it back.
That was the 991.
Oh, the 991. Oh, they are many, many laps down. What are they trying to do here? Let's have a look.
Oh boy.
Into turn 1. Guillaume Escuder. Deep. Tries to recover it. Back end just slides around. What's it with these Williams Gym Esports cars in the back end just drifting around? It's not even like snapping around, it's just drifting.
I think for this race there isn't a worse combination than Williams Gym Esports and Chicanes.
Yeah, they've been really struggling today. Of course, that car is many laps down on the rest of the Porsche field at the moment, so they're just basically trying to get to the checkered flag at this point, but a little bit of a danger to the rest of the cars that are coming through the Retifilia chicane. As Williams Gym, this has probably been a day for them to forget in pretty much all of their classes here. It's been a terrible one. Meanwhile, race leads come down a little bit. Mivano, they found a couple of tenths of a second here. That could have just been traffic that Ronin Simsport had to deal with. And look at the traffic down the road that they're now going to have to come up on. So this might shake things up. But remember, Ronin Simsport previously has been better through the traffic, but can still change.
It can, but at this point of the race, do you really want to go for, try to risk battling for position, even though you're battling not just for P1 right now. Of course, it is a P1 battle, but you're allowing Bila to close down the gap ever so slightly, and it might become what it would be 4/10 of a second, maybe 3/10 of a second into 1 second, just because you're battling, and then allowing Bila just on fuel strategy to beat you. They still have to do one more pit stop. Would you risk for that? Is that a risk are you willing to take?
Well, for Bila, well, they have to take another stop at this point. They have absolutely no choice. They can't go, 1 hour and 20 minutes that they have to go on the fuel. So their hand has been forced somewhat. It just is a matter of how much of that 40-second buffer that they had is going to be eaten up as a result of having to take that splash and dash right at the end of the event. That is the big question. Will it file them out slightly ahead of Ronin? Will it file them out slightly or a long way behind Ronin? We'll just have to wait and see. But look at this traffic right now. It's going to be pretty grim for Ronin to get through unless they catch them at the right place, which would be coming down this pit straight in a couple of moments' time. Philip Matrevsky needs to have his lap traffic passing hat on right now, as he's going to have to do a lot of it. 1 hour, 17 minutes left remaining in the session. And here comes the lap traffic. Down into the Retifilia chicane can get a little bit sketchy. Down the inside of 1 TCR he goes. The second one's going to go a begging right now, but not going to take the risk. Off the corner, gets the traction. There we go, around the outside of the other TCR. Good job for Ronin Simsport so far here in this one. He has lost a little bit of time to Mivano. So Mivano are just that little bit cleaner getting themselves through on those couple of cars. But now into the Della Roja, and well, going to get stuck behind a couple of Porsches here coming up through the Lesmos in just a moment's time. Ronin Simsport down the inside of 1. And that will be completed. The second one through the second Lesmo, it looks like. That's the IRDK car, I believe, that gets close, but they're through okay. Movano also trying to work on this bit of lap traffic as well, but looks like they've had the better time of it, look. It's down to 5.5 tenths of a second now, so Tommaso Carla, he's figured out the lap traffic here. Will it continue to fall his way, though, is the big issue. He might get stuck behind the TCR coming through the Ascari chicane, and that'll lose him quite a bit of time as he's stuck behind. Is that gap going to extend to a second? Doesn't look like it. Still remains around about 6 tenths of a second between the two of them, and still yet more traffic to get through here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he's just gone by the Gold Racing Team White Porsche. So the two cars ahead of him are the Leo Racing Team and the Logitech Astro Altus Esports. As he just makes clear duty of the TCR. Now they're going to go through core, and now the question is, where they clear off the Leo Audi R8.
Yeah, well, they clear well. They're not going to get past the R8 down into the first chicane, that's for certain. But coming through Curva Grande, well, probably the best bet to try and do it. It might have to be helped by that Audi a little bit. Same class lap traffic situation here for Maciejewski to deal with. Is that Audi going to get out of the way? Looks like it holds position for now. Of course, they don't have to quickly get out of the way and give away the place, but they will do so coming into the first lesson where they let both of them go as well, just well out of the way for that Audi. And well, if they don't have a race that they're concerned about right now in terms of a battle for position, you might as well do that.
Yeah, but they have to be worried about the gap battle, because the gap to Movano and Bila is coming down bit by bit. It was at 25 from the last two laps. Now it's around 23 seconds between Movano and Bila, the Euronics 145 car. So the yellow alert should be buzzing on both cars, on both of the Ronin and Movano cars, because it can get problematic if they keep going like this.
There you can see 2 seconds on lap 154, the previous lap for Bila. So the thing is, Bila will have to come up on that traffic in a little while, so they're going to have to deal with a similar sort of situation. But this is potentially going to be a brilliant finish here between these cars. Still going to have to wait a while before we get to see it. But meanwhile, we can have a little bit of a look elsewhere. TCRs, they haven't closed up as quickly as I'd hoped. Sim Racing leads from MSI Esports, although MSI taking a second out of them that last time around. Still 5.1 seconds though, still a decent margin to try to make up for MSI here, but we still have final pit stops to be concerned about for all three classes, and that could really, really shake up things.
Yeah, they're all on equal fuel strategies. I think the only one that differs is the Sim Racing team, because they're, I think, with the 4. And it is a 5-for-4 lap disadvantage compared to the other cars, so they're going to be coming up earlier. So it depends on how Core is fast, trying to clear out traffic and staying away from trouble, and see if they can come out on front when the other cars come to the pit lane. And if the other cars will work themselves together to try to close down on Core, if it comes to a battle of gaps and close down to Core itself.
Yep, there we go. So the state of play with things in TCR at the moment. Sim Racing, best seat in the house at the moment, but it's not going to be guaranteed the seat that they'll be in at the very end of this race, as they are 19 laps on their stint right now, which will mean that they're going to have to take a bit more fuel than MSI, who will have to take a little bit more fuel than Craig Setup Shop. Only by a lap though, but still, it could matter. It could be the difference between the two of them, especially if they're close coming off of pit lane. So that's the situation in TCRs. Looking back at your GT3 field, but not at the battle that you were perhaps expecting, because we have a little mini one between SRC and MSI Esports here. So they are currently 5.5 tenths of a second between them at the moment, and MSI Esports starting to close in albeit with that Audi, so it's going to struggle a little bit in the straight line compared to the Mercedes, but the slipstream is the great equalizer here as they'll sit inside that, coming down the pit straight, having to deal with a bit of TCR traffic into the first chicane. MSI, they're going to go for the dive on the TCR car. There's a blown engine though. Is that? I can't quite tell who that is. I think that's Goat Team Racing that have had a problem.
Oh.
It is. They've blown it.
It is. I think I know what it is. I just trying to make sure that if it is what I think it is, because I just saw the Williams. I saw the Williams GM908 down on the pits for quite a while now, and he got hit, and he hit hard. One of the cars. I think that's the GOAT team he hit on the parabolic.
Yeah, it was GOAT team. We're right on board with them. Engine. It just started smoking. It didn't go bang. Right from the back of it. It just started smoking.
It's because they got hit in the back, and I think just because they got hit in the back, by consequence, they put so much stress on the engine that unfortunately they had this blown up engine. That's my, that's my perspective, because the hit on the Williams car, it was so hard. Basically, the 908 came full speed at the GOAT team. That the GOAT team on the parabolic was just right on the apex. They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't deviate.
Wow. Okay then. That's well, one that you rarely see, but it does happen. A bit of engine damage, a bit of radiator damage maybe with the... Well, if it was a rear end contact, it wouldn't be radiator damage. It would be engine damage for these Porsches, but still, it's not what you often see. I've seen interesting mechanical failures before. I've seen people's equipment that they're using, that their wheels or their pedals or their shifters fail. But damage-related engine blowing, I haven't seen that in quite a while. So, there we go. So maybe our first bit of drama here for the end of the race.
Yeah, and I hope, in terms of drama, it is a drama that stays isolated in terms of crashes. I hope the dramas that we see are battles, just battles.
Yeah, I mean, someone's already calling me out in the chat for cursing their cars, so there we go. I don't do it deliberately. And it's all superstition, right? It doesn't really exist, right? Right?
Yeah.
Please tell me, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're seeing Ronin Simsport. That gap has come down. It stands at 0.5 of a second to Movano. They're keeping tabs on Ronin Simsport. So Ronin Simsport, after they got past, they were able to really stretch out the gap, but Movano have just closed it back in again, partially due to the help of the traffic. And Carla, just sitting within the slipstream now, can really just make himself a threat for the rest of this race. 8 minutes away from the final hour of the race, and that's when a lot of these GT3 cars will think about coming in for their final service of this 6-hour event. It's going to be quite close to the hour for Ronin Simsport and Movano, but for Bila, they'll have to go quite deep inside that final hour and then take that splash and dash right at the end.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at over here. If all teams, and I believe they did, if I'm correct, I'll be surprised. They did full stint. They did a full service. Therefore, they still have around 8 laps max in their fuel gauge. So if they go for 34 laps, which is the maximum they can do, they're gonna be hitting around 58, 57 minutes lap. The rest of it, they should be coming up with 55 minutes. Sorry, not 55 minutes. Around an hour 59 minutes left into this race. So they shouldn't be concerned too much of fuel. It just comes down to how much they can hold the car down and avoid losing gap to what would be the Bila racing team.
Absolutely. MSI versus Squadra Corsa, though. Look at that. MSI Esports gaining a couple of tenths of a second a lap to try and hold themselves even further inside that top 5. It is Audi versus Mercedes, though, on the way into Curva Parabolica, just half a second. It feels like it's been like that for a while, but the lap time deltas say otherwise for MSI Esports. They're edging their way in, bit by bit, by bit by bit. And maybe, just maybe, they'll have an opportunity, if not this lap, then over the next couple. But remember that these guys are also coming towards the end of their stints. Pretty much everyone in the GT3 class is coming towards the end of their stints right now. So you can apply that to everyone. But Squadra Corsa better on the brakes into the first chicane and able to getting a little bit of time back. But they're going to have to put up a defense here because MSI Esports, they're not really a team to be passive.
Yeah, they're not going to be passive. We know how MSI is aggressive on their movements. They're playing it safe. I just saw Alvaro Ramiro just saving a little bit of fuel coming into De La Raja, but it isn't a major save. He's now going to use a little bit to dive down, just pass down the GRT, the Go Racing team, and they close down ever so slightly over the turns to maybe do an overtake on the start-finish line on the SRC.
Yeah, that's certainly what they're poised to do right now. TCR traffic into Ascari, avoided by SRC, avoided by MSI. So this is going to be a straight-up fight between these two at some point, but we're just, we're at that sort of awkward point in the race where we're just waiting for these battles to happen, and trust me, they will happen at some point. But maybe we need to get those final couple of stops out, those final stops out of the way first before we see any real action.
Yeah, we have to see what's going to be the outcome of those pit stops. Then we can see drivers fighting for positions, just training gloves every single time, try to give uppercut jabs, drop kicks or something. Drop kicks is not a move; it's a wrestling move. So just kind of like upper kicks, bottom kicks. Kicks in the groin. Sometimes it happens, but they're still gonna be battling it out after they come down into the pit lane in a few laps. For MSI, it will be, I think, the next 2 laps.
Yeah, it looks like they're on lap number 29 of their stint, and they have classically been one of the first in on these pit stop cycles. So I don't see any reason why that should change here in this one. I think they'd get themselves as close to the hour mark as possible and then decide to take the fuel to the end of the race. Maybe even tires as well. I mean, if you're going to go for the double stint strategy, it's going to work more at this point in the race with the track temperature being lower than it was at the start.
Yeah, right now it's 32 degrees, so you can think about doing a double stint. It won't affect the tires as much as you probably were going for double stint at the beginning of the race. Because in the beginning of the race, what was the point of going double standing with 41 degrees on the track? You could make an omelette on the track, and it would go, and the heat of the temperature will actually boil the egg quicker than the tire itself. So for now, I think you can think about doing double stints and not damaging the tires, but it is a gamble because the drop-off is still real.
Yeah. So we'll see if any teams gamble with that. I think for Biela, you basically have to take no tires because you're putting so little fuel in the car. So their hand has been forced in that respect with their splash and dash. But for the rest of the teams, it's the no tires is certainly an option open to them, and like I said, it would work a bit better at this point in the race than any other. MSI Esports, though, they're just sitting behind their SRC car, just playing passively right now. 30 laps on their stint. They're going to be in around about 2 or 3 laps here if I had to make a bet.
Roughly. Because right now the MSI is on the 30th lap. Just taking the SRC is on the 28th lap. So we've seen SRC throughout the entire race being one of the longest, so doing 32 or 33 laps. So I wouldn't be surprised if they come down the pit lane any time longer than the MSI. But still, it is a really interesting aspect. And just to recap. Did you say that Abila has to take tires, or it's
Well,
the
they
opposite?
they might as well not take tires due to how little fuel
Oh.
they're putting in the car.
Oh yeah, all right. I heard the opposite because they took tires on their previous pit service, so it wouldn't make sense for them to go for tires once again. They would just lose time.
Yeah, it's it's going to be an interesting call either way. Coming down to it, with just a minute or so left from seeing your final stops in GT3s. MSI Esports will be one of the first downhill towards the pit lane. I think Williams Esports will beat them to the punch, though, in terms of being the first. They're 32 laps on the stint right now. Into the final corner of the lap then. Does MSI decide to head their way in? I would guess not, but I've been surprised before. They decide to stay out. You can see one of the Porsches also heading their way in as well. So it's around about the pit stop cycle for those guys as well to get to the end of the race. Williams Esports, they are the first GT3 to come down in and get their final stop underway. It's going to be around about the hour mark. It should be fine here for Williams Esports, but they're the first of the blinkers and they get themselves stopped in their box. Josh Thompson behind the wheel of that car at the moment. He will stay behind the wheel of the Williams Esports car to take it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and then just paying attention to see if you're gonna put tires on that car. If I'm Josh Thompson, I would just go for the strategy of putting fuel in. So he still has to run 20 seconds left on their pit service.
We'll see. I'm seeing it tick by as we see Ronin Simsport and Movano once again. These guys haven't been more than a couple of seconds away from each other out on circuit. The only place where they've been sort of more than that away from each other has been just through the pit stop cycles. They'll both miss the pit lane this time around. Still a couple of laps for those guys to head their way in. Looks like Williams Esports, you are right. They haven't taken tires. They're coming out. And they're going to head their way down in towards turn 1 in just a couple of moments' time. Those race leaders have already headed their way through, so Williams won't affect those, being the mid-pack Audi that they are. But this is now starting to get a little tense because, you know, we've had the first couple of stops and now the rest of them are imminent. 59 minutes left remaining. Bila Racing Team, what's the gap to Movano for them? It looks like you're standing at about 23 seconds. So that gap has basically just stayed stagnant between P2 and P3 at the moment. It's not what Bila would have wanted, but it might be something that they can work with when they come in and get their splash and dash done. But 30 laps in the stint for Movano, 29 laps in the stint for Ronin. We're looking about 32, 33 laps on a full stint here for these cars. This is it. This is going to be the cards being played for the final stops here, Lorenzo, and we'll get to see who wins.
Yeah, we have to see when Ronin and Movano come down the pit lane to see how fast their pit stop is going to be in their relative position compared to Bila when they come out on the track. So far that the 24-second margin between Ronin and Bila, I'm still quite anxious. I'm not 100% sure that Bila still has the upper hand. They might have the slight upper hand. If they do, it's not going to be a big one.
Yeah, so we'll see how they file out in this particular battle. Ronin putting the Porsche between himself and the Movano car. Movano going deep on the brakes into the corner to make up a little bit of time. Next car onto the pit lane, possibly out of MSI Esports and Team RSO here for GT3s. You have to remember also Porsches getting that pit stop done as well, but they haven't had all that many battles, as MSI Esports will be the next GT3 car to come down in and get their pit stop service for the end of the race. So Ramiro brings that Audi in. You can see one of the Porsches heading their way out. That's the 974 car, which is the SRN Motorsports orange car. Number 10 Audi also heads their way out. And, well, MSI Esports down towards the pit lane now. Meanwhile, I'll give a little bit of love to the TCRs because this is still going to be a big question mark because they're going to have to take varying amounts of fuel at the end of this, well, when they come down in for their final stops, which might close everything back up again. So that 8.7 seconds between Core and MSI, that could be so much less once this final stop comes for TCRs, because Core Sim Racing will have to put more fuel in to that number 100 car. So definitely keep an eye on that one. But yeah, Lorenzo, right, it's a couple of moments now. Lap or so.
We're getting there. We are getting there, people. We are getting to the final laps for all the GT3 cars, all the Porsche cars, all the TCRs. So we are soon to see whose gamble is going to come out on top, who's the better gambler, who should go to Las Vegas and who should go to Reno. If we're going to say in terms of gambling world, who deserves to be the better gambler. So this is interesting. I'm not going to make any predictions or, you know, easy percentages or all these kind of mumbo jumbles that we commentators try to use to try to predict races and all that kind of stuff. I just going to let the race just play naturally its own course.
Yeah, we are just spectators, just like you guys watching the stream. It's just that we get the luxury to say what we think on these particular broadcasts to a couple of hundred people. But Movano now, they can't be concerned about the people watching, neither can Ronin Simsport. Again, that classic, just constant traffic that they're having to deal with. It should be this lap at least for Movano, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go one more here. We'll have to see what they decide to do. That's the MSI Porsche that they're currently working their way by on. That's the race-leading Porsche, in fact. Movano Racing, Tommaso Carla. He will be the driver for the end of the race. That's not in doubt at all. Through Curva Parabolica then, do they decide to dive their way down in, or are they going to go for one more lap? Ronin Simsport's going to come onto the lane first instead of Movano, so that is not the way around I expected it to happen. Ronin Simsport the first to blink.
If we have to talk about Ronin coming in first, it's just because they might have been with their face to the wind, you know, facing the wind the entire time compared to Movano. That's why they burn more fuel than Movano. So that's the more natural and logical reason we can make it. Anything else? Movano staying out for one more laps is kind of impressive as well. But in terms pace-wise, they're gonna do the same thing as Ronin in the previous laps, despite facing the wind. So,
bit of contact between Bieler and the Satellite Racing TCR car, but they're able to keep it together. So, I don't think there's anything that's gonna happen as a result of that. Just a little bit of a bump for Bieler as they work their way through. They know time is of the essence for them as well, because they could potentially be involved in this battle for the race win. You can see their gap between themselves and Ronin Simsport right now. We can't quite see it just yet since Ronin haven't come off the pit lane just yet, but now we will get that refreshed. And it looks like it's going to be around about 30 seconds, 40 seconds between Bieler and Ronin Simsport here. That's a healthy margin for Bieler. And they're going to have to basically take half a tank of fuel here. So they'd be able to get it out, I would guess, at that point ahead. And maybe pretty comfortably ahead, but we'll just have to wait for confirmation of that. Movano, though, they're heading their way through the final corner right now. They will decide to dive their way down in now. So there we go. So Movano and Ronin Simsports have now pitted. And it's going to be Bieler Racing Team that are going to inherit the race lead once they come across the start-finish line.
And to make matters worse, Hasa got kind of like backed away from I think that was the Go Racing Team wide, and then the Austro Gaming Altus Esports team, TCR, on the exit of Ascari. Not only that contact damage his gap a little bit, 2 seconds away from whoever was the leader of the race, that was Movano. So for Movano, I think they are in a range to contend against Bila when they come down into the pit lanes, but still, it's too close to call.
Yeah, it is. Movano, they're still on the pit lane. 32 seconds on their stop right now. Up and down on the jacks as well. They are taking tires here. Tommaso Carla and co. So this is a difference compared to Ronin Simsport, because I don't think Ronin took tires as far as I could tell. They spent about 5-6 more seconds on the pit lane. And now they come out and away. Did they cancel the tires? I don't think that taking the tires would be that quick.
If they didn't cancel the tires, you know, it has to be just the frontal tires. But still, it is quite odd to see. It is quite odd to see for you to go over the jacks.
I'm pretty sure my eyes aren't lying to me. I saw them drop off. Well, go up and then drop off. But it was a very quick up and down. So maybe not all 4 tires changed on that Movano car. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting. It's a very odd call. I'll admit, it's kind of like, it's a bold move. Let's see how it plays out, Cotton.
So now the ball is very much inside of this team's court. Bila Racing Team Euronics. They have the gap to Ronin Simsport, 42 seconds right now. They have yet to take their final stop. They're going to need a splash and dash in around about 12 or 13 laps time. So it's going to be pretty deep inside of this final hour that they will have to come down in. The objective for Ronin, the objective for Movano right now is just try and make that 42-second gap seem a little bit less. And they're able to challenge the Bila car, who's been running on its own for pretty much the entirety of this race on their strategy that we were questioning at the very start of the race. But the thing is, it might work out here at the end.
It might. But then again, I'm done making predictions. I'm just letting this race plays out as it is, because we've seen gaps like, you know, 40-second gaps when they come down into pit lane, everything seems fine, and they just lose by a marginal second. And just because they went over, you know, the pit lane box, the pit lane stall, or they put an extra lap of fuel, so everything's up in the air. We have to see when Bila comes down. And I think they might come down in the next, I would say, 4 laps. It's 4 laps tops.
Yeah, so there we go. 4 laps tops is your call. I would have thought it would be a little bit longer. As right now, Movano, well, Simon Feigl from Altus Esports fame thinks they've just taken 1 tire, which is something that we have seen before here on iRacing. Remember Virasco Anderson Sports 1 tire strategy in the World Championship. Has it happened again here in the 24 Hours Esports Series? But it would have to be the left front, right? Because it is a clockwise circuit.
I think it is, yeah.
Well, there we go. So we'll have to get the we'll get post-race interviews definitely with Movano, so that's certainly a question that we can ask, what they have done here with that very quick up and down on the jacks. TCRs though, let's have a little bit of an update with them. They're coming towards the end of their stints right now. In fact, some of them have already pitted for their last stop. So Satellite Racing have come down in, Team Chimera, Geodesic have also decided to pit here. Craig Setup Shop though, look at that. MSI Esports right on their rear bumper. 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second at this moment in time. We had Core. They have come down in for their stop. So that was the race leader in TCRs. Now it is Craig Setup Shop, as they have MSI Esports all in their wing mirrors right now and just being a very big presence.
Yeah, and now the question is, how efficient can Craig, MSI, and SimRC be on their fuel strategy to come down in pit lane? Because I saw Core they're just doing Lasmos, so if I have to guess, the gap between them is around a minute. You can correct me on that. So it is a minute?
We'll have to see. Just give me one moment. They got very close there coming into the Retifilia chicane. It's well, the gap, yeah, it is almost exactly a minute between MSI Esports and Core Sim Racing at the moment. So that's P2 and P4. So That's the margin that they have to work with here at the front of the TCR fields. Keeping an eye on that Biela car to see where it decides, where and when. Well, we obviously know where, but when it decides to head its way in to the pit lane for its splash and dash. But for now, we'll just keep an eye on this TCR battle. Craig's Setup Shop and MSI Esports yet to come down on towards the pit lane. They have a minute buffer back to Core Sim Racing.
And when they come down the pit lane, the pit strategy is pretty much the same between both teams. And not both teams, but the 3 teams. Even my race spot dog agrees that if they come down the pit lane, they will be basically close to one another. It might not be the train you guys expect, but it will be a semi-train. Will be around a 2-second gap if I have to wild guess, and they would close down with eventual timing.
Yeah, there we go. All stacked up in this TCR class. There's a couple of Porsches behind, just waiting in the wings, trying to get themselves through. Coming up to 45 minutes left remaining in this race. Those Porsches will try to find a line through. Will they make it 3 wide? We will go 3 wide between 3 different classes down the backstretch. And that other Porsche, that IRDK Porsche, confused about which direction to go. MSI deep on their brakes, almost tags the back of that Craig Setup Shop car. Riding on board with MSI Esports at the moment as they're following as close as you like to Jack Cedric right now. Tucked within that draft, and they could potentially go for a move here into turn 1. Whether they want to go for it is a different issue. Getting close, but staying in line for now. Mostly because there was a GT3 car coming hot at them.
And that's the MSI Esports GT3 coming out hot at them. And both David Perez, both Jack Sedgwick, and Claudius Veed had to back out. Well, Veed was already backed out, but Sedgwick and Perez had to back out so they don't get involved in an accident.
Yeah, absolutely. So these guys are left alone for now. You can see Core Sim Racing. They are in P4 at the moment, but they're good until the end for their fuel numbers. So they don't need to stop one more. They don't need to stop. Meanwhile, all three cars ahead of them do need to stop. So Core Sim Racing, and they've done all they can do right now. They just need to chase the lap times at the moment and wait for the rest of those cars to head their way onto the pit lane. Oh, it's Biela! Biela!
No! They crashed coming out of Della Roja, and that screwed up their entire race.
That might have just done it. Sven Hasse, you had one job. Let's have a look how it happened. Oh. That's a hard one to take. No one around him. Single car incident to the Della Roja chicane might have just thrown away this race for Biela. And now it might just be a straight up shootout between Movano and Ronin Simsport. And Ronin, they're currently 4 seconds ahead of Movano at the moment. We'll get another look at exactly how this happened. We'll see the onboard as well, just to add insult to injury. Oh, it's that second curb. It just spits him out a little bit too wide, gets him into the gravel. And a heavy impact with the arm coat. That's it, basically, for Sven Hasse. He's going to have to limp that car home. He's still out there. Actually, he brings it down on towards the pit lane. He's going to have to come down in for his last service anyway. Maybe just get a bit of damage repaired, but Biela, they were looking so good. So good for the end of the race, but a crash 45 minutes from the end has put a damper on their race. Now, it's this team, Ronin Simsport. They will pass Biela in the pit lane right now. They will inherit the race lead coming across the line. Filip Matrevsky now leads this for Ronin Simsport. They're currently 3.5 seconds ahead of Movano. We'll get the lap gaps, but Movano are closing in. 0.6 of a second, 0.3 of a second, last 2 laps. We still have a race on, Lorenzo.
Let me recompose over here. Yeah, we still have a race, but if we're to judge this lap alone right now, I think Ronin just managed themselves to get a good gap, nearly more than 4 seconds, because Team Mad just basically held Mivano at the exit of Tifilo, so they just lost a lot of time, nearly a full second to Ronin. So Tommaso Karma needs to do perfect laps and avoid any traffic problems so he can actually think about getting into the draft range of Ronin.
Yeah, gap is being extended. 4.1 seconds. So yeah, that really did hurt Mivano. So they still need to chase up a little bit more of a gap, but they have 41 minutes to do it. Very wide off of Ascari though for Ronin Sim Sports, trying to find every single 10th of a second possible. This will give us a bit of time to have a look at what's going on for TCR, because MSI Esports have now come down in, but importantly for Core, they're ahead of them. So 5 laps on their stint right now. MSI waiting for their tires to get up to temperature here, so they'll come more to fruition towards the end of the race here, at least compared to Core. So that's the situation. Core basically in the effective race lead right now, because Craig's setup shop yet to come down on towards the pit lane, and we yet to see where they're going to file out.
Yeah, and here's the thing: most of the pit stops are around the 1 minute and 9 mark. Some of them were actually bigger than that, like 1 minute 15, where MSI Esports did that pit stop for their car just in the previous lap. So here comes the question about the Craig. They're on the 29th lap, and they're on massive fuel saving. They just went like full fuel saving on Ascari. So if they can get around the 1 minute and 2 mark for their pit stop, that would be golden for them, because they can get not only in the draft range of Core, but also maybe think about race win, and then a race win for them would be amazing given the championship perspective.
Craig's setup shop is going to be the last car in TCR, or at least one of the last cars in TCR to come down in and get their final pit stop service done. It looks like it's going to be this time around for Craig's setup shop. They bring it down on towards the pit lane. Jack Sedgwick still going to be the driver that takes it to the checkered flag, but they don't need to put too much fuel inside of that car, so they might still be, well, it'll definitely be in contention for the race win. It's just how close are they going to be? Jack Sedgwick aims for his pit box, gets it stopped cleanly, and up on the jacks he goes to change those tires as well. So, Core Sim Racing, where are they at the moment? They're heading their way through Ascari. So, it's going to be a bit of a while before we see Craig's setup shop drop off those jacks. They're up to 20 seconds on their stop right now. It was a 50-second stop for Core, a 48-second stop for MSI, a 42-second stop for SimRC. That's the lowdown of the TCR final stops that we've had already. So Craig's setup shop are going to be hoping that they can come out, well, they're hoping they can come out ahead, but in contention would be absolutely fantastic. They're coming off right about now. Where is Core Sim Racing? You can see that Craig's setup shop just coming off for the pit lane right now. Are they going to be ahead? It looks like they are. And you can see that now, what is the gap going to be between Craig's setup shop and Core? It's 2 seconds. But remember, Lorenzo, Craig's setup shop is going to be on cold tires for a couple of laps.
Yeah, and he's going to struggle quite a lot. I think the blessing in disguise for Craig's setup shop is this team Mad right ahead of him. I think that is Paul Smith who's driving. Yeah, that's Paul driving. So the blessing in disguise, they got a little bit of draft so they can work with and gain speed, so they can try to get themselves away to Core. But as you put the nail on the head, those tires are going to affect the performance for the first 2 to 3 laps. So expect them not to be up to pace in comparison to Core.
Yep, so they put a car in between them. A car of the same class as well. Paul will be courteous about this if I know him. So he'll just likely let Core Sim Racing by here with not too much of a problem. I don't think he's involved in any battle ahead or behind. So He knows exactly what the situation is here, and he has a role to play. Coming through Ascari then, still following quite tightly to the back of that Craig setup shop car. And eventually that GT3 car had its way out of the way. Team Mad in the grass though. They keep it together. Core Sim Racing starting to close in the background a little bit here as well. So battle for the race lead in TCRs is now down to just 1 second and one Team Mad car between them.
Yeah, and unfortunately won't be the 4-car train that we were expecting, because both MSR and CMRC got engaged in battles and were affected by faster traffic. They were actually thrown back to 10 seconds back to core, so it will be a P1, P2, and then P3 to P4 battle, but in different trains.
Half a second on the way down into the chicane. There's a GT3 car looking to get its way through quickly, and it looks like it's hurt Core Sim Racing a lot more. Team Mad getting out of the way of Core, as now they will be able to get clear, but I think that GT3 has lost Core Sim Racing a bit of time here. Yeah, it's lost them about 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, but it isn't a major job, because you can see Thomas Gibson just being very aggressive and on his line, and he's gonna put the car under the second gap. I think coming out of Elasmo 2, with the window down to 1.1, it will be around a second if that GT3 doesn't get in the way, and it will.
GT3 through, and GT3 going to be through on Craig's setup shop in just a couple of moments. Bridging the gap a little bit in terms of the slipstream, that'll help Core marginally here on the run into Ascari. A second between P1 and P2 in TCRs. To give you an update on the race lead in GT3s, your overall race leaders, well, Ronin Simsport leads by 3.5 seconds. You can see, though, Mivano gained a big chunk of time on that last lap. 3.5 of a second going their way. So that one certainly isn't done. So we might, just might, have battles for the race lead in 2 classes here today for the end of the race.
And yes, I think us commentators will love battles for the lead when it comes down to the final minutes, because we're going to waste down our voices and crack our little voices when we actually come down to the final minutes. But yeah, it will be very interesting to see how well can Mivano close down the gap. It is around 3.6. It is quite a lengthy gap to work with. Tommaso needs still to be very consistent and perfect with his laps, but it's doable if he actually goes with the mindset of, oh, I'm gonna be in the draft range. It has to be one of the final 15 minutes of the race when it comes.
Craig setup shop looking for the continuation of the perfect season. Core Sim Racing looking to spoil the party in TCRs. That's the situation there in your slowest class. In your fastest class, though, it's been the grudge match that's happened throughout this race. Ronin Simsport versus Mivano Racing. Gaps come down a little more. 3.3 seconds between P1 and P2 now. So both battles closing up bit by bit by bit here. Coming up to half an hour remaining. Who's your pick for each of these battles, Lorenzo?
All right. Bold predictions over here from Lorenzo Bonder. I pick to win in the GT3 class. I'm gonna pick Ronin. In the TCR class, I'm going to pick Core.
Okay, so you pick the one defending in the faster class, you pick the one attacking in the slowest class. As Craig setup shop currently around about 0.6 of a second ahead. There are a couple of cars trying to work their way through on at the moment. You can see there's the Williams Esports Audi with the very torn up rear spoiler.
Yeah.
That's that's gonna. Well, the most obvious statement is going to affect things in an aerodynamic sense, isn't it? So yeah, that rear spoiler has seen better days, shall we say? Although Craig's setup shop on this lap, they've been pretty good. They haven't been impeded as much by those faster cars coming through. As Core, they'll get swamped a little bit by a couple of Porsches and an Audi coming through the Rettifilio, so they're going to lose a little bit of time here, but there's still the potential for the Craig Setup Shop car to lose the same amount of time in traffic.
Yeah, the traffic again playing out his hand and allowing not only the driver in front try to break away a little bit, try to breathe a little bit, but if it goes the wrong way again, you're gonna be holding your breath, praying that you don't get overtaken. But then again, I was looking at Williams' replay. It was several laps back, and they had an incident on Ascari. I don't know if it is all done by themselves, but it was a very early incident for that number 55 car.
Movano and Ronin, it closes up even further. 6.5 tenths of a second taken out by Movano last time. So Matrevski's going to start feeling the pressure any moment now. And that might result in a couple of mistakes if he doesn't know how to deal with it. Stuck behind the Porsche of Williams Jim, the 991 car. Through the first, Lesmo gets past for the second though. Ivano, having a look back to them, they're also dealing with a similar bit of traffic. They're so close right now. They can see the carrot on the stick ahead of them that they can go and chase. Sometimes that changes the mentality of the driver. If you're chasing just lap deltas, then that really doesn't get the fire in the belly. But when you see your opponent ahead of you, that's when things start to get pretty exciting.
Yeah, you start to get blood in your eyes, and you want to just go for a kill, like 360 nose scopes on other people, and you really are looking to move places up, especially if it is a place just like P1 in your category. So why wouldn't you go for it? You're gonna be stuck with P2. Are you satisfied with P2 if you have a P1 shot? Of course not. You're going to go for it, and that's what every driver is trying to look for. And that's what both teams in the TCR class and in the GT3 class are going for in these last half hour of the race.
Core Sim Racing over the last couple of laps, they've lost bits of time here. So those tires are really now coming up to temperature for Craig Setup Shop. They're on 4 laps on the stint. This is where you start to really feel that fresh rubber now for Jack Sedgwick. So he's gotten through probably the most difficult part of his stint, the opening with a couple of laps with the cold tires, and now he can feel a lot better about how this situation's going. He still might feel a little bit nervous with Core following so closely and still very much inside the slipstream. And of course, Jack might be also worried about bits of, well, faster classes trying to come through and spoiling his line and giving all that time away. So still undecided battles here. 30 minutes to go here in the 6 hours of Monza in the 24-hour series Esports Championship. Round number 5. Undecided TCR winner. Undecided GT3 overall winner. I think we can pretty safely say, touch wood, that MSI Esports are going to come away with it in Porsches. 1 lap ahead of Chartwell Racing now. They've been doing this throughout the season.
They're just being dominant. It shows both the quality of their drivers. Both drivers drive in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, so it is basically a world-class lineup for those cars. Of course, I'm not taking away from the other team. They have, like, for example, Williams have very capable drivers on their own. They can drive also in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. But this is like kind of like the A-class lineup, and I was talking about A-class. They just nearly go over the curve.
Excuse me. There's going to be a slow MSI Esports Porsche race leader that stacks up this battle for the race lead in TCRs. This might give the opportunity to Core now to try and get past Craig's Setup Shop. They're going to have the run, the slipstream, everything into the Della Roger S2V Esports. They go wide to try and get past them. That's such a risky move. And it spoiled the battle a little bit. It spoiled the opportunity for Core.
Yeah, because both S2V and Huber are fighting for position as well. That is a battle for position in the GT3 class. That is a battle for P8 in the GT3 standing. So they were a little bit aggressive. I think overly aggressive is the proper word for us to define that move. But still, the 2 cars are within draft range, so let him battle it out.
Yeah, it's just the awkward situation of battles converging on each other in different classes and no one wanting to give any sort of space. As there was a look from Core, a show of the nose into Ascari. Riding on the back of Craig's setup shop. As you can see now, Core closing in. They have a pretty good run out of Ascari. Will they be able to tuck into the slipstream of the GT3? That's the big question. They have a decent run of speed here. That line will be covered off, though, by Craig's setup shop into the Parabolica. Core Sim Racing going to be setting up for the move, maybe into turn 1 this time around. We're going to be riding on board with them. Thomas Gibson versus Jack Sedgwick. To the pit wall goes Craig's setup shop. Trying to cover off that inside line. Here comes Core, though. They decide to give them maybe a bit of a push. Coming down the pit straight, and now they go to the outside. Big wide arc being taken by Core. Do they have the better exit off the second apex, though? It's a pretty decent one. It'll mean they're close into the De La Roja. Audi around the outside. Core Sim Racing now. Where and when do they make this move? Because they could have so easily gone for the dive bomb in turn 1 that time.
They could have. I think they're playing the patient game. I'm just taking a quick look over here also in it's the laps the fuel stint. They had 13 laps in. I know Team Chimera is in as well. I think they are in a safe. I'm just like a little bit skeptical if it is really a safe range for you to work with.
Yeah, we'll just have to work that one out. Core Sim Racing, though, yet more GT3s, more hungry GT3s. Trying to get past. They'll get one done before Ascari. There's the Team Hoisingveld AMG Mercedes up into Ascari. So there we go. They can leave them be for now. We have potentially 25 minutes of this, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we have. I think we might end around the 25-minute mark. We might not get an extra lap. That one might be 25 minute-ish, and that's it. Oh, of course, we have 24 minutes, but I don't think we're gonna get an extra lap, to be very honest.
Well, we'll have to see. It's a little bit too far out to be able to tell at this point. This gap just extending out a little bit. Craig's setup shop having a decent run of things on this one. Although Core kept in contention thanks to the slipstream. We'll get ourselves a bit of a look at how things are going for the overall race leads, just to make sure Core doesn't dive bomb into turn 1. They will stay in line. Well behaved. Ronin Simsport, how's their battle going? Vivano, well, they lopped off half a second on that last lap, so now gap is down to 2 seconds between Ronin and Vivano. So both of these battles still on, and in both of these battles, I don't know which one's going to win it.
Neither do I. I'll leave the chat. Chat, make predictions for us, please.
Okay, we're going to do it that way then. So, in the GT3 class, do you think it's Ronin Simsport or Movano going to come away with it? In TCR, is it Craig Setup Shop or Core Sim Racing? Cast your votes now. I feel like a game show host or something like that, but...
I think we have to give away the prize, of course. The winner,
there is no prize.
There is no prize.
There is
I was
no
going to
prize.
say, you're going to get a virtual pineapple pizza delivered on your email, but that's all you got to get.
I don't want to win anymore. TCRs, though, close as ever. This might just be a 22-minute long tease that Core Sim Racing are doing at the moment. They're just complacent to bide their time and wait for the right opportunity.
It's kind of like, you know, those terror flicks or those horror flicks when you're waiting for it to happen, but it doesn't happen, and then when you least expect it, it happens.
It might just be.
It might just be it. You know, you're not expecting it. It will happen, but it will be when you least expect it to happen.
Here we go. Core Well, quick setup shot, they're certainly scared about the dive bomb, which is why they're just keeping themselves towards the pit wall, coming down the pit straight, and maybe to break the draft as well. On the brakes into there. Up over those curbs. Core Sim Racing just making themselves big in the rear view of that Craig setup shop car right now. Meanwhile, gap at the front though. Oh, look at all this traffic that Ronin Simsport have to deal with. They basically have the constant flashing of the lights at the moment. You can see their view of what's further down the road and into Ascari. This might get interesting. If they catch it on the exit, they should be okay. But it looks like this has been nicely timed for Filip Matrevsky. He gets the exit and he gets one bit of lap traffic off the corner. Gap up to 2 seconds now, so it was down to 1.5 for a couple of moments. There's a Team RSO car that's currently... Actually, this is a battle for position. That's currently ahead of your overall race leaders. S2V Esports versus Team RSO here. Battle for P number 7. And Movano just have to be so careful here that they're not going to get caught up in the incident. And S2V Esports, they're just going to file in behind. They're going to go back to the outside here to try and wrestle P7 away from Team RSO. There's also Uber Esports Racing involved in this, third in line as well. So this is a nightmare for Ronin and Movano right now. They can't be having this happening ahead of them.
Yeah, especially a battle where RSO blatantly kind of like stands in the way, like, my friend, I had a few words to say about this, but I'm not gonna say it. But just kind of like just gluing the back of his car in the Mercedes-Benz of the number 22. That could have gone very wrong if they had made one wrong move. Sorry.
There's your race leader, Ronin Simsport. Those 3 cars ahead of him are all battling for position. They're all scrapping over what is P number 7. Team RSO in that 7th spot right now. Mitrevsky going to be the first one to come up on this one, and he simply just has to catch them in the right place. But the thing is, they're all of his same class, so it's not going to be easy passes to pull off. He just... it's not like he just has the closing speed to work with. He needs some cooperation a little bit from these cars, but I doubt those cars would want to cooperate because their position's on the cards.
And now there is still the Alpine Geodesic and Team Chimera. I'm just looking if this is a battle for position because they're close. Yeah, this is a battle for position also.
Yeah.
TCR. So Ronin is kind of like get the straw. I got the short straw. So he's gonna have to work what he has right now. And here comes Uber.
Yeah, that was the Uber car heading their way down in. Team RSO and S2V Esports, they keep P7 and P8 at the moment, but now Ronin Simsports, they're right on the back of them. How do they negotiate this situation? It must be so difficult. Looks like that 9th place car might be up for moving out of the way. That's the Uber car, and they do actually move out of the way. So that's one car that's compliant as far as these race leaders are concerned, but there's no guarantees that the other 2 will get out of the way so quickly. Maybe Uber's bet here is to try and have Ronin Simsport make the gap for them. There's contact in the background with that TCR battle. We'll keep with Ronin though to see how they negotiate this lap traffic. This battling lap traffic as well. S2V Esports next on the list for them. Riding on board with them. This is such an awkward situation. You can see the gap has come down already to compared to Movano. So they're losing time. Movano also has to come through on this, remember, so they might be impeded the same amount, or they might not. That's just the nature of endurance racing. Multi-class endurance racing. Coming down to it towards a second now. You can see there's a Porsche also involved. They're going to actually full-on brake and get out of the way of this. They want nothing to do with this. Simas is S2V. Oh, Team RSO and S2V. Very close coming through Curva Parabolica. Here comes Ronin Simsport. Going to try and get past the both of them. The frantic flashing of the lights. S2V Esports, they're not wanting to give up too easily here. Neither will Team RSO. Into the braking zone for turn number 1 then. Ronin Simsport, they're going to commit to the inside here. Team RSO will give them the space. It will cause the two behind to go side by side. RSO and S2V, and this is directly in front of Movano as well. And now they start to flash the lights.
Yeah, and now Carla just saying, get out of my way, don't make me lose time. And oh, you can see people like going on the upside.
Oh, this is a nightmare. Movano, they're through though. RSO deep on the brakes. Careful not to collect your current P2 runner, but it looks like Ronin and Movano are through safely. And Movano didn't actually lose all that much time. Gap stands at 1.3 seconds between P1 and P2.
Yeah, there is so much on these guys trying to break away from the pack. I think the one that got actually the best outcome might be Movano out of the both of these guys, because he got him in a place that he doesn't lose a lot of time, and both cars yielded to them. So now it's on Carla to actually try to make a move. And just to recap, the crash from the TCR was Chimera and also Geodesic, and it was quite of an ugly crash on both TCRs.
Yeah, it was towards the back. We're going to have to wind things back quite far to be able to see this. We might not even be able to catch any of it. We'll just have to see.
I think that was 2 laps back.
Yeah, so apologies for that one. I know there was someone in the chat looking for it. But right now, there are important issues to be looked at. You see the battle for the race lead in TCR. That's still together. Craig set up shop in the leads. Course Sim Racing giving chase. There's no one else around as part of a TCR battle towards the end here. MSI Esports about 15 seconds off of this duel, so they won't make an impact here at the very end in terms of how this one turns out. Ronin Simsport, their gap has come down once more. 1 second. Movano. This is going to be very, very close. We have 15 minutes left remaining. A decent chunk of time, yes, but it's sometimes surprising how quickly that time does dwindle down.
Yeah, it is surprising. When you least expect it, is already race end. So if they want to make a move, they have to be thinking about making moves now. So they can't afford to just stay back, go save as much as you can possibly save. No, just go for it. Try to take advantage of it. You can come out on top if you play your cards right. This is it. This is now. Make moves.
8.5 tenths of a second. Ronin Simsport careful not to get held up behind the Porsche here. They do get impeded slightly. Movano closing in. 7 tenths. 6 tenths. They also have to get past the Porsche. Down the inside they decide to go. The Porsche will give them the space. There's a compromised line from Movano into the Parabolica. They'll lose a little bit of time as a result, but I think they've gained more time in getting past quickly than they have in lost time because of the compromised line.
Yeah, and now the gap becomes on a draft range. It has to come down on how well can Carlo work the draft and close down the gap and try to make moves in the turns. Late braking for Carla coming into the Retifilo chicane. And now the gap is around 0.3 of a second between both drivers.
It is. We're riding on board with Tommaso Carla. He has 13 minutes to do this. And an estimated 10 laps. I was about to say it, Lorenzo. As Tommaso Carla, this would be a brilliant moment, a brilliant pass for him to be able to take this race win. But Ronin Simsport, they fought similarly hard throughout this race, and they're not going to give it up without a massive, almighty fight. As Movano, they slide through the first Lesmo. And Ronin, they dive down the inside of a TCR. The gap opens up slightly once again. But Carla, you can just see how much he's pushing with that slide.
He's pushing, but then again, we have to be talking about track limits. How many incident points that Movano car has to burn before getting a drive-through? Remember, 20 incident points You get a
Core and
warning
Craig
and
set
more
up
points.
shop. They go side by side for the race lead in TCRs, then in towards Curva Parabolica. Core not able to file their way through, as all of a sudden this has the spark and an inferno has been lit. Core Sim Racing out of the Curva Parabolica. They don't tuck within the slipstream. They still bring it door to door, though, with Craig setup shop coming down the pit straight. We'll have 3 wide with the Porsche. The Porsche will give the draft to that Core Sim Racing car. They have the speed into the corner. Do they have the position? Not quite yet. Craig setup shop trying to fight on the inside, but they have lost it. A bit of a compromised line there from Core as they head their way through the exit of the Retifilio chicane. Still a chance for Craig setup shop to head their way back through to the race leader TCRs. 11.5 minutes to go in this battle. They look for a line around the outside, which will give them the inside for the Della Rocha chicane, and under the bridge they will go side by side once again. It's going to be Craig setup shop on the inside. They get the race lead back here, heavy over the curb, a bit of a bumper touch from Core Sim Racing as they take the battle into the first Lesmo. Craig setup shop holding on. They still have the position as Core still trying to tear it away.
And Lucas right behind them, Connery. It is the leaders of the GT3 class, so it is now on our scope a full-on battle for the entire race win in both classes, as we have Core on the outside line and Ronan on the inside. Oh, that was close.
It was close. They will let the GTs by, but here comes the look for Core. Oh, that's heavy over the curb, though, for Movano. That is teasing with a slowdown penalty there. But it looks like they're okay. They sit within the slipstream of their opponent. Both your race lead battles in the same camera shot. Ronin versus Movano. Craig setup shop versus Core in the background. The TCRs have gone side by side already. Movano and Ronin not so much in recent times. Around the outside goes the RSO Audi. And now, maybe do these cars head side by side into the Retifilio once again? Do they dare to do it? Does Core decide to go for the dive? A little bit far back at this point. They will close up, though, into the braking zone. And it's going to be just side by side. They do drag the brakes into Core. Do they bang doors through the middle of the corner? No, there's no contact between them. Craig setup shop holding on. Cedric holding on. And he now has to hold on for 10 minutes.
And you can see that Craig just bullying Core out of the way, sending Core slightly off to the gravel trap on the exit of Retifilio. Here comes Gibson once again using the trap, trying to look on the inside. He's might have the look. He's not going to have to. Backs away. He's going to try to make a move now on last mode.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. We're right on board with him then. Thomas Gibson versus Jack Sedgwick. How many times has it been these two dueling it out across this season? It seems like every race they have a bit of a battle, a bit of an altercation, but now with 9 minutes left to go in the 6 hours of Monza here for the 24-hour series Esports Championship, Thomas Gibson still in second. He held the race lead briefly. GT3s is also going to be a thing. Here they come. It is going to be side by side between Movano and Ronin into Curva Parabolica. Ronin Simsport trying to defend on the inside line. They will hold the position for now, but the cutback move available for Movano. They have a little bit of a snap. They have to back out of the move just a little bit. They will maintain the slipstream, though, on the way down in towards the Retifilio chicane. It's not going to be a dive from this far back, though. We'll go back to Core and Craig setup shop because they're about to duel coming across the start-finish line here. Sedgwick still ahead. Here comes Gibson in the Core car. They are absolutely neck and neck across the grid. And now, battle of the late breakers into turn number 1. Who's it gonna be? Core have to do it around the outside for the first apex. It'll give them the inside for the second apex. Nothing between them through the middle of the complex. Nothing between them through the exit of the corner. There's a bit of door rubbing. Touch. And now you take the battle to Curva Grande.
And here they comes over the Curva Grande, side to side, both cars touching door to door, wheel to wheel The advantage goes to Core on the inside. There's the hoisting valve car going on the inside lane. He's going to use the backdraft to go over the inside part of the turn. And now Core is going to actually slam the door shut on Craig, and they're going to be taking P1 in the class.
Core to the race lead, but it simply is not over yet. Not by any means. And especially with Jack Cedric behind the wheel of that Craig setup shop car, and especially with how powerful the draft is here at Monza, there is always a chance if you're within half a second, and he's basically 0.2 of a second back right now. Battle for the race lead, 2.5 of a second, so similarly close between Ronin Simsport and Movano once again. Is it going to be the move here? Back on the brakes into Ascari for Craig's setup shot, but he's got the pass done. That's sensational there from Sedgwick. He's back to the race lead. How many more times are these guys going to swap?
And talking about race lead, here comes Carlo on the outside. Running has to defend on the inside on turn 1 on the first chicane. They come side to side. There's Torque Freak. TCR right ahead of it. They touch.
Oh.
They both touch. But Ronan's still retaining.
Ronin, they maintain the race lead. This is just crazy racing in the final couple of laps of the 6 hours of Monza. It looks like Movano will have the runner speed into the De La Roja chicane. It's going to be side by side with the TCR cars as well. I can see it on my timing screen, but they've touched, and it's Ronin Simsport heavy into the wall. Movano to the race lead. That one will be looked at by the stewards, but we look back to Core and Craig's setup shot because they're actively fighting once again into the first chicane. They go, a bit of a squeeze given by Core Sim Racing as they are now back ahead. This is brilliant stuff. This is some of the best racing I've seen in iRacing, and these guys look to try and get some more of it.
Yes, man, we're not having 1 second of breathe, but we enjoy this. Here comes Craig setup shop once again on the outside. He's gonna have the late braking, coming door to door, side to side. It is a much more complicated route to make work with, but they have to yield. Craig's setup shop yields to Core, and Core is still gonna retain that P1, that race lead in the TCR.
I'll see if I can get a replay with Ronin Simsport just very, very quickly. There they are. We'll get the chopper cam activated. You can see the battle coming through Curva Grande. Keep an eye on that TCR battle, Lorenzo, and just shout at me when they go side by side again as we watch this replay into the De La Roja chicane. Side by side between your two overall race leaders, and there's a touch. There's the impact with the barrier for Ronin Simsport. They fought all the way, but unfortunately, right now, they might not come away with the race win, but depending upon the stewards here, we'll have to wait until after the race. But now, we go back to TCRs, because they're battling once again. How many times? More times. 4 minutes to go. Craig setup shop on the outside. Core Sim Racing, they rub doors. Coming through Curva Parabolica. The Porsche goes to the inside. Craig setup shop have the runner speed on the outside line. They'll take it side by side again across the start-finish line. Cars trying to get themselves by, trying to not disrupt the wonderful battle that's going on. They get close on the run in towards the chicane once again. Neck and neck. Absolutely nothing between these two. They make contact again. Craig setup shop, they've spun Core into the grass, and they have to go through the swerve, the slalom course of the runoff area back onto the circuit. I have to wonder, though, if Craig's setup shop are going to slow up to make this one at least a little bit more fair.
I don't think so, because I think their point of view that the judge,
if they give back the position, they might not draw the eye of the stewards.
Now let's see, because they're getting overtaken right now by the MSI GT3 as they come into Lasmo 1, and Core is actually catching up bit by bit, and Sedgwick is slowing down the car, so there is a chance, a small chance, that Core actually gets within draft range. But here's the thing, when they came into turn 1, Craig was actually so close, the touch was inevitable.
He's slowing up.
Unfortunately, he's slowing up.
He's slowing up.
Not much.
It's not by much. And it's actually stabilizing out. Maybe they're caught in two minds about what to do here. Personally, I'd give the position back at this point. Maybe. But the thing is that it depends on whether that instant could go either way. We'll just have to wait and see. If Craig's setup shop think they're in the right, they're not going to give the position back. That is for certain. That would just be throwing the race win away if they are right. But Core Sim Racing, they're still about 2.7 seconds behind. 2 minutes left to go. I mean, they're still within the realms of possibility.
Not only that, Connery, but look at P3. We still have battles in the TCR class. SimRC and MSI Esports TCR are still going for the last place in the podium as they come down to the Cuva Parabolica.
Yeah, we'll quickly get the replay here for Craig Setup Shop and Core Sim Racing. We'll just have to wind it back once, twice, 3 times. We'll get ourselves a look at it. Side by side down into the corner. We'll get the chopper cam up. Core on the inside, Craig Setup Shop on the outside. Core, they were just going to make the corner, I have to argue here. So I have to disagree with someone that's been saying that in the chat. They were just about going to make it. They weren't going to run wide into the runoff there with Core. Very contentious. I think that one can go either way. So the stewards are going to be busy at the end of this.
And they're going to be busy, but talking about busy, here comes once again door-to-door side. They bang both MSI and SimRC, but Claudia's feed just getting the upper end and now moves into P3 in the TCR slots.
So SimRC up into P3 then. 30 seconds left on the play clock. Craig Setup Shop 2.6 seconds ahead of Core Sim Racing after that tangle into turn 1. 20 seconds left remaining. Where is Mivano? They are currently heading their way through the Della Roger chicane right now. So they are on the final lap of the 6 hours of Monza. What a crazy final 30 minutes that was. That was absolutely ridiculous. It's a shame that it has to end in bits of contact. And it's a shame that this race for both leads in the classes, in the 2 classes, in TCRs and GT3s, might just have to be decided in the steward's office. So certainly keep your ears peeled to hear news on this. But for Mivano, they've done all they can, and now they'll have to debate to try and keep their race win here. Coming through the Ascari chicane then. Exit of the corner for them. And just one more corner to go, and it will be provisionally Thrustmaster Mivano's win here in the 6 hours of Monza. The TCR car ahead won't be a problem for them. What a battle between Mivano and Ronin Sim Sports, but for now, it is Mivano coming across the line to take the race win in GT3s, the overall race win for Tommaso Carla and co. We also have MSI Esports. They're heading their way through towards Ascari right now. Craig Setup Shop, they're heading their way out of the Della Roger chicane. So it will be the MSI Esports car coming across the line in a couple of moments to win in the Porsche Cup class. And it's the least controversial win of all 3 of them right now. They get themselves by on the TCR car coming out of Ascari. It's been dominant once again in Porsches for MSI Esports. We thought it'd be close at the end of qualifying. We thought it'd be close on the run into turn 1. And then typical Monza turn 1 things happened. Their closest contenders dropping out, and it's MSI Esports that pick up another win in the Cup class here in the 24 Hours Esports Series on RaceSport TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. But we look back now to the other battle. What was the other battle? It's Craig Setup Shop, Jack Cedric behind the wheel, coming through the final corner, provisionally going to come home and take the race win in TCRs for Craig Setup Shop. The Audi heads its way across the line. All 3 classes have their provisional winners, but we have to wait on news from the stewards.
Yeah, we might have also photo finish for B3 in the TCR class because MSI managed to re-overtake SimRC in the final lap, and they're gonna take the final podium spot. So outstanding battles from start to finish in the TCR class. I'll be honest, I haven't seen this wildest finish of a race, you know, for quite a while now.
SRC Squadra Corsa Black, brilliant result for them in that number 27 AMG Mercedes. They pick up that third step of the podium. And you look to Craig Setup, they're going very slow coming out. Oh, the Retivili chicane being congratulated by the IRDK car there. Mivano, they're heading their way through as well. And they'll burn it down, perhaps. No, they're just going to go straight towards pit lane. They don't feel like celebrating, but here are your provisional race results here for the 6 hours of Monza here in the 24-hour series Esports Championship. Let's have a look at them. In your GT3 class, it's Mivano coming away with things. 11 seconds ahead of Ronin Sim Sports. That's one of the biggest margins they've had all day. That, believe me, within 0 to within 4 seconds, they've been stuck together. SRC Squadra Corsa in P3 and GT3s. MSI Esports P4. Sorgren Sport Esports P5. Williams Esports P6. Team RSO P7. S2V Esports P8. Uber Racing Esports P9, Phoenix Racing Esports ends up in the top 10 in GT3s. Team Hoisingfeld in 11th with Williams Gym Esports 21 in 12th. Leo Racing Team in the 13th spot as Virtual Motorsports pick up 14th. DV1 Triton Racing 15th. To 2 Beeler Racing Team Euronics cars, the 46 and the 45 in that GT3 class finished 16th and 17th apiece. But what could have been for that primary car of Sven Hasse, the number 45, could have taken away the race win here today. Aldous Esports will come home with the 18th spot in GT3s. In your 991 Cup class is MSI Esports once again by 2 laps over Chartwell Racing. And HM Engineering rounds out the podium for that class. F4H Racing in P4. SRAN Motorsports finished in the top 5. DV1 Trenton Racing P6. Uber Racing Esports P7. Inertia Sim Racing in P8. Gold Racing Team P9. TNT Racing round out the top 10. IRDK, Williams Gym, Go Team Racing, another Williams Gym car, and Burst Esports round out the 15 cars in that field. In TCRs, Craig Setup Shop gonna come away with the race win by 3 seconds. But of course, that is still a big question mark. Same with the GT3 race win. Core Sim Racing in P2, MSI Esports in P3, SMRC P4, Satellite Racing P5, Team Camera finished P6 after a recovery drive after the lap 1 punt that they had happen to them. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in P7, Apex Racing Team P8, Altus Esports finished in 9th as Torquefeed Racing round out the top 10. Team Mads, they don't come last, they come 11th, with Williams Esports being the retiree in that TCR class. They will bring up the rear of this entire field. But don't go away, because we have the post-race show just in a couple of moments' time, and we'll get interviews with the drivers, and believe me, this one might be spicy.
This is Jim Beaver, voice of the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series. Introducing Pro 2 and Pro 4 trucks on iRacing. Game on!
What a crazy last 15 minutes that we've just had to that race. Oh my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that was some of the craziest racing I've ever seen in iRacing. Now we've had it at the end of the 6 hours of Monza in the 24-hour series Esports Championship. We've got a couple of interviews ready and waiting. We have the winner of your Cup class right now. They are currently Alejandro Sanchez waiting to get himself inside the commentary booth. Lorenzo, you're going to have to move in for me as we'll get Alejandro into the commentary booth. Alejandro, it's going to be another race win for you, and continuing on your winning streak this season. You took that MSI Esports car to the checkered flag in your Cup class. That again, another brilliant performance. How did you manage that first lap?
Yeah, we got lucky on the first lap because we managed to avoid all the incidents, and we got away pretty cleanly from it and got a 5-second gap to the next car. So we just pulled from there and keep pushing every lap. So yeah, relaxed race.
What were your thoughts going through your head when you saw basically all of your closest competitors drop out of the race on lap 1?
I thought about the championship. We could become champions in this round. I think we did, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I thought about the championship, and it was actually a shame, really, because I wanted to have a close battle with them until the end of the race. And like in Imola, for example, where they overtook us in the first pit stop, and because they didn't take tires. So yeah, we got lucky.
Yeah, you guys. Well, you had luck on your side coming through that through that turn 1 incident, but you know, the racing here is just so much more than lap 1. How do you have the stamina to deal with everything that was happening around you? Because you must have been aware there were battles for the race leads in both of the other classes coming towards the end there. Were you just trying to stay away from them?
Yeah, we took it easy on the last laps, especially with the TCRs and the GT3s battle, because I didn't want to take part on that. So I just lifted and waited until the exit of the corner.
There we go. That is the responsible option. And for you guys in MSI Esports, of course, there's the chance that you might have just taken the championship there in the Cup class, but we have to wait to get everything confirmed by the race administrators. But if so, it's the perfect season. And can you top it off with a race win at Circuit Barcelona Catalunya, which is a home track for you?
Yeah, hopefully we can repeat another victory on Catalonia. It's a longer race, so you never know, but I think we'll have the pace. We'll try to, at least.
Well, we'll definitely see if that does happen. But before we move on to a couple of the other drivers, is there anything you want to say, any thanks you want to give?
Yeah, big shout out to MSI Esports, MSI Spain, and all my teammates, Mark, Salva, and my teammates in GT3 and TCR, which did a fantastic job this season. And yeah, that's it.
Well, there we go. That was Alejandro Sanchez. Lorenzo, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Alejandro if you have to compare Barcelona to either one of the tracks in the season, because there is some similarities how Barcelona plays out. If you have to pick one, which one would you think it's closer in terms of racing style?
Uh, we had pretty high speed track this season in Neo, but I think the closest will be Spa for the type of setup and driving, I think, because Monza and Imola are just top speed and chicanes.
Well, there we go. Alejandro Sanchez as part of MSI Esports, coming away with the race win once again in your Porsche Cup class. And now we will move on to, why not? Let's get Craig Williams himself up into the commentary booth. And, Craig, you're going to be standing by with Lorenzo. Lorenzo, take it away.
So I got Craig Williams over here from Craig's Setup Shop, which is his team basically, and he's representing the team because according to Craig himself, I was talking to him before I brought him here. Both Jack Sedgwick and his teammate are gone. Can you explain about that a little bit, Craig, and also the race itself?
I think they've gone to calm down and relax a little because that was a pretty intense last 15 minutes. So I'm gonna give them an allowance to disappear for a bit and go and chill out and breathe a little because I can't a little. I was struggling for breath trying to watch that. I was watching it obviously in session and it was banging doors through Curva Grande, and I was like, yeah. So it's pretty
Just noises.
Yeah, there was just noises. I muted myself when you speak because I was just making noises. My kids and wife must have thought I don't know what's going on, but I was just randomly making noises.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But one thing I have to talk about, you guys, just like we were talking to Alejandro Sanchez, you guys have so far the perfect season. So, if you are to talk about standings, you guys basically what would say in football terms, basically have a one hand in the championship. Well, not even football terms, but in sports, in competition sports terms, you guys have one hand in the championship. What do you guys, if you guys have to, review the whole season, is this the season you guys have initially planned, or or you guys are quite surprised in how this season played out for your team?
Initially I was supposed to. Initially it was like a random idea. It was like, oh, let's do this, and I didn't have any drivers. It was me and maybe Jack. I can't remember if I asked him, and I'm like, oh, I'd like to do this. And then it was like, oh, cool, that'd be cool. And then like 4 weeks later, or just before the pre-queue, I asked Simeon, and he's like, oh, Simeon, do you want to do this? And he's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm not good enough to do this. And I wouldn't want Jack to drive and then me jump in and then just go backwards. So I had to find someone that was Jack speed. And Simeon would admit himself, he's still not Jack speed, but honestly, going into it, I was happy with the podium. And then, we did well in the first race and won that in the second race. And I'm like, getting more confidence to go on. So we can get the next one. And then Monza comes up, and anyone can win at Monza. Everyone knows what Monza's like. It's 4 hours of fuel saving, 5 hours of fuel saving, and then just battered each other for the last hour, last 2 hours. It's always the same in Monza with every class. It's in the GT3 class was just as crazy. So coming into Monza, I wasn't sure we could win because anyone, like I said, anyone can win at Monza. But for Jack and Simeon to come through, it's pretty crazy. Like I said, I didn't expect. I was happy with the podium if I was driving, but letting those two just crack on and do what they're doing is pretty impressive.
Right. And coming down into the final round, it's of course double points. It is a longer race. It is Barcelona. Like I asked Alejandro, if you have to pick a track that plays out in similarities of Barcelona, because it is a high-speed track with some turns, it is quite have a twisty section in the back section right before what I call the elbow. If you have to pick a track that plays out to the strengths of Barcelona, which one do you pick out of the calendar that we had for the 24 series?
I like Barcelona. It suits our car quite well. It suits the TCR quite well. It suits multi-class quite well. Other than like that Mickey Mouse final chicane, but which I hate. I don't like. But the rest of the track, The rest of the track's nice. Probably like Silverstone.
Right.
Yeah, probably like similar to like a Silverstone. Most GP tracks now are kind of the same. Nothing will change too much in the car, and for multi-class, I like it. It's a good way to finish. Obviously, it's a 12-hour race, so I think we're gonna need another driver. Probably be me. So I better start driving now, just to try and not lose it in the final round. At the beginning of the season, I was super excited about the final round being double points because it doesn't matter where you are in the championship, you can catch it back up in the last round. But now we've won every round, and then for me to drive and then lose it in the final round, I would shut up shop. I'm done. I'm quit. I'm going to hiding. Buy a house somewhere on an island, and that's me done. Cutting the internet off. Done. Closed.
Fair enough, Craig. And finally, do you want to, again, like we always do, we want to open the floor for you. Give any shout outs to sponsors, anyone else that you want to thank on behalf of the team?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jack and Simeon for being pretty crazy fast. The car guys again for pushing us close. SimRC, all of the cars really have been super feisty these last couple of rounds. Apex, because Apex have been helping us throughout the season. Obviously sponsors. We all use Swedish Rig Designs. Demon Tweaks, that's where I get my pedals from. Pixel Dust makes the paint pop. I want to do something special for the final round to get these new spec maps on the car, but I don't know what we're gonna do there. Myself, really. Everyone who subscribes, everyone who supports us, everyone. Yeah, pretty much everyone. The iRacing community, the streamers, the subscribers, people, you guys who do the streams, broadcasts, Neo, just everyone. It's all a big happy family, regardless of how much paint is shared.
Oh boy.
Basically everyone and their mother. So
yes, yeah, everyone, sure.
A lot. Yeah, you seem to have a lot of love to give.
Of all of the communities I've been a part of, the sim racing, iRacing, whatever, it's pretty crazy how cool it is. It's nice.
Yeah, it's crazy how cool. We'll leave you to celebrate your race win with your team, or at least they have to calm down and get their heart rates down for the moment. But we'll see you perhaps for the last round of the season, Craig.
All right, boys. See you later.
All right, bye-bye. Next up, we'll get Dion Fialo, because he was a part of the race-winning Mivano Sim Racing team in your GT3 class. Dion, it was a close battle with Ronin Sim Sport throughout the race, and maybe a little bit too close towards the end there. Just take me through what happened.
So we going into the last pit stop, we didn't feel that we had the raw pace to challenge Ronin, so we decided that we needed to do something different. So we did a one tire change.
There we go. We thought it might be a one tire.
Yeah, we changed the front left. We were burning through it throughout the race, burning about 8 to 10% more wear on the front left. So we had to nurse the car the first 5 or so laps. It really wanted to over-rotate. Had to play with the brake bias. Once we got it settled down, though, we could start putting in the laps, started chase. We got a couple good breaks in traffic. And we got right there with, I believe, about 10 minutes to go. And from what I can tell, I think it was Philippe in the Ronin car. We go aggressive into turn 1. We got to run into the second chicane. He moves to defend. Tom decides he's gonna hold the middle of the road. He's not gonna move over to the normal racing line. He wants to pinch the Ronin car to the inside, and just I guess a miscommunication or a misassumption. The Ronin car starts to drift towards the center, and slight contact initially, and then a secondary contact, and that was it for the Ronin car. Unfortunate end to the race. It would have been great to see that go to the wire, like I think it would have.
It was busy in the commentary booth, let me tell you that, because we had your battle going on, and we also had the battle for the race lead in TCRs going on with side-by-sides pretty much all the time. So it was pretty crazy to keep track of. But, you know, at the end of things here, it's a win in the books for Mivano, and carrying a bit of positive momentum into the final rounds, that double points race, the 12 hours of Barcelona-Catalonia. How are you looking for that?
We got an initial base setup looking pretty strong. We know the Audi is going to be really tough to beat there, but it is a long race, so we're going to have to just really hunker down. It'll be neither myself nor Tommaso will be making that race. It'll be Racine and Moises Carabello doing that race. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
It will be, and we'll definitely be here for all 12 hours of it. To see who comes out on top in the GT3 class here in terms of those point standings. But before we move on to the last couple of interviews here, Dion, is there anything you want to say? Anyone you want to thank?
I just wanted to thank the competitors. Thank Neo for having this event. It was great. It's just a lot of fun. I want to thank Marcus and Luke. They were crew chiefing for us constantly, bouncing ideas off for strategy. Giving us the motivation we needed, because it was a push every lap for us to try to chase down the Bila car at first and then chase down the Ronin car. And I'd like to give a shout out to my dad. He's always supporting me and always watching the streams.
And his heart rate was probably sky high through the through the final 15 minutes of that, so you probably better go and calm him down. But thank you very much for joining us, Dion, and good luck in your next race.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. That's Dion done with, and now we get the choice. Why not? Let's get their competitor up there. Their buddy throughout that entire race, Filip Matrevsky. We can get him up into the commentary booth. So as long as he activates his mic, that should be okay. There we go. And Filip, Ronin Simsport, your particular team, so close, but yet so far. A bit of contact in the final couple of laps there, and you get put down into P2 when it could have been a race win. Just talk me through what you're feeling right now.
I don't know what to say, to be honest. I mean, we kind of got close, and from our perspective, it felt like I was taken out. But I need to look at the replay, so I don't wanna comment too early on what happened on those final laps.
Probably for the best, because there's an active investigation going on. So we'll have to see what's the what the result of that one is. I don't think it'll be anytime soon, though. It might be in the coming days. But for you guys, it even if it still ends up being a P2, it's still a great points haul for you guys coming into the final round of the season. Yeah, it does make your life a little bit more difficult compared to getting the race win, but still, it's double points at Barcelona. And with, at certain points, how close this championship has been, there's still a good couple of cars in contention for the championship win in GT3, and you could end up being one of them.
Yeah, I think it's Williams, Bila, and our car at the minute who would kind of fight for the win. We got lucky with their mishaps in this race. I think the Bila car had a moment, and they were out of the race towards the ending phase of the race, so maybe we got a bit lucky. They had great pace throughout the race on all the tires, so yeah, in the Mercedes Cup, as I would call it, Mivano were pretty strong to start with. They had great qualifying as well, so good race all in all, apart from the little incident. Yeah, all in all, really good.
And since you were the one behind the wheel in that particular battle, we actually haven't got the chance to talk to someone who was actually involved in the battle, because with Mivano, we interviewed Dion, who was not in the car at the time. But for you, how much pressure was there coming through those final 15, 20 minutes where literally any of you could have come away with it?
I mean, it was anybody's race at the end. I mean, if it wasn't for that incident, probably the race would have gone until the flag, until the last lap. Pressure-wise, I'd say the biggest pressure was the moment where we tangled with the, I think it was the CMRC car, with the TCRs. I think a bit of misunderstanding there. So I think that was the peak moment pressure-wise.
Yeah, because that's the big unknown. You know, I believe it was just after coming off the final stop, right? Where you had that tangle.
It was in my first stint,
Oh,
and
the first
I
stint.
was
Okay.
yeah not in the first stint, in the first of the last two stints, when I jumped again in the car when I took over from Andreas. Yeah, I mean it was just a misunderstanding. I flashed my lights. I felt like it was clear move on the right. He moved right. I moved left. He moved left again. So I had nowhere to go and kind of tangled together, which gave us a bit of damage, maybe causing us to drive a tenth or two slower per lap. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Sometimes those things happen in racing, and they're the reasons why we have stewards to pass judgment on those sorts of things. But like I said, final round, 12 hours of Circuit Barcelona Catalonia. Is there any? Do you prepare for a 12-hour race any different compared to preparing for a 6-hour race?
I think preparation-wise is the same. It'll have to be looked more into the strategy, into managing fuel, managing tires. But other than that, it's pretty much the same deal. Because all of these races have, you know, even though it's a double point race, it's still weight to every race in the championship. So preparation would be the same.
There we go. And before we move on to a final couple of interviews, do you want to say anything? Do you want to thank anyone?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody in the team for spotting and providing support all throughout the stint. Andreas for his awesome mid-phase of the race. And our sponsors, Gel Real Timing, Milner Media for the skins, Strikingly, and so on.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Filip Matrevsky as part of Ronin Simsport coming home in the second spot in GT3s, but could have been that top one and still might end up being, depending on what the stewards decide. We will get quick interviews with the cars of, why not? Let's get Alessandro in. This is going to be the driver for SRC. As Lorenzo, you have perhaps a little bit of a surprising podium finisher on your hands.
Yeah, we have a surprise finisher in Alessandro Bacchilega in the team of SRC Squadra Corse Black. And first of all, congratulations on this podium win. You guys started P5, stayed pretty much quiet the entire race, and avoided mistakes. Unfortunately, we had the incident with the Bila in the final hours, in the final few hours, but you guys still got rewarded with the podium spot, which for you guys should be bittersweet, correct?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the commentary, always great work. And it was a bit unexpected. It was a present, and we start the race. In my mind, I think that okay, we are at Monza, slow race because of the draft, and in which Tommaso push very hard at the first part of the race, and it was unexpected. I lost the time, and maybe I was not too aggressive in the lapped cars, and lost very time I think he was very fast, and our pace compared to him a little bit slower. So we think okay, we have no time, we have nothing to lose. We decided to don't change the tires, but now I don't know. He was the good strategy, but for the fourth or third, it's okay anyway. Sorry for my English.
It's all right. It's all right, man. We don't judge. We're never gonna judge people in English. It's well that you're trying, and we understand. And one cool thing that you guys involved in a few battles, but with this P3 spot, I believe you guys are gonna be propelled to one spot up in the championship, which might leave you in top 5. You guys should be top 5 by end of the race when everything is all settled. Is that was P5 or top 5 a realistic objective to your team, or you guys just went with the momentum? You guys just took like every round and see what it comes out of it.
I think our roster is able to catch P5, but we have zero Spa, and we'll try it. We'll try, but Barcelona is a tough race. It will be a tough race for MG. Let's see what happens.
Right.
But is an objective to stay in the top 16.
Right. All right. I thought you guys were going to like, let's see what the race brings. It's good that you guys are within your objective and performing very well. And I think finally I'm gonna give you the room to thank sponsors and give shout outs to family, friends, whoever was watching. The floor is yours, my friend.
I want to thank all the team. I am newer in the team, and he support me all the time, and I thank our team, all the team.
Right. Well, that being said, go ahead, Alessandro.
That's all.
Right. Okay. Well, that being said, again, congratulations on P3, Alessandro. I hope you guys have a good race to close out the championship, and that's pretty much it, my friend. And hope you guys have good luck on the next race.
Finger crossed. Good night.
Fair enough. All right, that was Alessandro Bacchilega from SRC, and that's all the interviews I think we have to do for the day, Connery.
Yep, they are. We've gotten through all of them, as at least in the session right now, everything has gone dark. Sun has set here at Monza, and sun has set on the 6 hours of racing that we've had here today, and what a fantastic 6 hours it has been as well, especially those final 20 minutes where it could have gone either way in GT3s and in TCRs. We won't be getting any post-race penalties detailed to us just yet, but look out for that on the New Endurance Twitter over the next couple of days to see if Mivano and see if Craig Setup Shop hold on to their race wins here for the 6 hours of Monza in the 24-hour series Esports Championship. I've been Connery Manic. I've been joined by Lorenzo Bonza. We had Justin Prince a little bit earlier on. Thanks to Istvan Ballo for providing our wonderful TV cameras as well. Join us in around about a month's time here for the finale of the 24 Hours Esports Series for the 2020 season. 12 hours of Barcelona's on the cards on the 21st of March 2020. Join us for that. But until then, goodbye.